Hey everyone. So we are watching Chicken Crossroad and Helm's Knight, who right now are playing Midnight Fox and Robert Cheswood. I don't know who Robert Cheswood is, but appears to be a grandmaster from Armenia. So the reason I wanted to stream this is Helm's Knight is a streamer herself. She does not seem to be streaming right now. But she used to be the biggest Bughouse streamer, and she took a break from streaming Bughouse for over 1 year. I think she last played Bughouse, not even streamed Bughouse, but played Bughouse in August of 2020. So that's like a year and 2 months since she last played Bughouse. And now she's jumping into a super high level game right now. I don't know if this indicates that she will get back to playing Bughouse and streaming Bughouse or not. But we see Helm's Knight right now is a 2740 rating. She partnered to Chicken Crossroad. Looks like Chicken is in some trouble. They're down some time. A knight would be bad, or a rook would be bad. The score right now is 3-1, favoring the Chicken and Helm's Knight team. So yeah, I figured I'd jump in and commentate on some of these games. If anyone wants to join me in commentating, I am in House Discord in the party channel. Okay, so here's the problem. Oh, he's gonna repeat here. Yeah, this is a good place to go. So a knight is still quite good. A rook is no longer as good. Might see pawn here to maybe draw the knight out. Okay, he's just gonna go for safety. This square is covered by the knight. So Helm's Knight is in some trouble with the threat of queen at h8. Helm's Knight would probably like to attack because this is very hard to defend. So a way to attack would be queen at d1. Oh, she's going to try to defend. Don't think this is defendable. So this is mate in real quick. Use the existing bishop. Okay, that was a bit of a waste of a bishop. Could have used the existing bishop there. For better technique for Midnight Fox. But Chicken has been mated. Our score is now 3-2, still favoring Chicken and Helm's Knight. Hey, Giannis, yep. Thanks for watching. So this is Bughouse, for anyone who may not be aware. We're watching a very high level game. Chicken Crossroad was, for many years, he was the #1 Bughouse player in the world. Right now he's probably considered to be number 2 or number 3. If not by rating, then kind of by skill. And Helm's Knight is the highest level Bughouse streamer. But for the past basically year and a half, she's only streamed Fortnite and has not streamed Bughouse. The Chicken is willing to concede this queen. He's attacking this other queen. If the knight takes, he should not take back because that would be his best defensive piece. Probably just knight takes. If he plays knight takes bishop, this bishop will hang, but could always... At least it's got rid of the threat. They are down a little bit of time. Robert Cheswood and Midnight Fox are a very fast team. So it's impressive that Chicken and Helm's Knight have even gotten a lead on this team after Helm's Knight is very out of shape. Okay, cool. Yeah, Helm's Knight is back. Does not seem to be streaming this, so I figured I would jump in and provide commentary. If Helm's Knight gets pieces, she can mate. Like a bishop plus a rook would mate. It's an interesting move. Might have to take with queen. Yeah, that preserves the queen defending the bishop. Chicken should have done that a little bit faster. So a queen would also be quite good for helmsknight. Queen check, king up. Queen takes king here, queen takes f5, knight takes pawn. And then could even bring like another knight to here if the king went here after the rook went here. So that's a possibility. Again, the clearest way to do this if she could get a bishop to cut off the escape square. Now Helms has to defend. This knight defends this square where another knight would like to jump in. Maybe knight. Okay. That's a defensive move as well. Knight takes would allow knight check on c4. It looks like chicken is on the attack and is feed in pieces to helmsknight. I don't quite see where there's a mate here. I guess another knight could be good. Well, knight takes, queen takes. I don't know. Midnight Fox seems fairly safe. Maybe bishop takes if rook takes queen in. Okay, so helmsknight is now switching to defense. And chicken has quite a good attack here. Chicken should have mate. Queen here, rook here should be mate. Yeah, that's another way to go. Knight here is checkmate. So checkmate and 1 for chicken. And they are up time. So that's a win. Our score right now is 4-2, favoring chicken and helmsknight. It looked a little dicey in the middle of the game there, but chicken and helmsknight were able to coordinate a way out of it. Robert Chesswood is sacking. And helmsknight is making it, sorry, chicken is making it into a trade. Now a knight would be good to continue the attack. Chicken should drop, yeah, the attack and defend at the same time. Oh, helmsknight is dead. I got concentrated on one board and helmsknight is just completely dead. So queen here is mate. Well, or no, you can't take that because the knight, yeah, so yeah, queen here's mate. Hey, who jumped on here? Oh, Cole.
It's Cole. I just want to see.
How you doing, Cole?
Hey, Chuck.
It looks like chicken is going to try to chess this out. So chicken is looking to promote a pawn. Chicken is up quite a lot of pieces, but he only has 6 seconds to win. Bear in mind, on chess.com, even if you pre-move every move, the minimum time for pre-moves is 0.1 seconds. That gives him a maximum number of moves to get the win. And that assumes he's pre-moving every move at all. Robert is going to look for some checks. Oh, this rook is hanging. So now it's down to 1 second. So chicken is not going to be able to win in 1 second. These are valiant efforts, but it's just really difficult to win in 1 second. Wow, that is actually... This is the only legal move. Is there mate? Bishop here. That leaves this square open. Yeah, I don't think he has enough to get it done. This is a square. How do you attack this square? Because this can be taken. Bishop d4 can be taken. Okay. Yeah, completely winning, but not enough time. Yeah, for sure, scare snakes. It's just, even if you have a totally one position up like 8 pieces, it's hard to pre-move out a mate. Scary Snakes, we're in the House Discord server, in the House Party channel, if you want to jump in and co-commentate. I could also.
Okay, I'm looking at it. I'm just looking at now Helm's Night, her last game.
I believe it was August of
Check,
2020. Am I wrong about that?
yeah, August 28th, 2020
Yeah.
is the last rating change she had before. Uh, actually, yeah, before. Oh, she apparently. Oh, that's just weird stuff. Never mind.
And I'm not like I I think she might have another account, but I don't think that account is played either. So as far as I'm aware, this is her like she hasn't played Bughouse in over a year and is jumping into this super high level game after all that
Now, is
rust.
it because of the tournament?
That's a great question because I don't know that Chicken has a partner as far as I'm aware. We could check the sign up list. I wonder if they signed up as partners. Because that would be wonderful if Helm's Knight joined the tournament.
Because that's the only way I can just guess.
So
Like
let's
all of a
check the
sudden, like at
participants
this
list.
timing.
Yeah, so I don't see them as having registered as a team. They might be playing with the anticipation of signing up later. Um, there are signups. There are signups until November 5th, I believe. So there's still time for them to register if they choose to do so. There's time for you all to register as well. Thanks for the follow from Shackfire. Really appreciate it.
Oh, I know I'm not that good at Bughouse to get under 2000. Oh man.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a fun tournament,
Oh yeah,
even if you don't expect to win it or to win money. I mean, it's just fun to
that's
play.
true.
So
I don't even have a partner, to
I
be
encourage
honest.
everyone to enter. I mean,
I'm just
you get in some fun Bughouse games.
I'm just so used to playing with the random pool.
Yeah, and you can enter the tournament without a set partner. One will be assigned to you, but I would highly encourage people instead to come with a partner. It's more fun that way. Hey, Cha Cha, how you doing? Cha Cha's favoring Robert Chesmood, probably because he is from Armenia. Makes sense.
So Yanis, there's two sections. One that's average team is over 2000, one under.
Yeah, and I don't believe it's even average team. I think it's both players need to be under 2000, is my understanding.
Oh, I thought it was
Uh,
average. Okay.
I believe it's both players, though. Scary Snakes can correct me if I'm wrong about that. Um, yeah, and not only that, but in addition, so chess.com, we had the same tournament last year, and it was run by all volunteers and by all voluntary donations of people interested in promoting the game. This year, chess.com has stepped in and provided a prize fund of $5,000. And that prize fund, we have a tentative allocation among the open section and under 2000 section, which can be read at the link that I put there. Um, and there's also a few other prizes. There's class prizes for I believe it's under 2400, under 2200, under 1800, and under 1600. And there's also prizes for the best all woman team and the best under 18 years old team. There's a lot of opportunities to get money even if you don't win the entire tournament. Yeah,
Ooh,
exactly, Cha Cha. We are
under
hoping to
18
grow the game.
team.
I'm sorry, what was
I
that,
wonder
Cole?
who's new.
I don't know, but I mean I came up with that idea just hoping to attract more people to the tournament. I know at the Berlin tournament, which is the best organized, longest running um, over the board world championship for Bughouse. There's always a prize for the best team where both players are from Germany, the best team where both players are from Berlin, and the best team where both players are under 16 years old. um, and
I would
that
say
attracts more participants, which I think is good for growing the game.
I know Chess Brainiac, I believe, is under 18. I
Right,
forgot who.
right. I think Chess Brainiac could certainly try for that prize. I think Chess Brainiac was contemplating entering with Raven, who's also under 18, but then I think they played a few games, decided they didn't gel
Oh,
well.
Raven's under 18?
I believe so. And Raven, of course, finished in the top two teams last year. Finished second in the tournament, along with Bliss Bullet. Yeah, Cha Cha. It would be great if players would support the game by putting together prize pools like that. But it's wonderful that chess.com is stepping up to put in some prize funds. Chess.com for years has said that they were going to put together a bughouse tournament, and it just hasn't happened for one reason or another. So they are helping out here. I'm hoping eventually they will run their version of an official tournament as well. Um, this tournament is in an open format. Even the winners from last year aren't guaranteed anything special. They aren't guaranteed to defend their title. And indeed, I think the winning team last year has split up. So 12 Teen and Chicken are not partnered to each other. So yeah, Chicken, the player we're observing on the bottom left here, was one of the winners last year. 12 Teen is going to partner Blitz Bullet this year. Blitz Bullet finished second last year. Yeah, 12 Teen and Blitz Bullet are partnered. So Chicken, to my knowledge, does not have a partner yet and may end up partnering Helms. Exactly, young UK baller. Helms is unretired. That's why I wanted to start this stream.
I wonder if Chicken, since he saw he didn't have a partner, asked Helms.
Maybe, and I hope so. That I think they would be quite a strong team, and helmsknight, I imagine, would stream a lot of the games she played, which would also be great for growing the game. But what I was saying before is the way chess.com would like to hold a tournament like this, if they were the organizers rather than just supporting us as organizers, is chess.com likes to invite a bunch of top GMs, and then probably a bunch of people who are good at the game as well. So if chess.com ran a tournament like this, they would invite, for example, like Hikaru, and a bunch of other like top GMs would be seeded into the tournament, and then they would probably invite a bunch of good players too, good players at Bughouse, such as like Chicken and 12 Teen, Blitz Bullet, etc. But this tournament is different. This tournament is more an open format. Anyone can enter, and so we're not putting any limit on entries. Anyone can try their shot at this. And this is also a long format tournament. Chess.com tournaments in general seem to take place over like a 3-hour period or like a day or something like that, with the exception of PogChamps, which PogChamps seems to be a much longer format tournament over the period of about a month. And this is more like PogChamps than a normal tournament.
God, look at all those bishops attacking Chicken. He's still defending.
And yeah, Chicken was not
a really
long
cute
for that
flag
world
from
there.
Fox.
So we have Scary Snakes in the call as well. So our score is now 5-5. Chicken and helmsknight are tied with Robert Chestnut and Midnight Fox. And again, for those of you who just joined us, helmsknight has not played Bughouse in over 1 year, since August of 2020. And she used to be like the biggest Bughouse streamer and stream all the time. I think now I'm kind of the biggest Bughouse streamer just because she has been on holiday. But it's great to see helmsknight back.
Well, I think you are also one of the biggest Bughouse streamers because I think, was it Vampy and a couple others stopped streaming as well, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think Vampy will come back to it eventually. Vampy's kind of off and on. So ASV says Penguin and Jeffrey Zhang would beast hard. Penguin and Jeffrey Zhang are both quite good at Bughouse. Jeffrey is stronger than Penguin, but they're both very good. Have slightly different styles. But when you say they would beast hard, I assure you that chicken in 12-team would give them a good run for their money, and maybe even beat them. People sort of who don't play Bughouse regularly sort of have the assumption that grandmasters at chess also must be very good at Bughouse and also must be better than Bughouse specialists, and that's just not the case in general. I've beat many GMs in Bughouse, and I am nowhere near a GM at chess.
I've beaten IMs before in
very
IM
nice
a couple
mate from Chicken
times,
there.
and I'm like 1100 rated Blitz player.
Yeah,
I think
Jeffrey and Penguin were getting good at Fix, and they have played on chess.com. They're quite good players. There are GMs who are just not good at all at Bughouse. They are GMs who are also good at Bughouse. But there are other Bughouse specialists who give them a run for their money for sure. What were you saying, Scary?
Yeah, I think a team of 12 and J-Kid would actually be favored against Jeffrey and Penguin. And that's just because that team is so incredibly strong. That's no knock against Jeffrey and Penguin, who are also very good players.
I would tend to agree, with the caveat that Penguin and Jeffrey have understandably focused most of their energies on chess. The same is true of Hikaru, for example. And I think if those people put a lot of time into Bughouse, then they for sure would be top players in Bughouse. They've got very good, even put in very little time into the game. But yeah, if they played right now, then for sure, Blitz, Berlin, and 12-team would be the favorites.
I wonder some of the GMs who played like Wesley So and Spicy Caterpillar, Ray Robinson basically will step in again.
Yeah, Ray Robinson played last year. He was partnered with Nicholas Tice last year's tournament. I don't know whether they will be playing again this year. I hope they will. We had sort of, we think it was a troll entry from someone who claimed to be a team of Hikaru and Wesley So, and we weren't sure whether it was serious or not. And it turned out it was not serious, because someone asked Hikaru on his stream, "Did you join? Are you playing in the Bughouse World Championships?" And he said, "I don't know what that is." So that was like a troll entry, which we just removed. But like the fact that we even had to ask shows that that like we initially thought it may be serious, because Hikaru has played a lot of Bughouse. He was Quaffer on the Free Internet chess server, played a lot of Bughouse back in the day, and he did a stream with helmsknight where they played against John Lee and Yasser Chirwan. So Hikaru is decent at Bughouse. I don't think he's like a top level player, but he would for sure be like, like 22 to 2400, I would say, at Bughouse. And Wesley So is really interested in Bughouse and plays a lot, and loves Bughouse. So that is, even more reasonable to think that Wesley would be playing. It looks like Midnight Fox and Robert Chessmood are not on a voice call, as they seem to be communicating in the chat. Midnight Fox given the stop sign for Holden and then saying time. Robert Chessmood is asking for trades. Midnight Fox is saying, "I will trade for you."
Yeah, I think this actually looks good for the team of Fox and Robert here. Robert has a really safe king, and Fox is also surprisingly safe now after some early pressure from Helms. Yeah, rook at e8's another nice move, and like helmsknight would love to take this queen, but you lose the initiative and you just start getting attacked, and you have a sad time.
And that's why this queen move is especially good, because it's attacking this knight. So the queen could take the knight.
Okay, greedy shot. Always with your priorities in check.
Yeah, I'm a greedy guy. I just want to take all the material. Chow Chow is just the time zone excuse for Robert Chessmood, being from Armenia. So helmsknight has lost quite a bit of rating, but that's kind of to be expected, being as rusty as she was. The fact that they're even, holding close to even. In fact, they're still winning. It's 7-5. It's a score. But I guess Robert Chessmood is probably a little bit underrated. helmsknight probably a little bit overrated.
Speaking of ratings, have you heard about Katask if he's joining?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Katask has not registered as of yet. This is interesting. helmsknight is forcing the queen for chicken to mate, but time is really close.
And there it is.
That was a decision.
They're saying GGs. So I don't know whether Helms and Chicken will continue playing others or whether they will end with the end of the series. But it looks like Robert Chessmood needs to go. So our final score in that match was 8-6. Which I'm going to type in the chat.
Not too bad since she hasn't been playing a long time.
It was incredible after not playing for a year that she could keep up with that. Like, just wow.
Yeah.
She was definitely rusty, but I still want to give credit here to Fox and Robert. Like, rusty or not, a team of Chicken and Helms is a very difficult team to play against. And so, regardless of the context, getting a score that close to even, I would be proud of that accomplishment.
For sure. It was also an interesting dynamic having Chicken on the low board. I think as far as skill, Chicken should almost always be on the high board. But I guess that probably benefited the Chicken helmsknight team, where Chicken was able to play against a GM, and Chicken, I think, does well against chessy players. And Midnight Fox and helmsknight are both kind of sackers, and helmsknight is an initiative hog. That was an interesting dynamic.
I actually think it would have been better for the helmsknight team if she had been playing Robert. Just because I don't think Robert's as strong a defender as Midnight Fox is, and helmsknight just would love the matchup where she can best attack her opponent. So I actually think they would have done better with a different board matchup.
That's interesting. I think it would have depended on the time. Like, if helmsknight can stay up time, then for sure she would love to sack sit on a GM. But if she got downtime, I think he could chess the hell out of her.
It looks like they're looking for another person.
So yeah, ASV, Firefly and Nils Grandelius have entered as a team, which is going to be a sick team for sure. Like the last year when we saw the entries, I think everyone basically assumed that it was over as soon as the participant list was released. That the Chicken and 12 team were just going to win the open section, like, for sure, no question. I don't think that's true this year. As great as Blitzbullet and 12 Teen are, there are some other strong teams that are materializing that I think could possibly give them a run for their money.
I
definitely think there's.
I also add. No, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna add the fact, since helmsknight was not only just not playing for a year, 12 Teen hasn't been playing as much either, because like they usually just sparred with helmsknight and Chicken, Katask and Gina, and I just haven't seen those matches lately. So I'm wondering if
I would agree
is a little rusty.
That 12 Teen is probably a little bit rusty, but 12 Teen has also been playing quite a lot of chess and quite a lot of Crazy House. But when I say quite a lot of Crazy House, maybe that's an overstatement, but he's certainly been playing some Crazy House, and at a high level. And a lot of that transfers to bughouse. helmsknight has just been grinding on Fortnite, and I don't think Fortnite translates as well to bughouse skills as chess and Crazy House do.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. While there's definitely more intrigue this year, I mean the teams of Firefly and Nils is incredibly strong. I I still think J Kid and 12 Teen are pretty comfortable favorites going into the tournament.
I would say that they're for sure favorites, but I wouldn't. I mean, if we were looking at odds, like odds last year coming in, I think would have been, I don't know, something like 9-1 or more. I don't think the odds are nearly that high. I would think that the odds for them might be, at best like 6-4. Like nothing like too crazy this year.
I mean, a lot of it will depend. What about what?
I was going to ask for odds. What do you think on the under 2000?
The under 2000 is always really hard to predict. We don't even know who.
No. It's very simple. So you take a coin, and then you flip it, and that's how you determine who's going to win the section.
The under 2000, it's hard to predict. Not only because sometimes we're not familiar with everyone there, but also because we don't even know the teams. Even when the registration date closes, we still won't know the best teams, because I believe last year some of the strongest contenders were unpartnered players who were just put together randomly and happened to be really good. So yeah, it's really hard to predict the under 2000 section, but those are always exciting games. ASV says, is Vaboris in? He is not, to my knowledge. Initially, Firefly wanted to partner Vaboris. So Zyzon on chess.com wanted to partner Gulamali Rises. Zyzon really wanted to partner an old school Bughouse player, someone from the free internet chess server who'd been playing for like more than a decade, and I believe that Vaboris, aka Gulamali Rises, did not get back to him, or maybe said no, and then he decided to partner Nils. So it's still possible that Gulamali Rises could enter, and indeed, I don't think he may not be aware of the prize fund. I think Gulamali Rises gets a lot more excited when there is money on the line. So, if someone lets him know that he could be making a cool $1,500 from crushing people at Bughouse, I think he's much more likely to enter the tournament.
I'm still holding out hope for Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, I'd love to see him
watching
in as
him play
well.
Gets me so hyped. Yeah.
Hisoka says, who is partnered with Little Plotkin? Yeah, Hisoka always looking to snipe Little Plotkin. That's a great question. I believe Little Plotkin has entered. Let me check. So that link I posted.
To Grind?
Oh, he's partnered to Grind again? Okay.
I'm fairly certain. I'm not. Don't quote me on it, but I think that's the case.
Well, I'm looking it up right now, so maybe I can quote you on it. He's partnered to Super Pauna A5 A6 123. Who maybe that is Grind's latest account. I'm not sure.
Yes, I think that Birdie told me that was Grind, but again, not certain.
Okay, yeah. So looks like Plotkin is partnered to Grind again. I think Plotkin was a little frustrated with Grind last time around. Didn't think that he brought his A game. So hopefully they'll practice more this time and do a little better. And there's a lot of returning teams. Caspi Israel, whose Caspi wins from Fix, is partnered to Pure Essence again. Return of the Lagger is partnered to Clock King Switcher again. I think PKNM and Midnight Fox were a team last time. Am I wrong about that? I forget exactly.
Oh yeah, they were a very dangerous team that could have done a lot of damage had they not run into the buzzsaw of Chicken and 1210.
And PKN, I'm sorry. No Chewy Candy is partnered to Marvel and DC for life. That should be a good team. Chess Brainiac and Bughouse Knight. I'm very
excited about that team.
Chess Brainiac and Bughouse Knight is a strong team. Do we know, is Bughouse Knight under 18 years old? I don't know if they would be contenders for that prize.
I have no clue.
So yeah, there's and the Quick Dash FM Chess Kid team is here again. FM Chess Kid is now fighting for respect, but still same team, different handles.
That's another team that made it all the way to top 8 when a lot of people had them losing earlier in the tournament. So that's another team to look out for.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of people who are currently unpartnered who could be quite strong. So we have Ecarf is unpartnered, Poop Face Killer unpartnered, Raise for Info unpartnered. Yeah, there's a lot of people to look out for here.
There's also Charkvoss and Diley, another team that did really well until they ran into the buzzsaw that was 12 and Chicken.
Yeah, and not only that, but Charkvoss has started to stream. So I believe we'll see a lot of his games streamed. Let me just double check to make sure I'm not missing like a game here. I guess helmsknight isn't playing, but there is a strong game going on that we could look at.
Yeah, Cabbage and Burritos seem to be in a series.
Yeah.
Oh no, it just ended.
It just ended.
With the kiss of death.
My bad. I should have looked into that earlier.
Miss Fairy Queen is on, and so is PKN.
Yeah, Miss Fairy Queen could also be a strong team too. I think she's partnered to Abby, the Grandmaster from New York City.
Oh, I meant that they were online, but yes, that team is also very, very good. Shout outs to Abby, who's improved so much from when he first started.
But yeah, Hisoka, it would be great if you would join the tournament as well, even if you can't necessarily get the plug-in partner that you always seek. There are other strong people out there.
Ooh, I would love to see those Hisoka attacks back in action. That man was a deadly attacker.
Let's see. Looks like PKM and Miss Fairy Queen are playing. Let's watch that when we chat more. Is Cole still in here? Cole hasn't said anything for a while.
Yeah, I was doing something real quick. Yeah, it looks like Miss Fairy Queen needs 2 knights. Opponent needs 2 knights to checkmate her.
Does 2 knights mate? If knight at G7, can't she go to F8? Why can't she walk the king to F8?
Oh yeah, she. Well, I mean, if she goes F8,
then some pawns would be quite good.
Oh yeah, but I see now. Yeah.
So I mean, we could see knight takes E6, then pawn at G7 if a pawn would come. I mean, it's a strong attack.
But my bishop covers F7 afterwards, so I think I'm fine there. This is more dangerous so without F7 covered, but I'm still not getting mated. But
now like pawns are quite good. But Christopher Yu is down time. He's not going to get pawns. And Christopher Yu, by the way, international master. Good to see more titled players playing Bughouse. So ASB says, laughing out loud, Yu at 2200. Do you think that he is overrated or underrated? I haven't really seen him play much Bughouse, so I wasn't sure what you meant by that exactly.
I'd say he's marginally underrated at 2250, but he was never like a high 2500 caliber player when he was playing. Like all these super talented chess players, of course they could be if they played a little bit more consistently. Yeah, Queen H5, very nice from Fairy, just picking up the bishop.
Yeah, and they are up time, so not going to get like a pawn for H4 to defend. And we said super pawn is probably Grind. Miss Fairy Queen and Grind have played together a lot, so very familiar with each other's styles. Oh, given the pawn, that's surprising. But I guess can't take this because bishop takes pawn is gonna just mate Jerry Graham.
Yeah, it would cost you your life. And
now they're up a lot of time. Now they're up over 10 seconds. Christopher Yu says in the chat, downtime rough.
Now knight mates Christopher Yu, and Grind could have just gone queen at b5, and then the knight comes.
And by the way, for those of you who remember the free internet chess server, Jerry GR is Jerry Graham, who is Johnny Rio from Fix. So he used to be a fixture on Fix. He's also from New York City, a fixture at the Marshall Chess Club.
Fix, sure. On picks? Okay, I'll see myself out.
No, we needed to get warmed up with those puns for all your commentary coming into the tournament.
Oh, yeah, I'm so ready. I got the dad jokes on deck. Yeah, I've been training my whole life for this moment.
I'm just seeing. I'm just looking at some of the other games. I see two WFMs I'm not recognized.
You mean photo chess? But photo chess is a streamer. I just wait. If photo chess and Alicia are partnered, maybe they are planning to enter to win the woman prize. That would be fun to see. And they're streamers, so that would bring more attention to the game.
They have a good attack. Photo chess is losing.
Yeah, I don't think they want more attention to this particular game.
No, but honestly, like it's hard to know if they're just playing Bughouse random. Oh, that's a mate threat. If they're playing Bughouse randomly, like on their streams, or if they know about this tournament and are warming up for it. I would encourage anyone who watches a bunch of streams to go and tell streamers about this tournament. They may not be aware this tournament exists, but it would be great to see them entered.
I see two FMs right now: Rafael Ventura and
Wagner Potato.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, now we have a match. We've got Rezex against Fairy Queen and Catalyst against Grind.
I didn't see that. Okay, let me. I think I need to do a follow here so we don't miss some of this. Okay, there we go. Now following Miss Fairy Queen. I'm not familiar with Catalyst. The Rezex, a very long time Bughouse player, he would go to the Berlin tournament often, usually partner Kibo playing. They were a very strong team. I think they came in second at least 1 year, maybe several years. And Rezex also very good at 4-player chess. So he's been in the championship several times.
Rezex is just such a fundamentally strong Bughouse player. Like he's one of those players who can play any style you want him to. Like he's amazing at chess. He's really great at playing for his partner's board, which you kind of have to be when you're partnering someone who likes to attack as much as a BW. But he's also a brilliant attacker if he wanted to. He's so sick.
Yeah, and that sounds sort of like Chicken. Has just that versatility.
Oh yeah. Chicken is like the granddaddy of I'll do whatever you need me to do for our team to win. All right, Catalyst has some life problems here. Oh, he's up time though, so maybe his life problems aren't that bad. But I mean, I can just take this pawn on f6.
This 10 seconds is a huge amount of time to be up.
Oh,
that's an interesting defensive choice.
I mean, this just seems incredibly greedy.
But, yeah. I'm never going to criticize greed because I'm a greedy guy. Oh, that's mate. Miss Fairy Queen is mated with knight h3, then new knight at f3. Bishop at g2 is going to lead to mate.
Nicely done.
Hats off to Rezex for that one. Miss Fairy Queen was a little inaccurate with her defense, but it's just hard to be accurate every move when you're down 10 seconds.
Yeah, I know the feeling of downtime so often.
I'm the king of being downtime, but
I will blame a little bit on my shitty internet of like 20 megabits.
I
have gigabit internet, so I have no such excuse. It is all me.
So I'm a relatively fast player, so I have no reason to be downtime as often as I am. But
the only reason I know I am actually relatively fast if I'm uptime is because of pre-moves.
We cannot sanction pre-moves on this stream. This is a no pre-moving stream.
I, for one, have never pre-moved before in my entire life. I knew one guy who pre-moved, and he literally died 2 days later. It was crazy.
Yeah, pre-moving goes against doctor's advice.
Hurt me. That has hurt me where I played with one person 3 times in a row, and a third time they anti-pre-moved me, and they got my queen. Like, I was down in a really bad position. Like, oh shit.
My general philosophy is
stream title.
If I get anti-pre-moved, I will force you to do it again. I am way too stubborn to stop pre-moving, and it's less about the logical battle, and it's more about the emotional battle. Like, I can't allow you to know that you had an effect on me to get me to stop pre-moving. So yeah, I will die for my beliefs. I guess more accurately, my partner will die for my beliefs, since he'll be down a piece for no reason.
Oh, I totally get that.
So I guess is Rezax waiting for pieces? Okay. So
this is kind of awkward for Grind. He really wishes this bishop on f8 didn't exist. Like, he's never going to have an attack here.
Yeah, I would agree for sure. This is kind of a misplaced bishop. So it looks like Catalyst is trying to grab a queen for his partner. Rezax seems to have a fairly safe king, assuming 2 knights don't come. 2 knights could be an attack vector.
Whoa.
What? Wow, that's mate. Grind has found a mate out of nowhere. Yeah, that was a bad choice, castling by Catalyst. That king was super safe in the middle of the board. So were you watching that, like, as it went down? Because I kind of looked at the right board, and I looked over again, and the safest player in the world was somehow dead.
Yeah, no, so I saw that a rook at f8 was a threat, and I assumed it was just going to take on g7, so I didn't even have time to calculate, like, castle's queenside, but like, intuitively, as soon as I saw it, I was like, this feels sketch, and it was in fact sketch.
Yeah, and that's something. Sometimes a lot of bughouse is hard to teach because there's some intuition you get by playing just a whole lot of games. And
so
go ahead.
Oh, so I think the reason why he did this, I mean, obviously he didn't see it was mating himself, but I think he saw that if he took on g7 twice, then there's suddenly a hole on the f6 square. And his king was on e8, his queen was on d7, so knight at f6 would have won his queen. But yeah, I don't think the queen really mattered much in that position.
I agree. And we criticize, like, a little bit when someone walks into mate, but honestly, because speed is so important in this game, like, the way a lot of bughouse players evaluate, myself included, when they're defending, is they'll look and they'll be like, okay, I have 3 legal moves. This is mate, and this is mate. By process of elimination, let me pick the third option. Because even if it's mate too, it's better to just play it than to keep, like, thinking.
Is this a family-friendly stream? You might need to censor the Fairy Queen Rezax board. This is a...
It is not family-friendly.
Okay,
Yeah, Fairy Queen is getting in there.
How is Rezax not the one who died this game?
I don't know.
that defies the laws of physics and reality.
To be honest, I thought it would have been a stalemate because of Miss Fairy Queen's attempts if she took h7 again.
That is something you need to watch out for in bughouse, is having a dominating position and repeating it 3 times.
Yeah, but you can always throw in, like, knight takes g5, and you have all of the problems that you had before I played knight takes g5.
Although, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but in chess terminology, draw by repetition is not a stalemate. Like, a stalemate is a form of a draw, but a draw is not a form of stalemate.
Yeah, I
think
draw,
that's
so
correct.
I shouldn't have said
But
steal.
also, I've never played the game of chess before in my life.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, chess is awful. Why play chess when you can play bughouse?
Yeah, that was my mistake on terminology. Now I have a question. Do you know if GMP is going to be involved?
Another great question. And again, someone might want to alert him that this tournament is a thing. He has a bit of a time problem because he has small children that he needs to tend to that eat most of his time. And I think he's dedicating what little time he has available to the Crazy House World Championship. But he still ought to be made aware of this and invited. He could be quite a strong contender. Like, for example, a team of Gulamali Rises and John Lee Crazy House could have, could be a strong contender in this tournament and, possibly go all the way. Though they would have the problem of not playing nearly as much as some of these others, so would be rusty until warming up.
Yeah. Hey, I would love to be watching more Bughouse with you. I do like it though, Chuck. If you stream a little bit earlier, I've been missing a lot of your streams because you've been streaming so late.
My streaming schedule is mostly dictated by when they give me Chess TV time, and they give me Chess TV time when no one else wants it, which is like the middle of the night. So beggars can't be choosers. But for this upcoming tournament, I'm not gonna care as much about being on Chess TV. We're just gonna stream whenever there's Bughouse matches. So November, I'm gonna be streaming a crazy number of hours. And I'd love to see
awesome.
a bunch of you there watching, playing, commentating.
I can't wait for that 1,000,000-point pre-move.
Yeah, that's going to definitely help the people who are saving up.
I have like around 200K.
So pawn grab and sacker seems to be new. I'm going to put him on the definitely an alt list. And I am going to show mercy on him by blocking him right now so that I don't have to find him in the pool and report him. But yeah, I don't know who this is, but definitely an alt.
Yeah, I mean he's doing about as well as you can in a matchup like this. I mean, I say as he has a completely lost chess position, but
yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised Jerry Graham is 2000. I think he's usually rated lower than this, so he must be improving or just playing a lot.
I mean, he strikes me as the type of player who would do really well against other players in that 2000 range, but the type of player it would be hard to snipe a win against a high-rated team just because of the speed.
Yeah, I think that's accurate for sure.
Like generally, the type of players that get like high variance upsets are the ones that are really fast, so you're up enough time to where your other partner can character you, or ones who are like really good attackers for their level, and you just need one mistake where your high level opponent just doesn't defend well. But
yeah. So Jerry would. Oh, okay. He doesn't wait for it. I don't know about retreating the queen. I think Jerry maybe should have gone all in there, but he's deciding to defend, giving Grind the attack, and leaving Grind actually very safe. Miss Fairy Queen continuing to just stay up time, bring her pieces towards the king. And now a knight is quite good. That's another good move. It wins a queen for a knight. So a knight is still good, a new knight. Or even a pawn there could win another piece, which is what she's going to do rather than waiting. And now she might wait for a pawn to keep the initiative, or might just play knight takes f5. So Miss Fairy Queen is quite fast and had at a very good position, even if she kept moving. But they're gonna use the time to their advantage. Oh, whoa! Jerry has mate. No, never mind. The queen covered. My bad.
You know who does have mate?
Yeah, it looked like it would be mate because I saw like rook at h8, to draw the king over, pawn check, and then rook in. But maybe the queen covered. Maybe that was next move. GMB MW says, is being addicted a requirement to get in good at Bughouse? Not a requirement, but definitely helps. It helps a lot.
Yeah.
We were talking about strong players playing Bughouse, the strong chess players like grandmasters, and the conclusion I've reached after seeing this for years and years is grandmasters at chess and titled players at chess just can learn Bughouse a lot quicker than everyone else. But the reason that all the top players are not grandmasters at chess is that people make up for that by putting in a lot more hours than the grandmasters do, and they do that by being addicted to the game.
Yeah, like Bughouse is basically like any skill. Like if you practice it and you play a lot, you'll improve. And if you don't play as often, then you won't improve as much. Now, some people are really naturally talented, so they don't really have to practice much at all, and they're still quite good. But yeah, like in general, like the amount of time you put into it is will be reflected in how much you improve.
That's good coordination. Jerry Graham taking that bishop because it wins the queen and keeps the attack. So now things are going to start to fall apart because of the time situation. So if he gets greedy and takes this pawn, then rook e3 is his thing for Miss Fairy Queen. He's going to wisely go for another type of attack. Maybe
I actually
bishop
like
e6.
Position here.
Which position do you like?
I like compounding in Jerry's position. So you're down a lot of time, but both players have like pretty safe kings. So the time shouldn't hurt as much as it otherwise
This is a
would
great attack in place for that bishop. But Miss Fairy Queen has castled somewhat out of danger, but hung the knight in the process. Rook takes f7 is the thing.
Rook f7.
So are we gonna see castle? No castle.
Yeah, I like castling queenside. Yeah, this knight is a lost cause. I want to castle on that die. Okay, he agrees.
Yeah.
Wait, what did Jerry just do? Queen at d6? Remember when I said they both had safe kings? That was a pretty funny joke, right?
Yeah, that is a funny joke. Oh, wow. Sack the king. Sack the queen. Freudian slip. Also sack the king. That's another win from Miss Fairy Queen and Grind.
Yeah, that one was so. Jerry played really well that game, but yeah, just like one fatal misevaluation at the end. Yeah, led to him getting mated.
It looks like I've missed some chat here. Blunderman says, last Bughouse World Championship, one night spent 12 plus hours playing nonstop. Which might seem like a flex to you all, but I've played nonstop for more than 20 hours. And I have friends who've played even longer than that. So kind of par for the course if you're a Bughouse addict.
Yeah, I don't hate myself, so I've never done that before. But
what's that like having self-restraint?
For me, it's not even a restraint thing. Like I don't even think I'd want to play that long. Like I would be in physical pain.
Oh, I'm not contesting the physical pain, but worth it.
It's like, to me, I would have to restrain myself from something I really wanted to do, but like no part of my compound has chosen to die.
Self-made there.
I would have sat for pawn there as fairy. Like when your opponent kills themselves, you have to teach them a lesson by checkmating them with a pawn.
So what is going on? Here we go.
is a treat Miss Queen with respect in the poll right now.
Yeah, I saw that. But I think we're going to continue to watch the Fairy Queen grind team. Kay Hyken, another a long-time player from the free internet chess server. Good to see him still playing. Probably not as much as he used to. He's from Seattle.
Fairy has the classic trades are great and terrible position.
Yeah.
I spend a lot of my time in this position.
Jerry Graham says pawn.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, but like in this position as Jerry, like you can't play for your partner's board here. Like either KI King is going to get an attack or he's going to be unsafe for the rest of the game. So like you kind of have to play for his board, otherwise you're just going to be sad.
Yeah, this is a tough position. I don't know why Miss Fairy Queen doesn't just put a pawn on g7 though, because that would kind of cement the position, and then it would be impossible to defend.
I mean, forcing rook wasn't trivial for grind in the position. I mean, now it kind of is because there's
but it would have been a long-term threat for the entire game. Then it's not like the rook would have need to come, in 2 moves or 3 moves. It could have come in 50 moves and still been made.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree
with the problem. The problem would not see the putting the pawn on g7 has a dual purpose. It gives the rook mate threat, but it also would have prevented Kay Hyken from throwing a pawn himself on g7 and just trading stuff off.
So queen mates for grind now. And can grind force rook? I mean, there's got to be a way to force rook.
I think grind should just take the pawn anyway. I guess he doesn't want to give the pawn for d4, but eventually should take the pawn for sure.
Oh yeah, that's
threatening bishop takes f7, and that's mate. A bit anticlimactic ending, but it shows Miss Fairy Queen was just able to pile up a chess.
Oh, okay. This is a matchup. I have no idea who Metaphysicles is, but Fox versus Fairy should be hype.
Yeah.
Oh. Fox has gone full I want to kill you mode out of the opening.
Yeah, Fox has an interesting dynamic because Midnight Fox is definitely a sack sitter, but if forced to play chess, he is a FIDE master and he can roll out quite a few good chess moves.
Yeah, he has a very rare combination of skills for a sack sitter because one, he's an incredible chess player, but two, he's also fast, which is not common for sack sitters. And that combination is why he's higher rated than almost all of the other sack sitters in the pool. Grind has no interest in defending the knight f6 threat. I guess now he's setting for pawn at h7 and hg/fg, and you're pretty safe. I don't know what this check does. I feel like the answer is nothing.
I mean, the answer to that, it depends. Does Metaphysicles screw up or not? And that if your opponent screws up, it's always helpful. Looks like he has managed to win a queen from this.
Yeah, I was gonna say he could just go king g1 in that position, but because like my king was like really safe on h2. But I mean, actually, still like
one of the benefits of attacking like this though is like your opponent has to defend perfectly, and if they do defend perfectly, then they maybe win a few pieces, etc. But if they don't defend perfectly, one wrong move and you just crush them.
And also, I'd like to actually retract my previous statement about Metaphysical. Like, I think he can actually play any move in that position because, as we're seeing now, Grind actually couldn't afford to take the queen. Like, he's just made after hg6. There are no moves.
Yeah, the fact that, there are no moves. I was looking at knight back, but then new pawn inmates. If pawn takes pawn, then just pawn inmates. I think grind. Yeah, he's trying knight back. But all the Midnight Fox has to do is take a pawn, and this game is over. Taking the queen instead. Gonna flex with the queen.
Oh, the style. Oh.
Style points
Sacking
with
your
the
queen
queen.
for mate. That's
No, but I mean that was the right approach anyway, because if you can get the piece that mates while checking your opponent, then you know for sure that your opponent can't throw in some sort of cheese mate that you weren't looking for. If they're in check, then they can't mate you.
Midnight Fox has again declared for move 1 that I intend to kill you, Fairy.
Yeah, going for h6 here. Fairy Queen doing decent job defending. That's an interesting move. Threatening knight at f5 if we take, which we're gonna see.
I don't believe it. Okay, so his partner got mated, but I don't believe that attack that Fox went for. I think Fairy was completely safe.
Yeah,
and end up a ton of material.
I agree. Fairy is a very good defender. I think that's when her comparative advantage is that she's very fast and she defends well. So she doesn't necessarily go for the quick attacks, but she'll get up more and more pieces and then just like crush you with chess.
So she's a very good defender, but I'd like to add the nuance that I'm not sure how specifically good her ability to like defend accurately is, and more so I think she's one of the best coordinators in the game. Like she's functionally like an incredible defender because she always knows when to sit and when to keep going to keep her king safe, and is also like very aware of the same thing for her partner.
Bishop takes bishop should have happened there for Midnight Fox. Don't know why he didn't do that. Could have won the queen there. Metaphysically is in a bad way. This king is not long for the world. Miss Fairy Queen looks like she's gonna survive and is making threats.
Yeah, I like pawn at h5. I don't think queen takes h6 was leading anywhere. Whoa.
I don't think so either, but I did.
Well, knight never comes, so it's fine.
Okay. I guess
maybe there's like queen takes rook and pawn at h6, huh?
Yeah. Ooh, I don't know about king to g1. I think king h1 was more accurate because then a knight would mate.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
He didn't.
Fox missed. Yeah, instead of knight at h4, I think pawn at f3 was incredibly scary for Faye. With the idea that if you retreat like you did now, like I have knight at h3 and then pawn at g2, and you're in a ton of trouble.
Midnight Fox team is up 5 seconds, so this is difficult to defend, and the Midnight Fox king is fairly safe. Earlier in the game, I was looking at a weird sack.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Grind has found a mate there. Hey, Elite Insomnia.
They got bailed out of that one. That was a nice attack from Fox second.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I think Midnight Fox missed an opportunity. I think he should have knight checked first, because he already had 2 knights in hand. Midnight Fox continuing to attack. If knight takes, we have queen takes pawn. We see queen takes pawn now. And he's able to eat some material in the process.
Chuck approves of queen takes h4.
Always, yeah.
Can I? Yeah, I was about to say, can I just take this queen as grind?
Oh, he's trying to defend c2. Maybe this queen. Yeah, queen takes f6. Be greedy. I like it. Now I might sack the queen for the bishop to get an attack here and deflect the knight. Followed by like pawn. Yeah. And Knight Fox going all in here. But they are down time. If they were uptime, this would be quite a good attack. Downtime, gonna have to switch to defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think their position is still completely winning, but strategically, it probably made more sense to play for Meta's board. Even after Grind has to sack the queen here, actually, I think the Grind's gonna be really safe after he sacks the queen because I just go bishop takes h3. I actually think I'm really happy to see this knight f3 as Grind here.
I agree. Do you even take f3? Maybe bishop takes bishop instead.
Unfortunately, that's not how check works.
No. I mean, after queen takes f3, do you take the queen? Or do you play bishop takes bishop? Because if you just take the queen, Metaphysicles has no attack. If bishop takes bishop, then he's maybe making threats.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's still correct, but I feel like queen takes e4, and there's no way you can take my queen without exploding.
That's true. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just so much coverage on these squares. That's a nice move, though.
Yeah, it's tough. You can't take with knight because then knight at h3 would mate. So it has to be taken with the bishop. And he might just start attacking. Yeah, that's what we're going to see.
Well, I was thinking about this in like queen at e4 and then bishop takes g2.
Yeah, we could see knight at e5 to defend. Yeah. I guess bishop takes. Ooh, no, we can't. No, okay.
Fairy can hold knight in this position. I mean, like, yeah.
Okay.
Knight takes g2, like, very good game awareness. I think Fairy should have gone knight at e7 there. Like, I don't think there's any reason to give the rook. You're safe.
It's really hard for Grind to hold this position. He's just going to give up the queen.
What? I think this is just scramblios.
I guess.
But I mean, this is a hard scramble to play as Grind. Yeah, he just flags here. Yeah, Grind, very fast player, but you get kind of frozen by that position because like one wrong move and you're just mated. So you have to kind of double check each turn. But if you double check, you just flag.
Makes sense.
Midnight Fox has problems.
Grind would like some feed here.
I don't think Fox should be alive as he is right now. Like I think we had better now. Yeah, Fox's position actually looks really good now, and that should not have been the case.
Yeah. I think Miss Fairy Queen was probably trying to feed her partner and got a little bit over enthusiastic with the feed. And just kind of
well, no, I think she had to defend against the like knight h3, like queen takes g2 threats, but like I think that's a situation where we needed to just like sit and make sure the flow doesn't come on Fox's turn, and he's just dead to pawn at h6. Like it's unplayable.
Yeah, made him one. Maybe I should have been given score updates here. I think we're at 3-2 favoring Midnight Fox than Metaphysicles.
Yeah, this is a good set. Oh, knight h4 for Fox looked really nice. Maybe it doesn't do much. Maybe just defend g5 and then your queen's getting hit. Sorry, I made f5. I'm dyslexic. Whoa, I don't think I would have taken that one.
Eventually, we're gonna acclimate you to the ways of the greed.
I feel like I'm an incredibly greedy player. I'm just
No.
not a psychopath hell bent on dying. Like, I feel like I take my fair share of questionable pieces. That's made in one. But like, it doesn't have to be made in one or made in two for me to understand that it's a poor life decision to take this piece. Like.
Miss Fairy Queen winning some pawns here.
I think I just go Queen G6 as meta, and the Queen trade favors my partner. Not sure what Rook E8 does.
I think he's just trying to force the queen for his partner. I think Midnight Fox is going to sack more pieces. We're going to see Rook at G3, pawn takes, to get in there. Oh, he has the restraint.
Yeah, I mean, he sees aware that it's downtime, so I can't go for that. But he definitely looked at those lines. That's for certain.
Pawn takes pawn, yeah.
Nice defense from Fairy. The knight on G4 is covering everything.
It is for now, but knight at E1 is a threat. All these trades
like safe until the end of time.
Midnight Fox is like sacking a pawn every time he just like tries to get another check in. And Miss Fairy Queen is getting up a boatload of material.
Yeah, the problem is Fairy is completely safe, and this is lost on both boards. Yeah, they agree. Very nice defense that game from Fairy.
Yeah, for sure.
And that wasn't even like coordinating to keep herself safe. She just had a solid position the entire time through, which is, I can say from experience, extremely hard to do against Midnight Fox.
So Grind has sacked a bishop to get a bit of initiative here. Although a knight would win him a rook.
Yep, I wanted that free pawn on b5. I like the decision not to go knight d6 check.
You say that as he does knight d6 check.
I think it made a little bit more sense this turn because you have the fob with the initiative here.
I think he can sack that knight in. The Grind just has a win and attack here. Mate by assumption.
Oh yeah, so my reason was with the knight on g8, like I didn't really see a way for us to get in. But yeah, now he's just destroying.
New knight on h. Okay, new knight back there. Indifferent. Probably h4.
I think you can throw a dart at the dartboard of checks, and it would be a miracle if you didn't get checkmate.
I would tend to agree.
So knight g3, pawn g5, and then knight g back to f.
Bishop g6 and then knight to g7.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh wait, he has the h7 square though, right? This doesn't look like it mates.
Other knight to f5, I assume. Oh no, he's just trying to gain some time. It looks like.
I mean, you can't control the h5 square. I'm sorry, the g6 square with his knight on.
The other option is to just put like a pawn on g5, let go of check, and just box that king in.
Yeah, I like pawn at g5 a lot. I mean, this is also like quite strong.
I would just take that knight. Pawn takes knight, bishop takes. You can throw another bishop in.
I mean, I still like your pawn at g5 move. Like,
for sure. Pawn at g5 is great, but it's like he seems to be all in with this light squared attack. So I don't think he'll find pawn G5.
Actually, bishop at G5. We need our pawn on H4 to be defended. Because after bishop G5, like you can't defend the G7 square and also G3 square. You're just mated.
Yeah. He's as greedy as I would be, pushing the pawn. Rather, he can push the other pawn. G4 is the move.
It's okay. He just doesn't get the Chuck Moulton seal of approval. He has to live with the shame for the rest of his life.
He does.
Oh, don't stop here, please. I need this in my life, please.
Scary Snake says, more bugs, please. In the meantime, let's see who else is playing. We could check out the Photo Chess series if this ever goes away. Oh, we got Stonkfish in the mix here. And Maddie D. Perrine, who was in the Twitch chat, has jumped onto the board. Play against them.
Thank you all for being the heroes America needed to give us Bughouse in our darkest hour. D6 makes a lot of sense from Fairy. She's saying if you take my knight on F6, I'll take back, and you don't have to move pawn to E5. I like the decision from Matt not to take this knight. Like in this position as Fairy, like I'm just ecstatic if you take my knight and let my bishop get to F6.
Yeah, for sure. And instead he was rightly attacking the light squares, which were weakened by the D6 pawn push. As now a rook would be quite good for Maddie, but it doesn't look like a rook is forthcoming. His Fairy Queen seems to have a few extra pieces at her disposal.
Rook is coming, but at the cost of everything we hold dear. Why couldn't I'm confused? Why can't Stonkfish just take this pawn on F6? The queen was getting hit afterwards. I mean, I guess he wanted to take the rook for his partner.
Fairy Queen has a mate threat if the checks ever run out with queen at H1.
The checks will run out.
We'll probably need like bishop at H1 to just cover the rook.
And then you just have the problem of being down all of the material in a lost position. But aside from that, bishop H1, very good, very good. Stonkfish is defending valiantly. But this looks like pain and sadness.
It does look like pain and sadness. The Stonkfish was mated in one there. It looks like this may be a series. Grind probably wants a pawn. Oh, no. Grind is going for the king, not the free piece. Not even new knight at E2, followed by knight takes F4. Would have been okay. This I don't like so much.
Yeah. And I think I like this decision from Stonkfish to forego defending E2 here. Like, I think the king safety is just more important in this position.
I agree. But king safety seems to be going by the wayside.
Yeah. And on bishop G4, I'm taking that also.
I would play bishop at F3, then bishop takes knight. But I'm a greedy guy.
Oh, very nice, very nice, very nice.
Not the knight I meant, but that works as well. This is quite the pawn wall being formed. Stockfish's board. I think we're gonna see a promoted pawn though. And yeah, that's gonna be game over.
I think as Matty, I would have played e5 there, instead of queen d3. But I don't know theory. Maybe there was something like completely wrong with that. My idea was if you like played your knight to attack my queen, I was just going to take your bishop, and I was going to take on a7.
Why did Grind just give up his queen? I'm confused. I would have done the opposite. I would have played queen takes f6 to exploit the pin. But they are up time.
Oh, I got disconnected from chess.com.
Okay.
Okay.
His fair queen seemed to have a lot more development. Well, that's a free pawn. He doesn't want the free pawn.
Yeah, I think we can take this.
He's going for initiative. The queen in hand, initiative seems like was the right move after all. Get the other bishop involved. Oh, that works too. Yeah, that's mate. Queen up. Queen at g4. Or could play with your food. Knight to h5. I approve of that. It did not require dropping a queen on the board.
Oh, nice tactics from Matty there. Yeah, very nice sequence here. It's got an amazing position here. This is looking good for their team.
It is. So that's
yeah, I like the decision
already. And if he gets another knight, he can win another queen. But
yeah, I was gonna say, I think I would have gone c takes, but she probably communicated to Grind not to give knight there, which is why she went for this line. Position still looks very good for Matty.
Grind is eating all the pawns. He's up like 8 pawns. There's another pawn. That was one. This is a good attack and defense move.
Yeah. I'd go king b1 and tell my partner to hold knight, since we're up time, but yeah, now we don't have that luxury because now knight comes instantly. Well, now they have to sit. Okay. Oh wait, I'm blind. Knights can move backwards. Knight at d2 was never a threat.
Yeah. Knight check for Grind is quite good. It wins a queen or a bishop. But I think he's going to wait till his partner is safer for giving the knight.
Yeah, we can just take this bishop as Grind.
Sure.
This looks...
This fairy queen is ignoring the knight on the other side of the board to just go for the king. And they're up enough time that Grind can easily force a rook. Almighty has to be careful about his king's safety.
This is interesting though. Yeah, it's hard with the time. I mean, king c1's only move here. Like the queen mates your partner in one. Or wait, we have a mate one threat. What am I saying? Yeah. Well, I'm not smart. Yeah, Queen D2 very good.
Up about 10 seconds. And Miss Fairy Queen does have enough other pieces in hand to be a bit of a menace. Could even play bishop takes bishop, knight at h5, get an attack over there.
Very
Ooh.
nice. Oh,
Uh-oh.
beautiful.
They're still up 2 seconds. They were not up 2 seconds, then this could be hazardous for Grind's health.
I still think Stonkfish is doing well. Like, we just go Queen C1 and Grind has to defend. Like, I don't think they can coordinate. Like,
Queen
Grind
C1
pieces.
is a nice move because it threatens queen takes bishop and then queen h6.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Fairy's gonna take the knight. Oh wait, she can't even take a knight.
Fairy can take a knight on a1.
Oh, she can. I mean, like, you probably have to at that point. Like, it kills your attack, but yeah, I think this looks bad for Grind, but Stonk has to move. Like, I don't think the scramble favors him. Like, I think Queen C1 is just completely fine. Yeah, Grind is just dead.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
And they are down time. Maddie says, I sit.
Yeah, no, Queen D2 is a very nice move. Like, even though the Queen made his partner in one, the maiden went there on his board was more pressing.
Absolutely.
They declined our challenge. Alright. Guess it was okay.
Thank you for stepping up and being the hero America needed.
Thanks.
Oh, we have the match of the century. It's treat Miss Queen with respect against Miss Fairy Queen.
Oh, I thought this was a grind. Apparently not.
You thought treat Miss Queen with respect was a grind?
Yeah.
It's a good question. We don't know who treat Miss Queen with respect is. Has a lot
for
of
all
friends.
We know, Brian could be Simuling. Playing
Simuling
against and
teams.
partner to Miss Fairy Queen.
It looks like I've already blocked treat Miss Queen with respect. Ooh, took with the wrong rook. Miss Fairy Queen.
Oh, that's not respectful. He just took her piece. And he's taking more of her pieces.
Miss Fairy
Treat Miss Queen with respect, not being respectful.
Miss Fairy Queen's kind of getting chest here. But her partner has a pretty decent position.
If Jerry can stay up time, this looks so bad for Fairy.
Yeah. That A pawn is going to promote.
Yeah, but Jerry is not doing his job and doing the quick moving thing.
He is not. No. He's making good moves though, even if they aren't quick moves.
The problem though is, like, on the queen board, it's like the game will be decided by whose turn feed comes on. As I said, this still looks good for them. Like, I'm happy as treat Miss Queen that I got in f6. It feels like it's going to take a lot more material for Fairy to be able to mate me.
So maybe bishop takes h3, then knight at f2. Okay, never mind. Oh, knight takes knight. Wow. Knight back. And
I have it on good authority that knights are not allowed to move backwards. Ooh, I'm not taking this draw.
Went for the draw. Why do you take the draw? I think
I
they
mean, I
had
think
better than a draw.
situationally, like, yeah, I mean, like you've got a much slower rated partner, and you're kind of like all
Yeah,
things
I mean,
being
I guess
equal,
they
you're
were
not favored to win. But
taking some points and running, but I still think they treat Miss Queen with respect had like a much better position. I think that could have been converted pretty easily.
yeah, you're mitigating the risk that like you guys screw it up and you lose a game you should have won. But like in terms of what's optimal, like I think if we play this game like 1,000 times from that move, like I think you're going to gain far more rating points on average by not going for the draw there. Even understanding that some of those games you'll end up losing and yeah, like messing it up.
Midnight Fox pointed out he did treat her with respect by doing the draw.
Oh, that's true. That's why I did it. We understand.
Wait, I don't see how Jerry messes this up, right? He takes f8 and then pawn at e7.
Say that again. You don't see how who messes this up?
Jerry. Like
Yeah. You're saying Rook takes f8 and then pawn at g7 and looks
e7.
Oh, at e7. Okay, that's pretty good too. Yeah, that forces a queen. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think that treat Miss Queen with respect needs a queen. Like, seems to be crushing without a queen. I would just leave the queen on e1 and promote the a pawn, win at chess. But that's just me.
Fox already got to the bottom of this. He was treating Miss Queen with respect. We know all we need to know.
I think we have solved that mystery. Okay, what's going on? Has the bughouse stopped? Do we have to watch Jubla? Let's see. What else do we have playing? We have a vampy game possible.
All right, I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Okay, thanks so much for jumping in a bit, Sean. Have a good night. Yeah, so the high level bughouse might well be over. The highlight of this stream, though, for sure, was seeing helmsknight come out of retirement.
Oh yeah, that was so awesome.
We hope to see much more of her, and hopefully they'll team up in the Bughouse World Championship. Like a Chicken Helms team would be really fun to watch throughout that process.
Oh yeah, and Helms will definitely be informed by the end of the tournament if she plays. That would be so much fun.
Oh, we have another game
reminder
here.
Everyone in chat, sign up for Bughouse World Championship if you haven't already. There's a under 2,000 section and an open section.
And not only is it open and under 2,000, but there's also class prizes. So there's a under 2,400 prize, under 2,200, under 1,800, and under 1,600. And it's not just about prizes. Like, even if you think there's not a snowball's chance in hell that you will win any money, it's still a lot of fun to play. So definitely check out that tournament. This fairy queen is shockingly safe, although a rook is quite bad. No, I don't know about that one. I guess it makes sense. She's threatening knight d4. Do we take that knight? I guess we do.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, because after king f7, like you get to take my bishop on g5 as well. Unpleasant.
Yeah, knight is a fairly big threat here, though. Knight at d5, king takes, bishop at h3.
No, I think I'm just gonna go king d8. But I still
would
prefer not.
Oh, we're going king d8. Wow. I guess that's.
Oh, yeah, promotes. I guess I can't go king d8. No. If king d8, you promote on f8, and I have the problems in life.
Yeah. So now, like, knight at g8 followed by rook at e8 is interesting. Not that he has either of those pieces. Maybe knight takes bishop.
Oh, he did not realize
that's a
knights
lady.
can move backwards.
They can move backwards. Oh, this is
I
a
mean,
little
you get to
risky,
play some
though.
checks, but no, I think my king's safe here. Like knight c7, king d8.
Ooh, pawn at d7 is bishop. You're not as scared of. Whoa,
Well,
wait,
pawn
a
mates
pawn
are right
mates. What? And they're up 1 second. Okay. So do we play knight takes knight? Do we throw a rook in somewhere? What do we do
I'm taking all the time I can to think in this position.
Oh yeah, no, for sure we're thinking. But like, what are we doing after we think? Are we playing like f4 just for like style points?
No, I've got to try and keep initiative here. Like I think
maybe
if Fairy gets safe, you're never winning this game.
Knight takes c7 is a possibility. There's a bunch of stuff.
I see your greed coming out.
Oh well, it's about keeping all your pieces near the king, doing useful things.
Rook at g3 is a reasonable decision, but I'm extremely confident that Fairy
Rook at g3. I think he should have played knight to d2 and taken the rook, but it worked out for him for sure.
Knight g5.
That's nice.
Yeah, no, I think Fairy's safe, and I think you lose this time scramble 1 million times out of 1 million.
Oh, I would have taken the bishop before playing f4. Rook takes bishop, followed by rook over, I guess.
I mean, it's not even going to be a scramble. Grind just says mate here.
Yeah, that does look somewhat mate-ish.
It's tough, though. I don't think they made any, like, wrong decisions strategically. Like, you had to move there. Like, you can't really avoid getting to a scramble eventually. It's just...
Yeah.
Very, very close to winning, though. Just a pawn short, and like,
and pawn grab and sacker said in the chat, pawn mates, and he asked his partner, "Are you fast?" And his partner said, "Probably not." And that's when they made the decision to just keep moving.
I mean, even if your partner is fast, you have to be fast enough to make up the difference between you and Fairy on the other board.
Yeah.
And making up the difference against Grind, who is also crazy fast. So.
Yep. Return to the Laggard versus Vampire Slayer is a thing as well. Oh, it looks like probably Return to the Laggard is partnered with Bum Russia, which I think is King Switcher. We could watch that match. Should we switch to the King Switcher match, or should we hope that these guys play again?
I mean, we could watch the King Switcher match, and if Fairy pops up with the game, we'll know, and we can sort of choose from there.
Okay. Yeah, let's jump into the King Switcher match. Vampy is the low board. It's interesting.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see the King Switchers against Fairy and Crine. Like, those are two incredibly good teams when it comes to coordinating, so it would be an interesting matchup to see. Right, Lager has 5 million checkmates here.
Yep.
So King Switcher also does not play e5 in that position, which makes me think it's probably theory or something. Because as white, like, my intuition was to just play e5.
I was looking at the other board when you mentioned that, so I'm not sure what you mean, but I'll try to look for it next game. I think Vampire Slayer is going to get chest, though. Return to the Lager is a national master. Vampire Slayer is not.
Yeah, Return of the Lager definitely attended the Chuck Moulton school of being a greedy whore. He also loves his material.
And King Switcher is sitting this down, putting pressure on Vampire Slayer. How is she going to defend this knight? Apparently by retreat in. Rook takes pawn is the greedy move, which Return of the Lagger did not play. Rook takes pawn is still a possibility.
Yeah, pawn at d3 looks very good. He missed pawn at d2, but I mean, this is still crushing.
Oh, the other team is playing. We're going to stay on this one now. They seem to be up a bunch of pawns.
I mean, knight at c3, and I'm going to play a million checks, and if I can't mate you, then I'll just take your queen.
That's a free knight that Return of the Lagger just picked up. I approve, of course. That looks mate-ish. Bishop at his mate.
Very nice, very nice.
So is that here when you meant e5 or? Okay. Or no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong board. I was looking at the wrong board, not the King Switcher one.
I think it was it's in the King Switcher board where White takes on f6
Okay.
with the queen on d4, and
What?
then like
Why
White
don't I
has the
just
option of playing
take
like pawn
G2?
b5.
Oh yeah, treatment queen with respect is not gonna live very long here. Diagonals are wonderful for King Switcher.
Yeah.
But you can find good places for this knight too. Even move the knight to d4 and be a threat.
I mean, knight at e3 is nice, but I'm sitting to put a pawn on e3 is what I intend to do with my life.
I am not sit-in.
And I don't care that we're down 3 seconds.
I hate sit-in, and I would even save those knights for later. I would have moved the knight to d4. Oh, that's a free bishop. That's a free knight. Queen takes knight. Oh, taking the free queen instead.
Queen takes knight, look.
I liked my move better.
Yeah, I prefer queen takes knight. Though, I mean, everything wins at this point.
Yeah.
Especially with Lagger's king being safe.
That's a free knight.
All right, he didn't do the spaghetti-o and move his knight for a discover check and then lose his queen. Which, to be clear, he could have done that and they would still be completely winning.
Yeah. I would play rook takes pawn here. But I'm a greedy guy. I would still play rook takes pawn here.
Wait, you wanted rook takes f3?
Sure. Then knight takes. So a queen is very good for Return of the Lagger.
Lagger looks fair.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess you can't get a queen. There's 2 queens on the board, but that's a free bishop.
Yeah, it's an incredibly free bishop. I mean, this is also quite pressure.
Everything wins, basically. Pawn at c6, I like. Okay, that's reasonable.
I like your move better, though. Like, I don't think the black queen and king enjoyed being on a light square.
Ooh, he's got to watch out for rook at f1. Vampy might sneak in a win here.
Oh. Like I said, I went to chess school. I know how to defend against mate in 1.
Thanks to the follow from Oka Leon Dioglu. Really appreciate it. I think Return of the Lagger tried to get too fancy. It should have just taken more of the free things.
Yeah, I mean, Vampy and Queen have done a decent job, like, clinging on for life, but this is just still impossible at this point.
Bishop takes bishop. Pawn takes bishop.
Pawn d2, I respect it. I respect it.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a try, but
I mean, your
respect
odds
the
of winning
hustle.
are virtually none, but you create a win condition where, like, if he sneezes and doesn't do something about your pawn d2, you have a mate. So
yeah, for Sure, you go for mouse slips. I think that King Switcher and Return of the Liger are playing to take all of the pieces. I no longer think they're going for checkmate.
I want to see it with every fiber of my soul. Please don't resign. Please. He's going for a threefold, maybe? Oh.
That's mate.
Dagger, don't do it. I'm disappointed. Oh, this is a matchup. Oh, okay. Get your popcorn ready, folks.
What are we watching? Where's the popcorn?
It's the Laggers against Grind and Fairy.
Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna follow. There we go. Hold on.
I think Grind and Fairy are favored in this matchup.
I have to deal with a text spam now with my usual fuck off and die.
Oh. Creative.
I half feel bad because if this number is spoofed, then I'm just texting a random person, fuck off and die. I'm just coming out of nowhere, but alright. Back to the game here. Miss Fairy Queen has quite a decent attack. Knight at f6, pawn takes knight, revealing the queen. It seems quite good.
Also up a lot of time, though I like Lager's position.
Lager does a very good position. Lager would like a rook, I guess. A rook for h8. That's a creative move.
Oh, I like this move a lot.
Yeah, pawn can't take, or there would be knight at f6, which is just outright winning.
This is not easy to defend.
It's not.
Like you can't go like bishop at h8 because that gets mated
King
by knight
Switcher
f6 anyways.
Downtime. Hard for King Switcher to defend this. So Grind and King Switcher are both kind of in the grinder here.
Okay, so knight at f6 is a threat. So how do we defend against this?
I mean,
I guess like
I think he also wants to try to get a diagonal for his partner though. So how indeed. Can you get away with?
I don't think we can worry about taking a diagonal.
What if you play queen takes pawn?
Isn't knight f6 like is so bad? Like I have to go king h8 and then go
after queen takes e7. You think knight f6 is
oh, you're
bad?
taking that pawn. Oh,
sure.
Okay. Oh, your knight covers g7. Okay, yeah.
Right.
I mean, like I think I'm only doing that if I know my partner's mating though, because like
well,
after I take your queen into
how's Bum Russia gonna defend this? I mean, yeah, getting a queen for a pawn might help a little with defense, but that king is really in a bad way over here.
Yeah. All right, good point. Because we can't ever take on f6 without like leaving the mate thread on h7 open.
Well, the mate thread on h7 would rely on getting a rook, which I don't think can be taken from Return of the Liger.
No, I think you just need a pawn though, because like King Switcher can't make space here.
Yeah, but if you take g6, then you need queen takes before you renew the thread on h7.
Yeah, but the problem is after queen takes g6, I don't think black has a move to defend against pawn at h7. Like if you take on f6, rook still mates anyways. Oh, I missed this move. This holds on for a little bit.
Not for that long. That's knight at g7. Whoa, what? He didn't play the mate. Okay, that was a bad pre-move.
Yeah, I think also that was King Switcher's only move too. I mean, like it's tough like that.
No, it was an only move. It was a forced mate. Maybe didn't expect it to move. Expected him to just sit. But the knight drop won.
Well, that was an exciting game one. I am so glad we get to see this series.
Yeah. So our score right now is 1-0, favoring Return of the Laggers team. Ooh, we got the embed. Hey, people on chess.com. This is Bughouse, which is a chess variant played by 4 players in teams of 2. Whoa, that hangs a queen.
Spaghetti.
National Master hangs a queen. Why is Miss Fairy Queen sit in? Okay, so
I'm gonna guess because her position is hard to play.
Yeah, I thought maybe she just disconnected or something. It was kind of odd not to move there. Like if you get down 30 seconds, the game's just over for high-level teams like that.
Yeah, very strong start by the laggers here.
And the laggers.
So knight makes for king switcher, and
they got it.
Wow, that's poor coordination.
The laggers are a team that have played a lot of games together, know each other's styles, and their styles work well together. Miss Fairy Queen and Grind have also played a lot of games together. I think their styles gel less well than the laggers gel with each other. Because my impression, at least, is that Grind is big on attacking, and Miss Fairy Queen is a greedy person. So sometimes that doesn't work out well to great coordination.
I actually like their styles together though, because like while Fairy is very greedy, she's also really good at forcing pieces. Like there are a lot of people who are like good at feeding, but she's good at feeding and also like specifically.
She is, but part of that is that they're so fast that they're almost always up time, and this is kind of an exception because the lagger team is so fast. And if they play a team where they're not, wait, didn't they just miss mate? I guess this is also mate. But,
no, this was clean because
that's clean. Their style works together when they're up time, when they're playing a team that's as fast or faster than them, it can get tough.
And to be fair, they've been up time in almost every game. They've just like miscoordinated a couple of them. I mean, like that sounds like it was all in them messing up. Like they've also been like outplayed. Like both the laggers have been playing very well so far. At least in terms of like purely time.
Apart from hanging a queen.
Oh yes.
I think kind of the instant replay that was me saying, "Oh, we got an embed. Hello, 1,000 people from chess.com. This is a high-level Bughouse game you're watching. Oh, hung a queen."
I know it's unfortunate because like he wanted to lose that game so incredibly badly, and he just couldn't get it in the end, and I feel bad for him.
Sometimes it's tough when you have such an overwhelming lead to find a way to lose. So queen trade on offer. I think both of the kings on the right side board are fairly safe. Maybe try to deflect the f3 knight. But the queen on g3 is a good defensive resource for grind. King is still very safe. And it's interesting because Miss Fairy Queen and King Switcher are both used to playing chess just to keep grinding out moves. Rook mates for King Switcher. They are down 16 seconds though. Not going to get the rook. For those of you unfamiliar with Bughouse, time is a big part of the game. It's the diagonal clocks that matter. And here we're seeing a 15-second differential, which is just really huge at this level of play. So King Switcher about to lose a rook. And now Mixed Fairy Queen is up the exchange at chess and up 10 seconds. Honestly, if grind just doesn't move, I think Miss Fairy Queen can win this chess game.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is good. Like he's going to move because the queens are going to come, but like the queen is just going to come on a turn where it just mates King Switcher.
Yeah, you're right about that, which is
so
right now. So, okay, so rook take. Yeah, now like, queen and mates. Queen at d1 is mate.
I think Queen Switcher had to go like 93, and you have the same position where like Queen's going to mate you anyways. But,
yeah, there's also the resource. Yeah, I was going to suggest this with rook here, and now the queen mates again, and you just gained a few moves. The knight move
knight also. Yeah, this is why I wanted knight e3 because you get a similar position, but he has to sack his rook on e3 to have the queen mate.
And she could also make a knight mate with like knight e3 with a knight g4 threat. The time is very close here. Is she gonna get greedy and grab this pawn, or is something else gonna happen?
I mean, surely you can repeat once. Like, there's no reason not to take this pawn.
The reason not to repeat is if you do that, then the knight threat no longer works, because you have an escape square on g3. Okay, so
okay, she agrees.
So she's trying to guard against promotion, basically. She would like a pawn. Okay, pawn mates now. Pawn at g2 is mate. Whoa. That's interesting queen to have come. I think he's going to live through this. As crazy as that is.
Yeah, no, it's going to come. I like, yeah, knight e5. Like, it attacks f3 and also defends the square near your king.
This is such a crazy game. Now Miss Fairy Queen is down 4 seconds.
This scramble still looks good for them, though.
Yeah?
Because she's winning in chess, and it takes a lot of pieces for King Switcher to do anything. And also, Lager's just made it now.
That's a good point,
yeah,
too.
No, this is over.
He's going for promotion.
So, okay. Well, these games have been very exciting.
Yeah.
So the match score is 4-1, but the games have been much closer than the score would indicate thus far.
They have. Oh, that's a sack. I think a diagonal would have been better there. Okay.
Oh yeah, I definitely am sitting for pawn at g4 against this. So.
Ooh, I don't like king over. Okay, so a queen mates for Return of the Liger. It's not going to come. We've got to find another threat. That's a reasonable threat. And right now, Grind has no pawns to throw in there.
Yeah, I like throwing in pawn h7.
Okay, so now we're threatening rook takes h5. They're existing pieces.
Yeah.
Although a rook would be very good for
pawn at
Grind.
g6.
Knight takes knight, yeah. At some point, I think should get in, move the bishop to d3. Exactly, now the rook guards the back rank.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by the defense here. It's a tough position to play, but I think we kind of had to suck it up and just put a pawn on g6. But we'll see. He's holding on here.
I would play bishop takes pawn, threatening rook takes h5. A rook over check.
Oh, I mean,
and you could even castle if you ever want to switch to defense. But bishop at e5 first makes sense. And yeah, rook down. Here, I might switch to defense and castle. Oh no, you can't castle. That king is moved.
Oh, no, but you have time in like knight and pawn mates and also rook mates. And Fairy can't hold either of them. You just take the rook here. Okay,
yeah,
or you take the knight.
Knight at h7 is going to mate. Looks good.
Oh, knight a4.
That's a dirty move right there.
I mean, bishop c3, and if we get a knight at e2 is quite nice. Yeah, so now king switcher has to hold knight.
This guy seems to be challenging me a bunch. Let me just go ahead and block him. Block. And let's see who he is. Okay, he's rated 500.
Yeah, I'd be concerned about playing someone that strong. I don't think that I could handle it.
For sure.
Oh, bishop a2 is cute. Like, it's annoying to block on any of the squares in the diagonal. So I think Fair would like to go knight h6 and pawn g7 and just win the queen.
Not sure what Return of the Liger is doing. I think Grind is still fairly safe here. I would even take this bishop on g3.
Bum Russia has problems in his life.
Oh yeah, for sure Bum Russia has problems, but I don't think Grind has problems. Okay, is there mate here? I guess another knight would be quite good. Yeah, knight mates. No, maybe not. Ooh, whoa. Suddenly Return of the Liger has an attack out of nowhere.
I wanted to play king f8. All right, this should be interesting.
Ooh, I don't think that was the way to do it. Okay.
I mean, there probably was nothing there.
Our score right now is 5-2. 5-2 favor Return of the Liger and Bum Russia. He could just predict all the grind sacks. Grind has never seen a sack he doesn't like. Ooh, that's mate. So grind has mate and they are uptime. Miss Fairy Queen can sit. They are fairly even on time. It looks like grind would like a pawn for d2. He probably will end up using the bishop. Looks like Scary Snakes is taking a break from commentary to go talk to people in the chess.com chat.
Very unprofessional by that guy. What is he thinking?
Yeah, I don't understand this sit. I would either use the bishop or find a different move, but he's going to use the bishop. Maybe he was calculating out what to do next. I'm assuming bishop to b4, followed by like knight at e. Okay. Interesting. Now this knight needs to be defended somehow. Maybe bishop at b5. It defends the knight and also the check-in diagonal. You might just push the pawn, but pushing the pawn is not so good because then bishop check would work.
Queen at h2 is a move that we had to play, but I'm sorry, Queen h1. But we're very sad about having to make this life choice.
About to lose a queen for sure.
I mean, like Queen h1 is please, dear God, partner, please mate. I don't want to live in this life much longer.
I don't see what grind is waiting for. Doesn't really make much sense to me. Maybe he's calculating out bishop at d2 to see whether like mate is forced. Bishop at d2, maybe b5, something like that. I guess he's calculating that out, but I don't think it works. I think he should just play bishop at b5 and keep that king out there in the open, protect his knight.
The problem with bishop at b5 is like a4, and then like my king gets like a path to escape.
Maybe you're
like,
right.
I'd love to go like bishop d2, and like if I had another die, just go like pawn at a4 and like not give your king like any pathway to escaping. But
here's another possibility. What about bishop at a4? Okay, this I don't like. I feel like grind sat forever and then found a really bad move. We're gonna have to bring that knight back. I mean, Miss Fairy Queen is about to give like all of her pieces.
Yes, though at least it's a scramble, so she doesn't have to play for long. Oh wow, that was clutch.
Okay. Interesting. Our score is now 5-4. So Fairy and Grind are catching up. Hey, just Genius, how you doing?
Grind's position looks very good here.
I like Miss Fairy Queen's position
Yeah, we're going
too. Grind would like a knight.
You can't go pawn at h4, and like if you put your queen on the h2 square, you've lost the emotional battle. Yeah, now his ground would just sit, and everything we could ever want will be coming. Doesn't sit, which is probably still fine, but I was definitely sitting for good things. Yeah, rook takes g6.
I like that
I mean, we
move.
threaten mate. And you are mated even if you take this rook, because rook at g8 and actually maybe you're not mated. Rook at g8, king h7, and my queen is defending the h5, the g5 square.
Yeah. Okay. Grind is up a lot of time, and a rook mates for grind. Question is, can Miss Fairy Queen get a rook in this time?
I mean, probably not with the material that she has, but but we'll see. Fairy is one of her best skills is the ability to force pieces, so it wouldn't surprise me, but it looks kind of hard to force here with how little material you have.
Oh, that's a nice threat there. Just trying to sneak in queen at 8, queen h3. Oh, pawn mates for king switcher. He is downtime though. He's gonna calculate out maybe a way to wiggle his queen around there. Knight at h2 doesn't really do very much. This pawn is poisoned because of the knight h2 threat. This is a one chess game for king switcher. They are up 6 seconds and like everything mates.
Yeah, grind's just gonna flag here. Very nice chessing from king switcher here.
Yeah, bishop at h2, sorry, g2 is mate.
Oh, very
Whoa,
nice.
that's mate.
Yeah, I would have had grind and fairy as slight favorites going into this match, but the Lakers are just in really good form, playing really well.
They are in good form, yeah.
Oh,
I think
Lakers sack sitting. Okay.
I think of these four, grind has been playing the least. So grind is probably a little bit rusty. Miss Fairy Queen plays a fair amount, though she plays with a wide variety of players. So she plays with a lot of low-rated players too. And I think she simultaneously a fair amount. So maybe not used to playing with grind. The Lagers play a lot together, very used to each other's styles. Who's speaking with Chuck here? This is Scary Snakes, also in the call. And Venomous, I forget if I've responded to your message yet. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to Fredericksburg. But we'll see. If I do go, it'll be a last minute thing. Because I'm kind of coming up a bunch of deadlines for applying for a bunch of jobs. So I got to get applications in. So I don't think I'll have that much free time next weekend. Though I'd love to be there. Yeah, no, it wasn't quite totally last minute. Zap actually messaged me like a week ago with the same thing. He was like, "Yeah, we're playing some over the board bughouse. You should come." And I told him I didn't think I could make it. Yeah, late October, early November. I'm just really busy. I expect I'll be much freer in December. Okay, this a rook mates for Miss Fairy Queen. I don't think she can get it. She's going to continue to move.
Yeah, but they've sort of been grinding and just I was gonna say no pun intended, but no, I intend the pun. Like they've been grinding and like slowly making their position just better on both boards.
Right.
Yeah, maybe like 5 or 6 moves ago, like it looked fairly even. Like all the kings were safe, but yeah, this really is solid play from Grind and Fairy.
One for Miss Fairy Queen. There's no way for King Switcher to defend really.
I mean, we can pretend to defend with Rook G8. Yeah. I mean,
oh, I guess the Queen actually defended F7, so it's not quite entirely over, but it's still fairly good position. That move surprised me a little bit.
This also surprised me. I guess she doesn't want to sit, which I mean, fair enough. But just like taking G7 and then sticking all of the dags on the F6 square, looks.
Her partner's mating. I'm sorry. So yeah, that was fine. Grind going for the immediate sack. Yeah, 6-5, still favoring the Liger team. Grind would like a few more pieces. This is actually a pretty crushing attack, though. Like 2 pawns mates. Let's see. What can he do without the pawns?
1 pawn mates. We have pawn f5, knight b5.
Oh yeah, you are correct.
I mean, that's not going to stop me from sitting down 2 seconds as the laggers here, but unfortunately, knight also mates.
Yeah, so he can't throw in like knight at d6 to try to pick up some time because of knight at f5.
I think with the difference being 2 seconds, I actually wouldn't sit this down. I mean, like, you have non-zero chances of winning because Fairy has to guess which knight that you're checking her with. So I guess your win condition is sitting under 3 seconds and then checking Fairy and her guessing wrong with her pre-move. And then when she does capture the knight, it takes too long to transfer on Grind's board before they run out of time.
So, I mean, she can pre-move. So you can't pre-move both. You have to pre-move one and guess right and hover the other. Is that... I'm deferring to the pre-move expert here because I would never pre-move. No idea how that even works.
Chuck, I feel like all players are pre-move experts relative to you.
They are. Like I feel like if I had to do like some bughouse commentary, I should bring in like a 5-year-old who's just learned how to play chess yesterday as a co-commentator to explain to me how pre-move works, and that would help the audience. PKR says at 300k pre-move stream coming soon. And we'll see. You guys can build up a lot of channel points in November when I cover all these bughouse matches.
I think as Fairy and Grind, I actually feel like I'm the faster team here, though not by a lot. So I actually wouldn't say it all the way down to a scramble. I would go like under 10 seconds and claim that it's much harder for Lagger to play his position and play it quickly. And just assume that I'm heavily favored in the scramble. But
so what sort of sneaky move do you make if you play? Do you play like knight c6, just nab the queen, or do you just castle queenside, get the rook involved? Like, what's your plan?
I mean, I would probably just castle. I mean, Lager Primo's knight
Oh,
d5.
and that's what we saw. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, I like this decision strategically because you already have 2 seconds, and
And
it's so hard for Lager to
4
play that
seconds
position
at the
quickly.
end, rather than 2. And the queen also made it on the other board, so that kind of worked out. They are saying GG's. Grind is saying I have to eat. They're taking an eat break. Yes, young UK baller. It is 1,000,000 points needed. 300k is 3/10 of the way there. I'm making progress. Looks like Marvel
I'm trying to
versus you.
instigate a match.
And look at Marvel versus you for now. Marvel and Chewy, who I believe are partnered for the tournament, are doing some tournament practice against Christopher Yu
Oh, I'm
and
really psyched to
Jubla.
see this team.
I wonder if Christopher Yu will play in the tournament. Does he know about the tournament?
I'm not sure. He did play last year.
Oh, did he? What?
We'd certainly love to have him back.
I wasn't aware he played last year. Interesting. Who was his partner last year?
I think his partner was Lil Killua Zoldyck.
I don't know what any of those words mean that you just said, but okay.
As in that was his is it just.com username?
Okay.
Killua, of course, referring to a character from the anime Hunter x Hunter.
Okay. I was not aware of that. Vampire Slayer is again partnered to treat Mrs. Queen with respect. Wonder if that is someone from the random pool or someone she knows. Don't know.
Well, I feel like it's only a matter of time until we get the laggers against the Masters. Actually, wait, I think all 4 of those players are Masters. Is King Switcher a National Master?
I don't believe King Switcher is a National Master.
Okay. So close to the all NM lineup.
Yeah.
Because Chewy and Marvel are both National Masters.
They are, yeah. Young UK baller saying Chris Yu is underrated in his opinion. Yeah, Christopher Yu is another sort of chess specialist who enjoys bughouse from time to time and could certainly get much better if he played bughouse more often.
Hear me out. I'm watching King Switcher. I was gonna say, do I actually die if I take this? If I take the queen? I don't think he does. The queen takes d3 for King Switcher. King takes. That seems dying. Oh, never mind. He's
check.
safe actually.
Knight at knight at a3, I assume. Oh, actually, he had better. He should have played queen e2, then knight at a3. That was just flat out mate. Okay, that's flat out mate too. That works.
We need the NM's game to end at the right time so we get this matchup.
Alright, I'm now watching the NM's game. Marvel is on initiative. Oh, that's so pawn mates or knight mates. Oh, that mates too. That's a nice mate. Oh no,
well, he still needs a knight, right?
Over. Yeah, needs a knight to mate.
Knight's not coming actually.
So do you think maybe bishop takes f5? Yeah, go back to defense mode. You bring the knight back to e5 to guard s7. Oh, a new bishop in. Okay, that's reasonable. Threatening.
I like this decision from Christopher. I don't think I'm ever going to stop to defend against knight. Although Situationally, though, I'm sure Jubla, every part of their
Ju-
soul wants to.
no, Jubla. Why didn't Jubla just? Okay.
Yeah, asking your partner to hold feed when your partner is Jubla is playing a dangerous game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just take that. This does not defend. Quincy won. Yes, goodbye, Christopher. Oh, goodbye, Jubla.
Okay, so we have Lagers. Oh, Venomous is getting in the mix. The Lagers versus Venomous, and treat Mrs. Queen with respect. Is Bum Brusher related to GM? I don't know. I doubt it.
Oh, Venomous is doing the Chuck Moulton speed run.
Oh, he is.
No pre-moves confirmed.
Venomous has decided to disable pre-move. Okay. Props to Venomous. Venomous is blaming it on his son. He says, "My son did something." I'll let me ask the pre-movers in the crowd, because I'm not aware of the answer to this, and I genuinely want to know. Suppose you have a kid. That kid went into your chess.com settings and disabled pre-move. Is that like a disownable offense? Would you say like I have no son after that, or would you still maintain your relationship with your kid?
See, I'm not going to disown him solely because I think we can use his powers for good in the future. Like, imagine I'm just getting demolished, like absolutely destroyed. I now have my son as a go-to excuse for a reason why I lost. It can't, of course, be that I just got outplayed. It's because of my son's existence. So
that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not going to disown him, but it's going to be like selfishly because I think it benefits me to have him in my life.
I can see that. Hey, Incredible Blunder, how you doing? Treat Miss Queen with respect has the checkmate. That's going to be a bishop mate situation.
Okay. Not the easiest position in the world to survive as Venomous, but I mean, like, if you can't pre-move, actually, you're completely dead. So I would stop and enable pre-moves, because the way you survive this
I
position...
don't know. I don't agree with that. I think it's King Switcher that needs to be the one who's pre-moving.
Yeah, no, the problem, though, is, like, you need to... Like, he need to be able to make a couple of pre-moves successively so that King Switcher can't pre-move all, and so he has to lose some amount of time. Yeah, Venomous actually did a nice job defending there, but like, yeah, not being able to pre-move that that hurts.
So now Chewy is sending a match to Laggers. I think you're getting what you want. You're having the 3NM and King Switcher match.
King Switcher, I'm announcing him a
honorary
NM. Yeah.
That's fair.
So we have the all national master match. Oh, and we're underway. Oh, and 2-0 as well. Yeah, so I would also have Marvel and Chewy as moderate favorites in this match, but
I
also
like
favorite
on there. I would put a knight at G7 and play knight check and then drop the pawn and win the rook. I think Chewy made a mistake there.
Probably better.
Now a rook would be good for Chewy. Is he gonna wait for the queen for like H8, something like that?
I mean, if we can get queen and our partner holds knight, so there's knight H6.
Maybe knight at E6 is a possibility. Knight at E6, bishop takes, rook takes, queen in. I mean, it's not great, but given the situation.
Knight at E4, maybe a trick. Yeah.
Yeah. Good insight. The trick is knight takes F6.
Yeah, rook e5.
But that's
nice
a great defense
defense.
by Return of the Lagger. I think this queen is going to have to be shed eventually. We're threatening knight takes c2. We're also threatening like knight at b4 possibly, depending where that queen goes. So King Switcher would like to get a queen.
Mating his partner right now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a scramble. Oh, the queen came though. Oh.
Yeah, that's good coordination. Well, whenever I say good coordination for one team, bad coordination for the other team.
I think I chalk that more up to good coordination in this scenario, just because the ability to be able to coordinate while also in a time scramble, I think, is like hard. And like I wouldn't expect you to be able to coordinate properly in a time scramble. So I would chalk this more up to like the laggers coordinating really well there. This is very double-edged on the Chewy and Lagger board.
It is. A rook mates forever for the Lagger team.
But I think if rook doesn't come, I like Chewy's position.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we had to take that knight.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think you had to take that knight. We're gonna see probably pawn at f5.
F5 is mating.
Pawn at f5, yeah, it has to mate. This may also be mate. Yeah, that's a nice find. That's a cleaner mate nice, for sure. Nice.
Yeah, the bishop defending the non-h4. Nice.
Okay, they've developed a new strategy in the chat.
They are doing the thing.
Marvel and DC for Life says, "Let's do the thing." Chewy says, "Sure, we win all now." We'll have to ask them afterwards what the thing is. I would suspect the thing is voice chat, but I'm not certain. Do we have confirmation from Sean here? Is the thing voice chat?
They were talking about voice chatting last game.
Okay.
The thing is going beast mode. It's... So Bumrusha's got the classic like pawn at h6 attacking. I mean, surely we're sacking our bishop here. He does not agree.
Knight at d5, I guess.
That looks like a logical way to continue. I mean, the dark squares are really well covered for Marvel.
That's true. This bishop on e5 is kind of a beast. Defense.
I think I take this. I don't love losing my bishop, though he is getting material for it, so it's probably fine.
Yeah, his dark squares are weaker now.
I was too focused on this board. Lagger has problems in life.
He does.
You can't even take this queen.
Yeah, if Liger had some pawns, though, he could start an attack. I don't think that was the best way to do it. Now he wants like a knight, I guess. Well, he is up time. I think you have to take that pawn, right? Bishop takes pawn. He sacked the queen for the knight. That's reasonable. You gotta play bishop takes pawn. What are we even thinking about? Knight here. It looks like the queen is going to be one back.
Yeah.
That's
this is very fascinating. Close.
I would just play a pawn at d4.
So
he's pushing. Nice okay. Well, he didn't even take that knight. Okay.
Oh, queen takes knight.
So
move the other knight in. Oh no, not doing that. I would push the pawn. Yeah. Does that mate his partner?
Oh, very resilient attack from Lagger. Yeah, he just says mate here. Wow, it looks so bad. That was really nicely done by the laggers.
It was important that they were up time so he could get fed that night. If they'd been down time, he was just completely dead. That was one of those situations where the only defense really was a counterattack, and he got a successful counterattack.
Even with the uptime, like the attacking moves that Lager found weren't easy to find, and also Bum Russia had very little material to try and like force trades for his partner, and it was very very impressive how much he managed to feed, in like an unplayable position, honestly. Um, yeah, that was a really nicely played game.
Forcing a queen trade. I'm not sure why they forced the queen trade, because Marvel doesn't look in that bad a position here.
Yeah, I think the queen trade's neutral. Um, Although now I like Marvel's like chances. Like this bishop on c6 is a very nice piece to have. Yeah, I like bishop d4. I just want to keep putting all of my pieces on the light squares as Marvel.
Ooh, I don't like that.
I mean, surely we just take this with our rook.
Yeah, I don't really understand what's going on.
Whoa,
Ooh, okay.
That's
Yeah, one way of putting it.
I don't think this
Pawn at
had to
g2.
happen.
Maybe.
Yeah, king takes his forest. And
Yeah.
that still looks quite good. Pawn d2 and then bishop f3.
Oh, wow, he's going all in.
Oh, this is. No, this is just a draw, right? Like we take and then bishop f3. Well, I don't understand. Oh, does rook mate for his partner? Oh, okay, that's what it is. Rook mate's for his partner. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, Marvel's too good a player to like miss his attack like that. Okay, that makes more sense now. Yeah, we got some tunnel vision on the board there.
Yeah, that happens often.
Marvel's position was so juicy, but no, well done by the players not to have that same tunnel vision. And
our score right now is 2-all, by the way, so it's all tied up. I guess Chewy would like a pawn for h2.
yeah, the position is actually kind of awkward if we don't get this pawn.
I would think just queen g5 would have been the move. Okay. Gonna get
I like king h8 because queen g5 you're gonna get tempoed. Like white gets a lot of pieces on the board with initiative.
Your pawn at h2 is still quite good. Okay.
Yeah, Richie 3 look good.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. That was
Well, the rook
excessively
covers
greedy.
everything on g5.
Yeah, but the rook on b2 is very misplaced. Well, now this rook takes c2 is good. Rook is no longer
Well,
misplaced.
I think he's concerned about king d3, and then like I'm just losing a piece.
Okay, so if he gets a bishop first, bishop at c4 would be winning.
So, even knight's quite good.
Okay,
for king d3.
rook at d2, I guess. I like bishop at c4. Okay, yeah.
Oh, he got the bishop. Oh,
now that's discretion.
Looks mating.
Rook takes, looks maiden and is maiden.
Yeah, there's no way he's surviving this.
Nope.
Oh, did I speak too soon? Maybe he lives. I still would be shocked if he lives this position.
Oh yeah, he's not gonna live.
Oh, okay. Now he's super not gonna live. But the rook did functionally the same thing. I think he was. Yeah, he was made even by rook at c2.
Yep.
Oh, this is a little Bughouse World Championship preview. Both of these teams are registered for the event.
They are.
Very nice opening play from Marvel. I've walked into this line several times before, and it's like so annoying to deal with as white.
Do you play knight takes c3 here? Or what's your follow-up? Because knight takes c3, you could even play knight takes bishop, and then at least you're safe. I think I would just play knight takes bishop. Knight takes b5.
Yeah. I mean, like
Knight takes b5, and you're safe. You're threatening pawn at c4. You've got a piece for your partner.
I mean, you're up time, so it's up to see if anything mates. Like if knight at b5 is mating, but yeah, knight b4 just looks so good. Like there's so many threats for Bum Rush to try and defend against. Yeah, he agrees. I don't see how we defend this.
I would just take that rook. Oh, that works too. That's even better.
He will.
Yeah. I'll take it with mate.
Bishop at b4, the classic. Whoa. He said, you thought I played bishop at b4 to take your pawn? That's cute.
So Chewy is up time. Is he sitting for a rook for f8? Or what is his plan here? Or a pawn for d7? No, never mind. He has knight takes. Is he maybe sitting to help his partner get safe too? If you live in Colombia, stop calling me.
I mean, I don't think anything mates Marvel. I mean, okay, a queen mates him, but outside of a queen.
Amarnthea asks, what is the origin story behind your dislike of free move? I sound like a supervillain with my origin story. but I am what you Zoomers like to call a boomer. So I was playing Bughouse probably before many of you were born, but certainly before pre-move was invented. Pre-move was not a thing when I started playing Bughouse and chess. Oh, that's made it one. And there was a thriving bullet community on the free internet chess server and elsewhere, and many of those bullet players did not like pre-move for kind of the same reason that there's Andrew Tang, Penguin GM, happens to love pre-move, but he is very offended by the existence of the new keyboard feature, where people can use the keyboard to select the piece to make moves much faster. And he even wants to stop playing on Lichess because of the keyboard feature. That's kind of the way I am with pre-move, where I come from a culture where pre-move was frowned upon, and there were many people who were against pre-move. And I think that it changes the character of the game in a major way, because with because the way pre-move basically works is like the computer moves for you. Like if I make a pre-move, I can go downstairs and I can make a sandwich, and the computer's going to do things for you. And I think moving moving your mouse, making the moves yourself is just part of the game. Pre-move kind of takes that away from it. You can get around pre-move by playing the strong pawn at e7. Yeah, there's certainly anti-pre-move tactics for sure. But I just don't like the existence of pre-move in general, and I am philosophically opposed to it.
I'd like to do a PSA for something I'm philosophically opposed to. Anti-pre-moving is for cowards. Face me like a real person. Don't try to take advantage of my one joy in this world of pre-moving. What on earth is happening on these boards? Chewy has mate. I'm not going to pretend to understand how we got here, but we are here.
Our score right now is 6-2. Averin, Joe Chewy Candy, and Marvin DC for life, which is interesting because the laggers were winning over the Fairy Grind team, and now Marvel and Chewy are winning over the lagger King Switcher team. So there's a term, we didn't quite hit this yet in either case, but there's a term in chess which I don't think has parallels in other games, though people can correct me if I'm wrong, which is adoption, where if you win 10 games in a row at chess or at Bughouse or at Bullet or whatever, you're deemed to have adopted your opponent. Basically made that person your son. And if you adopt someone and that someone adopts someone else, then you are their adopted grandparents. And we see this often in the chess community, in the streaming community, that they talk about this. And this is not an example of that, because like neither of these teams have won 10 games in a row. But we've certainly seen the transitive property where one team got the upper hand on the other, and then another team got the upper hand on the first dominating team. So we would assume that the Marvel Chewy team would just beat up on Miss Fairy Queen and Grind. That's not necessarily the case, because sometimes styles mix interestingly together. Where one team A can beat Team B beats Team C, and Team C beats Team A. But hopefully we'll get to learn that at some point. Pawn at H8 is a fun resource. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, if I had to rank the teams in terms of strength, despite the showing that we just had, like I do think that Grind and Fairy are the strongest team out of the three here, like in terms of just overall talent and like strength at Bughouse. And probably I would take the Marvel and Chewy team second.
I think
very interesting that Marvel's in voice chat now, by the way, because he does really well without ever using voice. So this is a scary prospect.
I think the Lagger team are very often underrated, though. People assumed that they wouldn't go as far as they did at the last Bughouse World Championships, and they just gelled together really well.
Oh, I actually was surprised in the last match that they lost to Essence and Caspi. I had actually picked them to win that match. But even with not winning it, I expected it to be closer than it was. So yeah, like my saying that isn't like a sign though. I think they're crazy strong. I just this Marvel and Chewy team is scary. So Chuck, out of the teams that are registered for Bughouse World Championships so far, who would be your biggest sleeper team out of the teams that are, let's say, rated under 2,500?
That's
like a team that you think could...
Great question. Let me pull up the list. Because if you go to this link, which gives details of the event, at the bottom of the link section is a participants list that you can click on. Let's do that now. So honestly, one team that is obviously very strong to anyone who knows them, but might not be as well known to everyone who plays actively, is the Grand Delicious team. Zyzon and Grand Delicious, like everyone knows Zizong because he plays so often, but Grand Delicious doesn't play Bughouse very often at all, and I don't think a lot of people realize how good he is. He won Bughouse World Championships in Berlin 5 years in a row, with Midnight Fox as his partner. So it's a very strong team right there.
He's not just a GM that's playing Bughouse. He's a Bughouse player.
He is a Bughouse player, for sure. But as far as sleeper teams, let me see. I'm not sure who Terra 87 is, honestly, but Fumatox is often is often a sleeper team, a sleeper player in general. He was a sleeper in the Crazy House World Championship several years running. Fumatox
I think Terra mostly plays DH. He's like 2400 plus on Lichess, if I remember correctly.
So Fumatox is Golem on the FreeNet chess server, and he came to the Berlin tournament one year that I was there, and he didn't like introduce himself. He was just like some dude, and he sat down and started playing, and he was just really strong. And we're like, "Who are you?" and then he was like, "Oh, I need a partner. Does anyone want to partner me?" And usually people like travel to this tournament and they get a partner like 6 months in advance and like practice. And he just like showed up out of nowhere and it was like, anyone want to partner me? And he finished, I think, 4th that year, maybe 3rd. So Fumatox is just like an OP player,
an actual gangster.
He is a gangster for sure.
Like,
I think so. Like it's hard to pick sleepers honestly in the open section because I mean Blitzbullet and 12-Teen are just so overpowered. But so like I don't think people are likely to just upset win, but people are likely to go further than people think. I think the Vector Veld A Zarkov team is going to do quite well. They're both fast, strong players, and I think they both speak Russian. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I'm not sure. So they could have, good team chemistry on a voice chat. Yeah. So I guess that's kind of it in the open section. I think Charkvoss is very like underappreciated. But I'm not sure if Diley is necessarily his best partner choice. Both strong players, but I think Charkvoss could go further with a stronger partner. I'm not aware of who Physician's partner is. Catalyst 555. We just saw him like earlier tonight playing, but like that's someone 2500 coming out of nowhere. Like that's got to be an alt for someone. I don't know who it's an alt for. And then if we're gonna look in the under 2000 section, let's see. Under 2000 section, Plaster Hippie has been getting a lot better at Bughouse. I forget if we are letting him stay in the under 2000 section or if we're bumping him up to open. I think he's been above 2000, but I guess we calculated out based on the 4 different rate-ins, and he still falls under 2000. So I guess he's staying there. The Navpad team could be underrated. I think Naveen is out of practice, but is certainly a very good player.
Yeah, my thoughts are literally everyone in the under 2000 section is a sleeper. Like it wouldn't surprise me if you told me any team on this list is going to win because one of them is just going to improve like by 300 points during the course of the tournament, or maybe someone doesn't play that often and they're underrated. I have no clue, but I am excited to see it.
So go away. Naveen is in the under 2000 section, which might seem unfair because he certainly had alts that were over 2000. But I think he's extremely rusty because he was banned for a while. And I think now is no longer banned. But I think he's very out of practice. Like I partnered him when he had like a 1700 account, and I felt bad about doing that because I was like, you're too underrated. This is just not going to be fair. And then we didn't win points. We went like about even. I think he's in better practice than he was like a month ago, but he's still not at his like highest strength for sure. Go away says, can you send the link again? Sure.
Yeah, I feel like there's no way that he rusted that badly, right? Wasn't his like peak rating 2300 or something?
Did he get to 2300? Maybe he did. I thought he was 22 or something like that. How do you ban a player and all of their alts? It's generally IP ban helps with that.
We might need to look into his case, but I don't want to speak too much about like any of the like individual players. Like,
yeah, the arbiters are gonna have to figure out what section people belong in, which would be easy to do if we could just use the ratings formula as listed. But sometimes people have more than one account, and we sort of have to take into account if one of the accounts is much lower than the others, and that's the one they're using. So yeah, we'll see. The arbiters will make a good decision, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You're saying the arbiters, like you're not a part of our 2021 organizing team, Chad?
I am part of the organizing team, but there was a conversation which I'll share with you all, which is people said, how do we figure out the ratings? Do we just like look at one data point or two data points or like 18 data points? And I think it was Scary Snakes who said, oh, let's look at these 4 different things. It's going to take like 5 hours a player, and we're going to put it through our supercomputer to figure things out. And he's like, what do you guys think of that? And my reaction was, sounds good as long as you don't make me do any of the work. But if you make me do any of the work, then I'm going to suggest a much simpler algorithm. And Scary Snake said, no problem, you don't have to do any of the work. And then chess.com threw in this $5,000 prize pool, and all of a sudden we got like 50 more entries. And Scary Snake said, guys, there's a lot more entries than we thought. Can someone help us do these rating calculations with our supercomputer? And I stepped backwards, and I zipped my lip.
I respect that you stay true to your beliefs. But I mean, like that just means you weren't a part of the like rating calculating process, which definitely is still part of the organizing team.
Yeah, no, I'm part of the organizing team, but yeah, I have no input into the rating calculations or who goes in what section. What I do, the main thing I do is people will message me on chess.com with all sorts of questions, and by the way, I'm very good at this. I've practiced for this my whole life. What I do is I highlight the message and I do Control C, and then I go into our organizer Discord and I do Control V, and I say, can someone handle this? And then
that's insane.
Scary Snakes takes care of everything.
Like, I can only pray that one day I'll be as good as Control C, Control V as you are. It's
takes a lot of work for sure.
Is Bum Russia made it here?
I feel like yes. I don't see how you lose this. I have
King E7 though.
The King E7, Knight at C8, Rook takes, Pawn takes, promote to Knight.
I now see a mate. All right. Chewy is not the person I want to have to try and chess in 6 seconds. Like I'm sure Lager would love if I were his opponent right now. Like he would probably feel amazing about his chances. But although like Queen H4 and Queen H6 is a very big threat. How do we defend? Oh, nice. And then no, Rook takes F6 doesn't help us because like after Queen F6 you can't defend. I think this is loss. Wow, very nice. What?
Wow. Okay. That was some defense right there.
Oh, it was a slip. Yeah, no, this.
Yeah, Liger said
no, I
slip in
definitely
the
believe
chat.
that's a slip. There's no way that he wasn't aware that queen takes h7 is a mate. Yeah, I know like one of the classics in Bughouse is to blame misplays on slips, but no, that was for sure an actual slip.
So death by checkmate, there is no entry fee. It is a free roll. I would encourage many people as possible to enter. The more the merrier. But yeah, the entry fee is often a way to discourage people from putting, more works on the organizer by, entering if they have, very little chance of winning. But, we don't care if people have little chance of winning. We have the more the merrier. And we don't care about the workload because that is all dumped on Scary Snakes' lap.
And I have no life or friends, so feel free to make the little life I do have as miserable as possible.
That's my checkmate. You should enter with Radon or someone like that. That would be fun to see. Hans Niemann. I would love to see Hans Niemann enter. Hans is very good at Bughouse. I've been playing him at Bughouse for years at the World Open. I'm trying to think when I started playing with him. I think he was maybe 10 years old. Maybe even less, maybe 8 years old. He was pretty young when he started playing. I remember when he started trying to play with us, we would like act like we were done playing Bughouse. We would go do something else, and then start playing again. Or we would tell him like it's a closed game, people can't enter. But that was when he was like just like a punk kid. Now he's like a punk adult, and he's gotten like much. He's both gotten much better at Bughouse, much better at chess, and his social skills have gotten much better too. So, yeah, no, I always enjoy playing with Hans. I think Hans is prioritizing his chess, but Hans is a very strong player. I think Chewy assumed a move that did not happen. Does B3 work for Return of the Liger? That's interesting. Okay.
The fact that Liger is still alive is truly a miracle.
I would say that for both Ligers.
I think the fun is just about over.
I think so too.
That's mate in one. He did not play Rook 85. Okay, there's probably still mate. Yeah, there's still mate.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Marvel just has to not die.
Which... Marvel is really making this interesting.
No, Marvel. Let's see. I'm confident that Marvel can survive here.
Maybe Rook takes what is that?
Wait, I spoke too soon.
Rook takes F5, I guess.
Why can't I take your knight? Was that a mate there? Okay, wow, that was that was extremely close. They're up time now though.
Wow.
That was tense. Oh. And the Liger got hit with the...
So that said, GM BMW, if you know Hans, if you want to contact him, let him know about the prize pool, and invite him to enter. Encourage you to do so. I'm just skeptical he will enter because he has a active traveling chess schedule and is prioritizing chess. But it would be great to see Hans enter. It's just streamers in general, like anyone out there who watches chess streams, tell all the chess streamers about the Bughouse tournament. Tell them it's a free roll. There are class prizes. Tell them there's if you I think earlier today there were 2 WFMs who were playing Bughouse, Photo Chess and Alicia. Alicia, what is it? Santanoli or something. Go into their chats, let them know there's
any chess players, so I've never played that game before.
No, me neither. But I know a lot of Bughouse players will watch chess streams, so let all those streamers know that there's a Bughouse tournament. Entry fee is $0, $5,000 prize pool, and Bughouse is a lot of fun. It's good content for their streams. So yeah, we'd love to have more entries.
Let them know also that tell them I'll be deeply disappointed in them if they don't play, and that will definitely motivate them to play. I promise.
It should. So I guess Chewy's waiting for a knight for checkmate. Knight at G3 is mate immediately.
I mean, I guess you have to go like knight D7 and pray that you can
give up
the
queen. Yeah.
I mean, the alternative is getting mated, but you can't go knight A6 because after I take the queen, then
maybe
I'll have,
pawn at F3.
No, this forces knight instantly.
What about pawn at F3 to keep the mate alive? Oh, okay. Never mind. That's knight takes. Okay. Let's just going for time. What's our score now? Oh my god, 14-3. Our score is 14-3. That's ridiculous. So the Marvel Chewy team is pulling ahead by a wide margin, probably thanks to being in voice chat, which is very helpful.
Yeah, every team in BWC has officially been put on notice.
This is a strong
Marvel
team. These guys are contenders.
And he's here to destroy you.
Yeah. Penguin said he might enter. That would be great. Penguin should try to get Jeffrey. Or Penguin Chicken would be fun. Penguin could be a contender for sure. Penguin Tice could also be interesting. I think they have complementary styles.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think since Penguin plays so chessy in Bughouse, like having a partner who's good at attacking like suits him well, and Nicholas is very, very strong attacker.
Yeah, and they're both good at chess. They can chess and all. This is kind of funny. I glanced at the participant list, which is on, I guess, Google Sheets, and it lists like people who are watching, and there were like 14 people watching that spreadsheet. Like everyone wants to see who's entering.
Will we be blessed with Chuck Moulton's presence in the tournament this year?
I am going to commentate as I did last year.
I mean, you could do both. I'm sure we'd all be super hyped to see you play.
I could do both, but I honestly, like, the only saving grace for me would be that there is the oh, that's a strong move. Yeah, so this is mate with queen takes. No, that's not the way of doing it. Queen takes, then pawn here was mate. This is mates too, just less convincingly. Yeah, I mean, I might have chances at like the under 2400 prize, but otherwise, I'm not gonna win the open section. 0 chance at that, and I'm not an under 2000 player.
I don't know. I feel like all you need is a good attitude and belief in yourself, and you can totally beat Jake in 12-10.
Neither of those things.
Don't worry, I'll do the believing for you.
Someone's got to do it.
Oh, Chewy is sack sitting. This is exciting.
Incredible Blunder says what you're saying is they need more sections. I mean, honestly, in future years, we could potentially have more sections if we see like a ton of entries. But there weren't enough entries to justify more sections like last year and even this year, surprisingly, like if we even got up to the number of players we had registered last time, I'm not sure if we have.
I think last year we had 43 in the Open and 25 teams in the U2000, which I don't believe we're at that number yet.
Yeah, and this is with like a lot more incentives. Like the prize pool is much bigger this year, and there's still less entries. I think it's part because like COVID is kind of winding down, so people aren't as confined to their houses as they used to be last year, and there's been less bughouse activity in general on chess.com than there was last year, I think. But I mean, I'm hopeful to see a lot more
if
teams.
Anyone could bring it back. I think the presence of helmsknight alone could result in a huge spike in in popularity of bughouse.
I'd really like to see a helmsknight chicken team. That would be fun for sure.
I think the dream team that I would love to see more than anything is Jeffrey plus Katas, just because I think that's one of the few team compositions that could make me think I might legitimately pick them as the favorites to win the tournament.
Oh, for sure. It's Jeffrey plus Katas would at least be equal with 12-teen and Blitzbullet.
Slight runner-up, if I can't get Jeffrey and Gatask, I would love to see Jeffrey and Cabbage. I think also would have a puncher's chance of beating.
Well, I mean,
beating 12-teen chick.
I mean, Penguin is another possibility. Penguin is pretty decent at bughouse, and Penguin seems to play in spurts. Like he won't play for like 6 months, and then he'll play for like 5 hours, and then he won't play for another 6 months. I think if Penguin ever got in practice at bughouse, he would be just much stronger than he already is. I mean, right now he's like 2400 strength probably, and I think he could get up to 2700 strength.
So the thing with Chicken is he reminds me a lot of like old school Katas, like when Katas was first starting out. He's like super chessy, and he's like so good at chess that he can get to like 2500 plus playing this way. But it's really hard to play against someone like 12-teen when you're defending every single game. Like that's just not a recipe for success. So I think if Penguin played enough to get like comfortable playing high house matches and not playing like a lunatic, then yeah, I think like his talent and his speed alone could make him like one of the top players in the world.
Yeah, the same thing I would say about Hikaru, where I mean Hikaru is even less in practice at bughouse than Penguin is, but Hikaru, like his speed alone at chess, I mean it reminds me of I've been playing bughouse for so many years, and I think like one of the first World Opens I went to, when the World Open was at the Adamsmark Hotel in Philadelphia, which since it's been destroyed, I think that's how long ago this was. But Greg Shahade, who even back then was an international master, he's been an international master forever. But he was one of those chess players who like assumed that they were good at bughouse just because they were good at chess. So he sat down next to me to play a game, and his opponent moved like knight sack on like f7, and so he took it. He took the knight. He was like king takes knight, and I was just doing my thing, and Shahadi just like he like tapped me on my shoulder. He's like sit. I mean, I guess we'd say stall. He said stall, and I was like, okay, get safe. And he was like, I'm up 6 seconds and a knight. I'll win a chess. And I was like, what? And he was like, don't move. You just sacked a knight. I'm up a knight. I'll win a chess. So I was like, okay, I'm pretty good at not moving. You do your thing. And he did. He won. Like that's like a chess player can win up 6 seconds in a night. Yeah, Venomous Fist is the Adamsmark too. Hikaru doesn't have penguin speed. Hikaru's pretty fast though. Maybe not penguin speed, but he's still faster than most anyone else.
I mean, I think there's also a problem that Penguin has played so many more games of bughouse. Like Penguin's starting point after being rusted is going to be like much higher than Hikaru's starting point.
Yes,
after not playing
I agree, but Hikaru has played a lot more bughouse games than you think, because he used to play on the free internet chess server back in the day. We're talking like 15 years ago, and he played quite a bit back then.
I just have to point out that was a beautiful mate by Chewy. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that was just really pretty. Sorry, you can keep going.
Oh yeah, that is a nice mate.
But you're saying about how Hikaru played.
Yeah, he was with a Quaffer on the free internet chess server. So like he has experience beyond his chess.com experience, and like he's super rusty, and like for sure he's not nearly as in practice or as good at Penguin at Bughouse. But Hikaru, like, oh, that's a nice mate too. Hikaru certainly, if he cared about Bughouse, he could get quite good. I don't think he's going to care about Bughouse, but one can dream. So we had a Games Done Quick variant edition, which I won a fair amount of money at. There's a tournament maybe like 2 weeks ago on chess.com. It was like 3 hours. It was 1 hour of Fog of War, and then 1 hour of 4-player chess, and then 1 hour of 960. So none of the variants were Bughouse, which I was disappointed at. But I do play a fair amount of 4-player chess, so I had fun playing that. Hikaru on his stream apparently expressed frustration when he was playing 4-player chess, as he was like, "These guys are cheating. They're teaming up on me. They must be communicating." Because Hikaru didn't really understand the meta of 4-player chess, that opposites in free-for-all tend to team up with one another. And I feel like the same is true of Hikaru and Bughouse, that he's not used to a lot of the metas. He's not in practice and used to the game, but he just has such a talent at chess that is transferable if he ever cared about it. Amaranthia says, "Get Aronian in the tournament." I would love to have Aronian in the tournament. Aronian is a GM who is legit really good at Bughouse. He went to the Berlin tournament for many years. When I say many years, I think he went to at least 4 or 5 of them. And I'm not sure if he played in the tournament itself. Someone who was more there, maybe if Vampy's in the chat, she could tell me. But he did play like games for fun with Bughouse players. He was RLN on Fix. He was a legit 2500 Bughouse player on the free internet chess server, and 2500 on the free internet chess server translates to probably 2700 on chess.com at Bughouse strength. Aronian is legit, like, really good at Bughouse, and he loves playing Bughouse. But again,
that would be so sick of you.
But again, he puts chess first, and he has a active tournament schedule. So I don't know whether he probably wouldn't be interested in this sort of thing. Honestly, that's one of the downsides of our tournament format, is that it takes place. The group stage takes like a month, and then elimination ladder takes like a month. If this was like a 1-day tournament, I think a lot more GMs would be interested, because the time commitment would be much less for them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, Aronian is a great player. I'd love to see him involved. Like there are players. If chess.com did the tournament like the way they want to have it done, And I hope to see some players like Aroni involved. Because chess.com wants to do a tournament more where they invite top GMs than invite in like the usual bughouse players. And there are some
Which
top
would be
GMs
good for growing the game.
who are legit good at bughouse. Yeah, it would be good for growing the game.
Yeah, but I will say, like, the average GM is going to be considerably worse at bughouse than like people who actually play the game.
Yeah.
But it would be nice if they did something in that format. If they got the GMs who like are actual players, like Grand Delicious, Jeffrey, Levon. So it looks like Lager's mating here.
Yes. Yeah. He had a cleaner mate, but they're still mates.
Yeah, it would be like PogChamps.
Yeah, our tournament format is more like PogChamps for sure.
Oh, so we got Cabbage in the chat. Oh,
What? No,
Cabbage, have you?
Grandmaster. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Oh no, I was just asking if you've partnered Jeffrey yet. If you've completed the homework that I gave you.
Him that well. I have not contacted. I don't even know about playing. I'll see.
I'm sorry, I think you're failing on grade on your homework.
I'm also helping with the tournament as a position of, or as an organizer. So it's pretty.
Should we fire him to incentivize him to?
Whoa! Wait a second.
Well, I'm going to take into account the fact that Cabbage did most of the rating calculations, and if he didn't exist, my life would probably suck. So yeah, we're going to not do that.
Okay,
but we're going to just strongly admonish him for not having signed up for the tournament yet.
Yeah. Save for another day.
I guess Lager would like a knight, or wait, why didn't he play rook takes pawn and then knight to d5?
So the king's pretty safe on e2, which is the square it's trying to run to. It's not so clear how to make progress yet. You should probably sack the queen. No, that doesn't work.
I would have taken the other bishop with the knight.
Yeah, that was probably better.
Now I would sack the queen. I would sack the queen and put something on e4.
I don't think we have enough material to make that work though, and we're down time. Like I think she'll get saved pretty fast, and you just lose your queen.
Oh, another downtime. So Marvel would like another heavy.
Ooh, heavy mates. They are downtime now though.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, King D8 looks prudent. Yeah, Chu is sitting, but it's like hard. Like there are no moves.
So now
now a rook at d8 would be good for a king switcher if he can get a rook, which they are at 15 seconds. So yeah. I think he waits for rook at d8.
Oh, that's very nice. Now queen takes e2, and rook d1. And there's the knight.
That works too. Yeah, knight mates as well.
Yeah, rook d1 forced either a rook or a knight, which is mating material for Russia.
Yeah.
Nice technique here, the bishop check.
Am I correct? The queen d6 was made in 1 though, right?
Oh, yeah, no, it is. Yeah, you're right. But why go for mate in 1 when you can let them know?
Oh, okay. So true. No. What you said is correct. Queen d6 was just a terrible move, and I'm ashamed for even suggesting it.
Mushme says Bughouse is so intimidating. It may be intimidating if you haven't seen it before, but it's a lot of fun. Highly recommend it. And it's easy to just like jump in the pool and start playing, or you can watch a bit to get a feel for it. But there's a lot of people nowadays who are introduced to chess via online chess rather than over the board. But if you go and play over the board chess, either in tournaments or in clubs, you'll see bughouse everywhere, especially among kids. Like at the high school level, at the college level, like people play bughouse everywhere at every chess club, and they all love it. This bughouse is much more fun than chess. In the online scene, you're going to see like a lot stronger bughouse. But over the board is where it's at, and it's just a really fun game. Yeah, Morshme, time is definitely part of the game, so you have to sort of gear up your time. But much like chess, I don't recommend that you start off playing like GMs. If you play people your level, like they will be similarly slow. And you will slowly speed up as you get more used to the game.
It may take a while to get used to the pace at which bughouse moves because time is such a big element of the game, but you eventually do, and when you do, it's really fun. Okay.
I want to speak directly to Morphme real quick. All right, Morphme.
Okay.
I am literally the worst chess player who's ever lived. Like, if you look up the USCF ratings, like, they just have me listed at the bottom. If I can play this game, I promise that you can play this game.
Yeah, so not only that, but one of the, like, there's a bunch of benefits for bughouse. Like one is that it removes a lot of the opening theory from the game. This chess just gets to be boring at the higher and higher levels because people will memorize openings out like 20, 30 moves, which, like, why would anyone want to do that? But additionally, it's much easier to create an even game in bughouse than with chess. Because if you have like a really strong player and a really weak player and two medium players, the strong player can partner the weak player and play the two medium players. So
is my volume too loud?
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. So you can make like even teams easier, and because bughouse is a collaborative game where you communicate, both over the board and online, there's a lot of communication involved, and what you often see is your partner will help you find good moves, and you can improve as a chess player and as a bughouse player when you do that. So if you get in a position you aren't sure what to do, say to your partner like what do I do here, and he'll make a move suggestion. And you can learn from your partner's moves, like because especially over the board or online when you have a manual partner and you're with the same partner game after game, like if you're getting like crushed every game from an opening, you don't necessarily have to just keep getting crushed. You can say to your partner, I'm getting crushed every game, what do I do? And if your partner has played a bunch and is better than you, even if he's worse than you, he'll probably have a suggestion that can help you improve for the future.
Unless I'm your partner, because unfortunately I only know two openings.
But
one of those two, I can help you improve. I promise.
But you don't have that in chess. In chess, especially during the game, you don't have someone like giving you pointers. So it's just much more social and collaborative. You're not alone is what I want to say. Okay, he doesn't need a rook to defend because the knight defends. Did he not see the knight defended? Oh, no, knight makes his partner. Okay.
Is there a game going on? Just out of curiosity.
We're watching Marvel and DC for Life versus Bomb Russia.
Yeah.
No idea what that is.
Yeah, just go on chess.com and live chess, click the binoculars, scroll down to variants, and then they'll probably be like the top game on the list.
Oh, and you guys are on chess.com. I'm on Lit Chess.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're on chess.com. I'm also streaming, so this is on Twitch too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which would you guys rather me probably would learn, chess.com or Lit Chess? Which sounds better?
There's no bughouse on Lit Chess, so if you want to learn bughouse, you got to go on chess.com. For Crazy House, You can play on either,
What's
but
Bughouse?
Lichess is better for Crazy House. What's Bughouse? Bughouse is a chess variant played by 4 people in teams of 2 on 2 chessboards. Whenever you capture a piece, you hand it to your partner, and you can make a normal chess move, or place any of the pieces your partner's handed you on any empty square as a move.
Okay.
And the house server which you're on is a variant server. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. It's not just chess, it's chess variants.
So F6 looks good for Joey. Oh, he wants to checkmate him, but you're down time. I kind of wish I pushed up on F6 so I could take the bishop. I've never heard of that game before in my life. Sounds terrible.
I know, right?
So do you play like bishop at g5 here, or do you castle? Okay, that's
I would
another
have taken
option.
the pawn on g5. Wait, what?
Okay, now we did knight takes bishop, maybe? Knight takes e7? Okay.
He wants to keep mating threats. I don't think Marvel can hold trades here.
Yeah, I don't think Chewy's going to live through this.
So where are you streaming?
On Twitch. My handle is Chuck Moulton.
Yeah, I'm stupid. I should probably click your Twitch before saying that.
Knight F6 is a nice way to force trades.
Yeah, the queen is going to be helpful. A pawn at g6, I assume, is going to win. Oh, he's waiting for... Never mind. He's waiting for queen at h4. Now queen at h5 wins. And he's up a ton of time.
Rook mates, knight mates.
Yeah, rook at h5 wins.
And I mean, Marvel has a choice here. He can take the knight on g8 and let his partner die, or he could have brought his king up and been the one to die.
Ooh, that's a lot of trades on offer.
Okay.
And King Switcher doesn't seem to be in a good way over here.
I like this. This is the Laggard team is showing some fight in them. I want to see a closer match. So they've tried to string some wins together.
I think he should sack his queen here. Honestly, bishop takes bishop, bishop takes, queen takes. I would just get in there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's going in. Now knight at f5, I assume.
Yeah, but I don't think you have enough. I'm just gonna go king e7, and if knight f5, king f8, and I think I'm safe.
Oh well, if king d7, you wait for a bishop. Can his partner take a bishop? Let's see. He can take a knight on move immediately. And Chewy wants a knight, by the way. Knight mates for Chewy. New knight at g3.
Yeah, and now Marvel wants a knight, because this is the line I wanted with king f8.
So how you play Bughouse? Let's see here. Would it be called 4-player chess?
4-player chess is a slightly different game. Just Google Bughouse, or if you're on my stream, I can put the rules in the chat.
I'm trying to figure out where I'd get into Bughouse though. Okay, here we go.
On chess.com in live chess you can play.
On live chess. Not variant chess.
It may be in variant as well. I think it's in variant as well, end play, but most of us play on live chess.
It's on both, yeah. Interface is easier to use on live chess.
Whoa, king d6.
Oh, they really turned this one around.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, why do you take the knight on c4? That is not.
Marvel's in a bad way now. Oh, that's That's a good move. After queen takes, he has queen at d4, threaten and knight takes queen with tempo.
Wow, they had no business winning this game.
Yeah, okay, so that board's
Yeah,
made
that's just
that board's also made it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Knight at h4, I guess. Yeah. Queen g4. Yeah, mate is inevitable here.
I mean, just knight f3 is made into. I mean, this also mates.
Knight
Does
takes
it?
f4.
Wait.
Yeah, knight takes f4.
Yeah,
Knight
it mates,
h3.
and you can take a bishop in the process.
Oh, yeah.
Knight
Yeah,
h3, and then queen takes pawn. Oh, that works too.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the materialistic way of winning, taking all the pieces.
Yeah, for sure. I'm with it. Our score is now 20-9, favoring Marvel and Chewy.
All right, don't call it a comeback. I mean, I won't because I don't think it's happening. But don't call it a comeback.
I think it will go to like 50-50 long term. That's how these things usually go.
I would expect it to be more like 60-40. Like, even if they just started a fresh series now, I do think the team of Chewy and
Oh yeah, they might have to go before then. That is true. I see the coordination starting to...
Okay. Tiger has a great position here.
So here's something he can do is place a bishop at g6 because there's
Bishop at f5 is just mate, or no? Oh, never mind. The knight can take. I'm sorry.
But he's required to make a move to get a blocker that's not the queen, which is really strong. So you can't really not force them.
Yeah, so
tempting to sack the queen
knight
here.
is a piece we want most in our life.
Maybe queen takes g2, maybe queen takes knight. Okay, he's just gonna keep
I like
the pressure
bishop
up.
g6.
Yeah, that's a strong move.
I don't think I'm getting mated here.
Ooh,
Okay, well, now knight looks unpleasant.
Wow, that's interesting. He can just move over now. Like, the fourth knight isn't gonna come, is it?
He can get a free check with knight a6 and knight c6.
That's true.
So knight actually mates.
They're down time though, like it shouldn't come. Oh. Okay, it looks like they're aware. I mean, yeah, bishop c4.
That's a strong move. Good. I like bishop c4.
The best choice is probably to bait knight a6 check first, so he didn't have to go bishop c4. He could just go like knight d4, and then queen e6.
That's a nice move. Boxing him in.
A bit more complicated. King c5 runs into mate. I
mean, I'm ecstatic to take a draw here as Chewy and Marble.
Oh yeah, that's a nice.
Yeah, I think he agrees.
Oh, queen b3 mate.
That was a very nice mate sequence.
All right, it's looking like we might have a match.
They're catching up. That 2010. Favoring Chewy.
Is he
and
always
Marble.
sack on f7? That's interesting. Wow, and offering the queen trade too. This is very pleasant for the side of Marvel. Chewy. Some recycling going on over on that board.
Well, I think we need.
Oh no, he missed a mate. Wait, actually, no, he didn't. Yeah, he missed a mate. He had a queen at e1 check instead of knight at e3 check, and then after it takes, he dropped a knight at h2. And then
that's a nice
g2,
mate.
queen takes h3.
Bishop covering.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that line that we definitely all saw. Oh, f5, I respect it.
Yeah, f5 is actually pretty common nowadays. People start playing it because after if they castle without playing it, then h7 gets really scary.
I think Kingsfisher play the c3 line a bunch, which is interesting. So c3 to protect d4 and provide a place for the bishop to slide back to.
Oh, I liked pawn at g6 first here.
Oh,
pawn at g6
looked
g6 really strong. Never mind. This mates.
Yeah.
Yeah, c3 is normally a weakening move because if black ever gets a bishop on that diagonal, it can take advantage of the c2 square. But...
It is, but King Switcher seems to favor it, which is interesting.
Yeah, but since the bishop's on c8 and not on f5, then it's probably not that bad. Or not that scary.
Well, this looks very pleasant for Marvel.
Yeah.
G5 was a threat.
And Marvel is up about 4 seconds. Maybe you can get a few pawns. Now a pawn mates.
Oh,
he wants a pawn to drop on. Oh. Okay. Yeah, an idea is pawn g2, king takes, and then pawn takes knight, queen takes pawn, and now you have a knight fork because you loaded the king to g2.
Now that we have the second knight, we can consider queen at g2.
Oh, okay. He has the bishop.
He should just use his queen for it.
I think they should have sat that down, given that, yeah, king switcher's just dead.
I think they're downtime.
Yeah, they were downtime.
It was only like a second, though. Like, the time was really close at the end.
Oh, both of these teams, though. They'll sit anything down.
I wouldn't understand something like that. I pride myself on being clean and trying to win respectfully. I'd never want to flag my opponent.
Yeah, I agree. I've never seen you do anything like that before.
Yeah, of course not. I mean, like, when you're as good at chess as I am, like, you don't have to. Like, you can just, like, I'll play your opponent in chessy positions.
Yeah, exactly.
I assume bishop at g3. Like, oh, really? That's
I like bishop at h4, just like trying to get the queen off the g file.
Oh, whoa. That's spicy.
I mean, I like this line a lot more when I had a bishop to put on h3. But I mean, I think this decision is working out.
So he needs like a knight or a rook, basically.
He's down 8 seconds.
Oh,
yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Wait, does king switcher just have mate here?
Regardless of whatever the time situation is, he's gonna get mated on the other board.
Yeah.
If he finds it. Yeah, that's a good first step. And then bishop at h4 and queen g5. F5 is usually bad without castling, but good with castling. So that makes rook g8 an interesting decision.
Yep. Now
so here we have a similar position to last time, but
yeah, it's the evaluation's the same. He's like close to losing.
On his pressure.
Yeah, queen g4 I like.
G4 is generally a good square for the queen. Controls a lot of squares.
I mean, Marvel's not dead, so that's something.
Oh, Liger should have sat to avoiding getting a blocker.
Yeah.
No, that's yeah, that's fair.
Still crushing, but yeah, like if Marvel doesn't get a blocker. Oh, this is pain.
Pawn h5, donating a pawn.
Knight at d7? Oh, okay.
It's 3 pieces.
Free pawn, that's fair. At some point you could take h7 and try to sneak a knight in there.
Yeah, for sure. Like right now.
I'm surprised he didn't. Oh, never mind.
position is great right now because Chewie does not have any easy targets. And also, the other position is...
And Liger's waiting for a knight for f3, I assume.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Was the
using
thing
bishop.
not voice chat? They're using the P-tails. Or maybe they were in voice before and they had to stop. Wait,
Oh, they were both using voice chat until now.
So, Rum Russia had mate in 1, but I think he respected Marvel enough to think that he wasn't going to move into mate in 1, so he pre-moved.
Oh, he can promote there. Why didn't he promote? This mate's... Oh, no, never mind. Return Liger has to give a blocker. What?
Wait, why do you take the queen?
Yeah, I don't understand that at
no,
all. I guess they're going for flag.
Oh, that's so sad.
In those sorts of situations, it's you like pretend that you're going on the mating hunt, but then you just pre-move your king around a bunch.
Oh, I don't even pretend. Or if I am pretending, we're talking about like second grade play level acting skills. Like no one is believing that I'm actually trying to mate you in that position.
Yeah, I give them the shock factor. D takes e6 is not that good because it helps black open the file for the rook. Now he gets a pawn and a knight, pawn f2. He covers it. Oh, and he takes the queen. Oh. How brave.
That is brave. His partner should have sat.
Oh, well, they're relying on the fact he can't get a heavy, which seems to be true. It seemed to be true until he hung his pawn on c6, and he's going to play queen c8 at some point to force the rook. So now he has to worry about king safety.
Oh, nice.
It's not mating yet.
Deflect the bishop.
The bishop on f3 is doing a very good job of covering the g4 square. So it gets traded off.
Not anymore.
I think... No, they just win. Wait, queen takes g1 is definitely mating. You should just sit for that. Queen takes g1, knight takes g1, and then rook takes h2. And you have an f1 square for the knight. So he has to do a king takes g1.
The bishop on b7 seems to guard it. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, there are... Somehow there are alternate scores for the knight. Oh, this is a very common opening in e4, e5. I don't know anything in e4, e5's theory. So I learn one new thing every game. That's what I tell myself. Oh, Plotkin says in chat that he's down for bug. So you'll have more content after this.
Nice. I should eat at some point, and I have food here, so I could just mute my mic and let you guys commentate.
Oh, I personally would not trust my commentary, but sure, I can take over for a bit. I just ate before joining the call. I was watching your stream and debating whether to eat or to join the call.
You do both.
My stomach cast a lot of votes. Decision.
Made the right choice.
Yeah.
Return the lagger. Would like a rook. How does he defend this if he doesn't get a rook? Maybe he just promotes and then plays bishop takes f4. Is that it? Then rook at g1 is annoying. So maybe knight at h3. Does that work?
So I think knight at f6 is a good move because it pulls the queen off of the.
Oh, okay. Oh, he has a knight now. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And then afterwards, rook at g1 isn't that scary. So maybe pawn at g3 to stop the knight drop. And also control h4 or pawn at g5 or bishop at g5.
I would promote the pawn first to at least grab a free rook. But that works. Okay. Can't argue.
I personally would think that since the rook's trapped, it's not going anywhere, and I have a rook h8 kill mate threat always looming.
I'll be right back.
Okay. We have another interesting opening. Turn of the lagger seems to want a bishop to try to win the queen. He gets the bishop. So now he should win something. Yeah, he wins the queen. Oh, I called it. Knight on e6 also covers the wonderful square of d4. Don't have many counterattack chances. The score, by the way, is 13-24. So it's even better than a 2-to-1 ratio now for the laggers.
Alright, I'm back. I definitely haven't been talking to myself while muted this entire time.
Oh, no, you're totally good. Chuck needs to grab some food, so he'll be back. But in the meantime, you get to run the show all by yourself.
I feel like I definitely heard something about you commentating, but...
Whoa. What is... I've never heard something as radical as that in my life.
Yeah, I have food, I have water, so I'll just mute myself when I'm chewing. But
okay, you're all set.
Hey, as long as you're not chewing candy, we're good.
Yeah, he specifically says not to. And to quote him, no. Yeah, so bishop takes f8 is a common mistake in these types of positions because after queen takes f8, black is really safe in Marble's position. Usually white wants to preserve the dartboard bishop just to keep control, at least some control. After pawn at g7, black's position is really safe.
You say that, but also rook takes f7, yeah, this...
Now you can drop pawns on e7 and f7 and try to get a threefold. Just kidding. That was a half joke. He missed knight at e7 somehow, so now he's lost. Rook at f7 is made in one. What? No, he actually. Oh my.
Hey, trust the process. Trust the process. I can sense you not trusting the process, but you need to trust the process.
How did you know? That's such good intuition. Your position is already so dominant, though. Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, we can just like take on g6 and take on c8, and then like, what is white doing ever? I mean, if you want to live on the edge, you can just like go knight e takes c8. But I kind of want to take this.
Yeah, if you want to live on the edge, you sit this one down to 10 seconds. No. Well, now knight at e6 is a mate in one threat that he hopefully sees.
What about this game makes you think that he's interested in playing mate in one? Have you been watching a different game than the game that I've been watching?
Great point. Oh, good point here. I failed to notice that.
Okay, so 2 knights is mating for Marvel. Yes. But we're down 8 seconds, so I think 0 knights are coming.
Is there another trick he can... No, there's no tricks. Yeah, as long as he doesn't drop the other knight on the board, he's safe. Oh, they're also up a lot of time, so that helps too.
Like, I don't... Like, is there a move that doesn't get made in one?
Yeah, there is. It's bishop takes d3 check.
Oh no, that's actually a beautiful defense. Actually,
Yeah, there is no move here, right?
okay, no. So after pawn d2, now he's forced mated. But yeah, if he found bishop at d3, he would have been bishop takes d3. Would have been completely safe.
Yeah. Oh, hello, 4-player chess. Oh, and people are back.
Whoa. What things are happening on Chewy's board?
Yeah, he shouldn't have taken f3 immediately. I think it's even better to drop the piece on f7 to lure the king over first. Now the king's on e7 instead of f7 and run all the way to the queen side where it's safe. Which is not what Chewy wants. But his position's so good anyways, so it doesn't matter. So the other games also, yeah, they're popping off. Now he wants the rook on g8, so he plays a series of moves. Could have just played f8 queen and knight e6 or something. This is a bit slow.
So, yeah, given the time, I actually like the lagger's position now, given the time. Like, Bum Russia isn't getting mated, and now Marvel has to defend on that board. And also, Chewy's attack is completely dissipated.
Yeah, let me go check his game history. So he's won the last 4 games in a row, which brings the score to 15-24, and they're looking pretty good for this 5th game.
Okay, I said Bum Russia isn't getting mated, but Marvel's trying to call me a
he's
liar.
not.
The good news about this, though, is like with knight d5, like we covered the f6 square.
Yeah. So now he can't be attacked at all, which means that it's still a one-directional game. Whatever that means. I made that up.
You said so confidently, though. Like, I fully believed. I felt like I knew what a one-directional game meant, also.
Yeah. Marvel can't get attacked in one move unless he gets a rook.
Yeah. Marvel's having to play that chess game I've heard so much about, and it doesn't look like he's having a fun time.
It's not. I think it's. Whoa, really?
I mean, the rook is forced.
Oh, he forced the rook. Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense. Now the king goes on an afternoon walk. Or stroll, or whatever the term is. Now knight d7 to e5 will activate that knight. But it also helps save the king.
Lager's desperately trying to get as much material as he can before he explodes.
Cool move here would be rook a6. Oh no.
Oh yeah,
no,
the knight mate, so he can just take it.
Oh yeah, that's why. Wow, they've won 5 in a row. It's now the ratio of 3-2 of score-wise. It's 24-16. Queen e7 is very common. White now wants a knight to drop on d5 to disrupt the flow, which is to disrupt the queen. And Bum Russia's on the small board. And what happens after that is a queen trade. He might sack on f7.
So knight mates for Lager. What's the time situation? Oh, I'm sorry, knight plus pawn mates.
So knight's not on f2 first.
Forced. Yeah, like if I knew for sure knight's forced, like I would go like queen g7 like fairly early on before I think they're ready for it. But yeah, given that it's not, I think defending defending h2 makes sense.
Now he gets a queen for on the other board. Wait, he went there. That's interesting. Now he loses the queen by force. Yeah, I should have sacked on f7 first. Oh, it does a queen trade.
This is not going to end well for Bum Russia.
Wait, he should have taken on
I think the trades came at the wrong time.
Yes. It was sort of a situation where black would not be able to do anything without a queen, but the queen, white still doing very well. trade. There's a lot of games, or there's more games than I'd expect from where one board trades queens really early, and the other board has an open hole on g7 and a bishop on h6. It's a classic.
The other one is not quite as bad, but still another classic, is the queen trade with the pawn already on h6, and you're like, oh, I guess I'll go fuck myself now.
Oh, yeah. So allowing the sack on f2 is not that good, actually, because based on the time situation, he won't get a lot of flow. So this gives black at least a point of entry.
Rook f8 had a very nice decision. Like understanding that he didn't need to continue the checks because it was a very chessy position. But now we're going to need to...
That's nice.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
Ask yourself, if I play rook f2 and they go king g1, how do I cut off that square? Let me think a bit. Oh, I can put my piece there.
And rook f2 is also mating, right? It's just a little slower. Like rook f2, rook
yes,
f2.
Yeah, that's the other way to mate. Or you can take the pawn on b2 as well. That's also mate. Okay, so here again, bishop takes f8 is not the way to go. Because this queen is like the best defender possible for the king.
Yeah, but so I'm very happy to see this.
Another thing you have to consider is his eval bar says, oh, I take a rook, I gain material. So it's good for him. So if we look at this overall, it ends up being a win-win for both parties. Black gets safer and white gets more material.
Oh, good. How did we not point out the fact that Bum Russia is rated 2669? Nice.
Nice.
What's happening this game?
Someone in the chat says Chuck has been... Oh, yeah.
This isn't Chuck's stream anymore. The stream belongs to Cabbage and Scary Snakes. We're your new overlords.
It does? No, it says high-level commentary, so it's still Chuck.
Wait. Yeah, I was about to say, like, where's the high-level commentary at? I'd love to find it.
Yeah, it's not coming from...
So does this mean Cabbage is being an announcer rather than playing in the Bughouse World Championship?
No, commentator. I might, look at some matches and commentate on them while they're being played. Yeah, I guess... I think Snakes is helping with the announcements portion more.
Yeah, Snakes is holding out hope that Cabbage will play. Yeah, Chewy got to play a lot of checks, but unfortunately no mate.
That was an epic king walk right there. That king walks are honestly like the most fun part of the game for me. Like when my opponent thinks I'm dead and I get to play like 50 more moves. It's much more satisfying than mate.
Are such fun, especially if you're able to king walk like 10 moves in a row.
If you king walk all the way to the other edge of the board,
that is called a touchdown. And I am of the firm belief that a touchdown should be a win condition for the game, and have been for the last 20 years.
One of my favorite things to do.
Oh yeah, it's so fun.
And in all honesty, by the way, like chess.com is moving a lot of things over to the variant server. And for 4-player chess, they're introducing a lot of new 4-player chess variations moving to the variant server. Like there's like 4-player, well, they've already had 4-player giveaway, but there's 4-player atomic. They're doing 4-player simul, where you can play like both red and yellow as one player, and both blue and green as one player, and all sorts of things like that. And I would love to see like the same thing for Bughouse. So like they also have 4-player like King of the Hill, 4-player Fog of War. I would love to see Bughouse variations where you could have Bughouse 960 and bughouse with a win condition of touchdown. Like if they ever start making bughouse variations, I'm going to tell them to make the touchdown option for sure.
So a surprisingly difficult challenge to
960 would be
achieve in
crazy.
the Infinity Pool, like trying to get a double touchdown in the Infinity Pool is actually extremely hard.
Right, because people resign like before it happens.
Well, even if they don't resign, so if you're playing like 800s, like you can get away with it, but like playing anyone like 1600 plus, like trying to get a position where you can safely get both kings on the back rank is so hard to do because you have to have a mate threat on one of them because on the other board is presumably once they get to the back rank they'll just be dead.
Yeah,
and the type of position where you could do it safely is where you're chessing, but that's where like 1600 is just going to resign.
And the other interesting thing is we've been calling it like a touchdown for like years and years, but more recently, like I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, Lichess implemented Racing Kings, which is pretty much what we're talking about, except that they're going for like the same side, but just getting your kings at the other side of the board. I guess people call that Racing Kings now. I would call it a touchdown. Oh, that was not the right piece to take. Wow.
That was disgusting. He should feel ashamed. Queen D7.
Let that be a lesson to tell your friends and your children and your children's children, do not pre-move.
Wait, no. That's not a result of pre-moving. That's a result of Marvel being a terrible person. All right? We're not going to pin that on pre-moving. What kind of scumbag plays Queen D7 in that position? I'm insulted. I'm offended on Bum Rush's behalf.
That's the best move in the position chess-wise. You want to trade off your
Don't
piece.
you? That's the best move in the position chess-wise.
Oh,
I know I'm bad at chess.
Why didn't he play knight at f6?
Yeah, that's a great question. He should have played knight at f6.
Katas says 12-teen would play queen d7.
Queen d7 is a
Where do you see Katask?
Katas is in the chess. Sorry, in the Twitch chat.
A terrible person.
So
you deserve to never be happy. Every single one of you.
While I was eating, a bunch of people followed. Thank you to Given Pigeon 1234, Sir Damiv, Bullish. Thank you all for following.
Good. Justice has been restored. He got me at the next year.
Our score's now 26 to 19.
Oh my god!
What is this?
Okay, he chewied him. We've all been chewied. Some more than others.
So I glanced over at the Twitch chat, and so what actually happened was Katas said sometimes the best move is also an anti-pre-move, but because I just glanced over, like I thought what it said was like you have been followed by anti-pre-move, and I was about to ban this anti-pre-move account that had just followed me.
So something Lighter can do, which he didn't do, is put a bishop on g3 and he'll be safe forever. So now there's a queen h4. Oh, this is clean. So the knight's pinned. It was a...
Yep, I definitely saw that because...
He saw this 10 moves in
So
advance.
see, that would be another interesting variation that you could do bughouse, like no check bughouse, where you could just hang your king, and that's fine. So you have to capture the king to win.
Did he really just
Wait, but wouldn't that be functionally the same? Because like if I'm leaving my king in check hanging and like I check you, as soon as I stop checking,
it's functionally the same as long as you expect people to actually capture the king. But imagine time scrambles where you can like move your king anywhere, and the game's not over unless your king is captured.
If they get rid of time scramble, if they get rid of king checks and time scrambles, ooh, that would be like a huge different game for a lot of people.
Yeah, it would make the games last longer more moves on average. Okay.
But like a similar thing for Puzzle Rush, Puzzle Battle. Like in puzzles, if you could hang your king, I would get so many more puzzles wrong. There's so many times when I try to do a move and like it won't let me do the move that I want.
Oh yes,
I for one don't need a rule to hang my king.
Jared Lager needs a queen.
Oh, okay. Did Lager actually have a threat? Like, was there a reason I couldn't be a king or just take his queen?
He should play pawn at f7 instead of rook h6. Not even having to
Is like knight f3 a thing?
Yes, it is. It's actually pretty strong. I don't know. He probably doesn't see it though. Yeah, I would win the game instantly. So why aren't you playing in the BWC again, Chuck? No,
I'd rather commentate.
I'm just saying, if you had been playing this game, Chuck, you would have already won.
Yeah. Took it over ages ago.
I mean, commentating is so much easier because you could just watch the game for like 40 moves and like nod as if you would have made all the awesome moves you see, and then like the second you see one thing that they don't, you're like, why didn't they see knight at f3? What noobs?
I assume he sees knight f3 now. Like, I assume that's his idea with bishop e1.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
But maybe he doesn't see it and he still wants to just sack his queen.
He's got so much time.
Yeah, he's getting chewied.
Oh, that's why.
Marvel's never gonna move again. Unless the bishop mates for his partner, and then he'll move once.
Oh yeah, this is over then.
Oh man.
I think they're back up to being even in ratings again. Like from when they started playing. Plus or minus 10 points. How much did they lose off of that? Yeah, they lost 6 points, and it's a 2-to-3 ratio. So, yeah.
I mean, with players of this caliber, like I don't know. Like I think I'd care way more about like winning the actual match than winning like the rating battle, because to me that's just more of a function of where we happen to be rated. Like if I'm either of these teams, like I'm expecting to beat the other team.
Yeah, that's fair. I think since they hit the expected score for the rating, this is another supporting piece of evidence for me saying that all matches will go towards around even after a long number of games. So Marvel's position is actually really bad. He doesn't have anything. So now we look to Chewy, and Chewy has mate.
Chewy has mate? Where does he have mate?
B5, C5, B5, A4, and then 2 more
Queen
pawns.
E6?
Oh no, yeah. Okay, so he needs 2 more pawns. Oh no, he doesn't. He can just play A4 and B4. Could have. Okay, now the king hides on A3 and he doesn't want a bishop. Or knight.
Why not take the
or rook?
Lager.
Bishop, knight, or rook. Anything mates.
Yeah, taking C7 would have been strong. Oh, wait, yeah, why isn't he taking the bishop? Wait. Wait, oh, never mind. No.
Okay, so is Bumrush showing need to get an attack here? Yeah,
No,
I like this one.
Yes, maybe. Yeah, so Bumrush wants to try to put pressure on Marvel so that he gets the time back. Or so that time doesn't go too uneven. Meanwhile, Lacker just needs to make sure his king is safe. Probably queen at b4, or queen at b2, or bishop at b2, or bishop at b4. That would make sense.
I mean, Rook doesn't even do anything.
He needs to hold a knight.
I mean, you go rook g1 there because like, what else are you doing? But
I forgot all about that knight on f3.
I don't think Marvel missed the knight could take on g1. It's just you have no moves anyway, so you might as well.
The knight on f3 is
Look at everything in King Switcher's hand. This is ridiculous.
Rook 6 g2, rook g1
that
instead of
says
f3. Oh, whoa.
oh yeah, this line that we definitely all saw.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, okay.
Oh, I just realized I have like a.
Actually.
I guess I have a glitch. I have to refresh my page because apparently I'm seeing no Chewy on both boards as well as Return of Lagger on both boards.
That's
that
weird.
happens sometimes.
I've seen that glitch sometimes.
That's such a beautiful line. Get out. Rook g2, rook g1.
Maranthia also
that's
noticed
so
it, so that means that Maranthia is also a strong Crazy House player.
Oh, did they point out in a Twitch chat? I only have just a com chat open. Oh, okay,
Yes,
okay.
they did.
Oh, beautiful line to you as well. That, I mean, it's not that impressive because, like I said, we all definitely saw it for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Make a good point there. So that bishop takes f3 is a bit questionable because now the light squares are weak. So he doesn't have to take the bishop. He can actually just start checking.
Yeah,
it will be very unpleasant.
I was gonna go bishop e6.
So queen at a1, which is what Lagger should play.
Yeah, and he finds it.
And if he played it a bit faster...
Oh, they're up time.
Oh, they're up time.
Well, yeah.
He went the wrong way.
Yeah, he probably had to give his queen.
Well, no, there was no right way. I mean,
well, no, no, I understand if he went the other way, a rook made it, but he had to just do it fast and hope the rook didn't come.
Well, I mean, they were already down 4 seconds, but yeah, like I guess you can hope that they don't realize it, but.
Okay, so Fast X says who is talking. This is Chuck Moulton. Guys, say your handles.
I am Cole Alvis.
My chess.com username is 1800 strength because that is my strength. I think that's everyone, right?
Yeah. So the other person was the Scary Snakes.
Yeah.
I am not 1800 strength. I'm a little closer to 1799, but I'm grinding. I'm gonna get there eventually.
Thanks for the follow from
I will say this for anybody that's new that's watching, it is a very time controlled game. Like if you're down a couple seconds, that makes a huge difference. And I know some people, even like 1500 still don't realize that.
Yeah, so it's the diagonal clocks that matter. And the reason is if Bum Russia here, if he wanted a piece, he could wait for a piece. And then No Chewy the Candy might say, I don't want to give him a piece, so I'm just not going to move too. And if Bum Russia had more time than No Chewy Candy, and they both didn't move, then No Chewy Candy would lose on time first.
And the points are different terms of pieces for all those people that are new as well. So queen's not worth the regular points that it is.
The generally accepted piece value for Bughouse, and people disagree on this for sure, but most people think that a queen is 4, every other piece is 2, and a pawn is 1. And that means that 2 pieces for a queen is an even trade. 2 pawns for a piece is an even trade. And of course, it's very situation dependent, but that's just kind of a rule of thumb.
Similar to like standard chess, that game that I've never played before in my life, generally speaking, you'd rather be the person with the 2 pieces and the 1 piece of higher value. So most of the time trying 2 pieces for the queen is better for the side that gets the 2 pieces, with some exceptions, of course.
And sometimes sacking a queen for 2 pawns is sometimes the best move.
Yeah, the only thing that's never the best move is pre-moving. It'll ruin your life.
Agree.
That has helped me so many times actually, is some people are just so slow as partners. You have to pre-move just to make up time.
What's happening on Chewy and Lager's board? Who's
I
winning?
don't know. It's very weird.
And Lager has
Chewy's king
extra
is really
pieces.
safe. Chewy's king is really safe, so he could consider queen takes h7 here.
Do you think queen takes h7, knight takes, knight at g6? Is that your plan?
6, yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Then
and we
if
see it on the
king
board.
G8,
There we go.
Drop a pawn on f7. And now knight e5.
So knight looks really bad for Lager.
Yeah, so as long as he doesn't give a knight.
Yeah, but that's never coming. Oh, we can just take on f6.
So now the problem becomes, how do I get out of the checks? Because Chewy has perpetual check threats.
Oh,
Wait.
there's the
Oh,
knight.
right no.
But he moves to otherwise where knight didn't mate immediately. He's still in a bad way, though. That's a free queen. He hates free queens. I think he regrets not taking the free queen now.
So he was trying to mate, but he probably missed that the king run.
That's a threat. Queen takes d6
But given
is a
the
threat.
time situation, if Lager isn't dying, which I don't think he is, this looks really good for their team.
I
He doesn't
mean,
have
I think
pieces.
Lager is definitely dying, but he could.
Already, I don't think you have enough dags as is.
Best thing Lager can do right now is
I think
take
he
b5 and
does.
sit.
Because he has a bishop. Nochi has a bishop in hand.
Yeah. Okay,
I
that's
don't think he
mating.
has enough dags like as is. Oh well, it doesn't matter because
Okay,
King
that's
Switcher is made. I don't think that was already made for Chewy if he
I
didn't get any
think-
other pieces.
I think it was mate for him, but he might as well eat as many pawns as possible for his partner.
We only had 3 diags though. I don't know. I'd have to like look at that longer to actually know whether or not there's mate there. But my intuition was that there was not enough. Yeah.
Fast EXP asks, the main question is how much time each piece costs, and that's a great question. I see this often at the lower levels of Bughouse. People will be like, "Oh my god, get me a pawn. I could fork a bishop and a knight and like win a piece," and then they'll wait like 20 seconds to get the pawn to win a piece, and that 20 seconds is probably better spent doing other things like attacking or defending later on than waiting to just win the equivalent of one pawn.
That question is also difficult to answer because like 10 cabbage seconds is a lot different than 10 scary snakes seconds, and like I don't think these two measurements of time are equal in value. Like
I would also say it depends on what the piece is for. If the piece is for a mate threat and you're up time, you can just sit for it. If it's for like to fork something and you're up time, you could, but you don't want to sit up too long to where you're close to downtime, to where time scrambles become a thing and your opponent's now pretty much advantage time-wise comes even.
The task is saying time is much more valuable in the middle game and end game. Material is more important than the open. Yeah, I tend to agree.
oh, Katask, are you going to bless us with your presence and play a BWC 2021?
Yeah, he'll play with what was his alt account again? I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna say anything.
Well, I'll take his deafening silence as a resounding yes. Follow-up question. If you think Scary Snakes is the greatest Bughouse partner of all time, don't say anything. Okay, you guys heard it here first.
Confirmed.
time and material.
That knight at D4 is really good placement right now for nature.
Good chess principles. You have centralized pieces that control a lot of squares.
Well, Marvel's having a sad time. Yeah, Bumrush's position looks very strong. A little bit sad because he's back at 2669, so it'll be unfortunate to see his rating no longer be that.
Oh, I'd have just taken that knight and then just placed knight at
Yeah, C6. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I like that's good move.
Just take the knight because I was like a free knight and just literally put the knight on C6 would have made it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Now I say that as a lower rated player than those two, so I just happened to spot it.
No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, no, very nice find though.
The more ideas you see that other people don't, the higher your rating gets. That's how it works.
I have yet to pass my high in I think mid 1700s. I've yet to pass that so far. Just going back and forth from 16 something to 1700s.
Very recent.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Cabbage, what would be your biggest piece of advice to aspiring players, let's say trying to break the 2000 rated barrier?
That's a great question.
Don't lose.
I think, yeah. Try to pay attention to the games you lose and see how your opponents attack you, I think. If you're able to launch an attack, that can already get you to 2000, I think. Like figuring out which squares to drop pieces on, or what pieces you need to mate with.
Oh, nice.
Or how many
nice
pieces
attack.
you're short of mate. Yep.
Oh, we didn't take the rook, really. That's surprising.
Also, yeah. 96, 96 is mate.
Oh, wow.
Also,
very nice mate.
Yeah. I think very recently, because of BWC, there's a lot more strong players in the pool. So the pool is getting better, I think. So if you just hop in and seek the game, you'll pair up against quality opponents, and you can learn a lot from the stronger an opponent, the more you can learn.
So Fast EXP says you can break 2000 just by playing ultra fast semi-random moves. I don't think that's true, but what I do think is interesting is sort of the strategy for how you improve at Bughouse. That if we look back to how most people improve at chess, what generally you do is you play longer games, and the more comfortable you get at the longer games, you play shorter and shorter time controls. So I wouldn't recommend people start off playing bullet, but you might start off playing 30-minute or 15-minute or 10-minute games, and then eventually see things fast enough that you get comfortable playing 5-minute games, and then you get comfortable playing 3-minute games, and eventually you're playing hyper bullet like Penguin GM. But Bughouse is interesting because there's two possible strategies. There's the people who will start off playing slower games. So over the board, they'll insist oh, we have to play 5-minute games. I couldn't possibly play 3-minute games until they get comfortable playing that, and then they'll play faster and faster games. But I've also seen the opposite strategy where there's people who will insist on playing Bughouse and just playing moves as fast as possible, and they won't really understand what they're doing, but they'll play so many games that eventually their skill will catch up with their speed. I've seen that happen, which seems crazy to me, but that's the way, for example, Raven got good at Bughouse. Is he just would...
To be honest, I got good at Bughouse on the ladder too, because I'm still slow. I'm a slow blitz player, and I just watched yours and helmsknight streams on Bughouse and just learned. and then eventually got comfortable playing so many games of Bughouse. I got familiar with all the, I'd say, puzzles, so where it's uncomfortable to do certain moves.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to learn the game, but I think it's especially interesting in Bughouse because it's such a versatile game. Like, people have like many different strategies to play. Like, there's people who just try to play very fast. There's people who are attackers. There's people who are defenders. There's people who try to feed pieces to their partner, and that's their main shtick. And I mean, to be great at the game, you have to be versatile and do like all those things. But certainly at the beginning level, there's people who specialize more at one of those types of things than the other.
So I will say that playing fast is a big part of it at a certain level. Because if you're too slow and down all the time, you're not gonna go very far.
So Fast EXP, I've definitely seen that, and it kind of frustrates me. I mean, it frustrates me in both directions. like when people insist on playing 10-minute games, like obviously there's going to be some sit-in involved, and that's frustrating. But on the other hand, I happen to be a player that I like 3-minute Bughouse. Like that's my favorite Bughouse time control. And there's so many people that like will not play 3-minute, and it'd be like, if we play 3-minute, we're just gonna sit for like 2 of those minutes. So let's just play 1 minute. And that's a common refrain among the higher level players for sure.
Yeah, this game has gotten very interesting. So Queen. Queen was mating. I'm not sure if Queen is still mating.
Yeah, the Queen is mating too.
Yeah, Queen mates again. I mean, like you have to sit this position down as a lagger. Like lagger dies as soon as he makes another move on this board.
Yep.
I'm sorry. He can play a knight f1 and get to make 2 moves.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. Like another chance that he could try to defend with King C6, but it's not pretty.
Oh, on increment, somebody asked a question about bug increment for lots of weaker players.
I've seen people play increment, and it really changes the game. Increment is weird because you can't just look at 2 clocks. Like you can't look at your clock and your partner's opponent clock to know if you're up on the other diagonal clocks. You can be up on one diagonal clock and down on the other, which is like kind of weird. But it's an interesting game. I don't like increment Bughouse as opposed to no increment, but there's definitely some people who like that sort of thing. I think it's not a terrible idea at the lower level of Bughouse, just because anything that can slow down the game at the lower level can just help you learn not so much the mechanics of coordination, but at least like searching for mates and searching for threats and searching for tactics. Just slowing down the game can help like newer players at that.
There are probably a lot less timeouts, winning by time in that game variant. Probably more checkmates, definitely.
Yeah, I think
Chewie gone right. Full Pac-Man mode.
I think it messes a lot with the time strategy when you add increment because
for sure.
The diagonal time way of seeing like whether you're up or down on time doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
So the whole strategy of playing, like sometimes you're up a little bit of time, but your position's really bad, so you need to fix it. But then
it also becomes more difficult to calculate whether or not you're enough time. Like if you're up enough time to make enough moves to get the pieces you need before the increment makes you downtime on your board.
Yeah.
So the other thing,
rook mates for sure.
Rookmates.
Sorry, rookmates for Liger.
That is for
Yeah.
Rookmates on both
Knight.
boards.
12 seconds.
And
so
for
they
Marvel.
can get that.
Yeah, I
gotta be
think if
some
Shu
other
could have this
way.
move back, he'd rather go like Queen G7. But I mean, Queen G7 still could be problematic with just like Pawn F7.
EKR went to stupid time pre-move time scrambles at the end.
Yeah, the
I
pre-move
think that's
time scrambles are for sure frustrating, but it's hard to find a solution to that, honestly. I think that's the lesser evil than getting rid of like clock coordination.
I think it's
Does
way
anyone
less
else
of a
here feel
problem.
personally attacked? Oh, just me? Okay.
What
Thank you for
what was that?
exposing yourself.
What was that 1800 strength?
Oh, I think time scrambles are a lot more fun over the board when you don't have the option to pre-move.
Yeah,
So
no,
bughouse
So
without
I've only played that once.
I do agree, but one frustrating element of the board time scrambles is there's some dirty people out there who will not perfectly center the piece on the square, and in fact will knock over half the pieces every move they make, and that can be frustrating.
You said I've only played Bughouse once on live, so how is that like compared to online? No, it's going to be completely different, but
Oh, if you play like me and take things way too seriously, do you aggressively pre-move? You would think that you can't pre-move, but that wouldn't stop me.
People definitely accuse me of pre-moving a lot over the board. Which...
If you're not pre-moving OTB, you're not trying. All right.
Strong words. No, just kidding. Oh, queen takes g4 for sure. Has to be played. No, he didn't take the bishop. He should take the bishop.
Yeah, that
pawn right there.
That wouldn't
Why didn't
on
you
the
pawn
spot.
check?
Pawn check doesn't do too much because the king's safe on f8. So if the knight's not there and you have a rook, then it's more useful.
Well, yeah, I get that it's safe on f8. I was just...
Oh, I see. I guess it's because he wanted to force a rook for his partner because he has a pawn on g2, and now the knight traps the rook. So he doesn't go for that either.
Queen.
It's not much better than the rook. Also, they've been
I
playing.
think I'm gonna go like pawn at d7, pawn at h6.
Yeah,
or
that
bishop at
makes sense.
h6.
And the game revolves.
I kind of want to get rid of the pawn on the c6 square. That'd be nice.
To set up e8 tricks, yeah. I think once the king is on f8, the game will revolve, or it should have revolved around the g7 pawn, because that's an important square.
Yeah, this is
So queen at e8, we can say here.
This is very questionable by white. They should have just played knight takes e4 earlier. Oh. Oh yeah, the mate thing. Bishop h4 check.
Okay, but
Almost works.
if Chewy doesn't get enough material to mate, though, like Howard,
Chewy needs one pawn to
defending.
No, Chewy needs a bishop to mate.
Chewy is already win because
Wait,
Umrush has made it, isn't he?
I don't quite see the bishop. Oh, he has a knight. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mate with the bishop would be moving the g2 knight. Yeah. Sort of a clearance idea. Oh yeah, the other thing was improvement.
Did Marvel try to
new...
make his opponent also?
So I also want to mention this because when I was a lower rated player around 700 when I first started Bughouse, don't be shocked if people attack the f2, f7 square on very low levels. They will be that aggressive very early on.
It's pretty common, yeah. No matter who you play. There's a variation of the Scholar's Mate setup where it's black ends up having to push the G pawn to block the queen if they don't get any blocker or piece, and then all of a sudden the G7 square is open.
What do you think about
If I said
bishop h3 here?
For black?
Yeah.
Which
Oh, you
board?
found it.
Oh,
Okay.
that. Yeah, that's a good move because it defends both pieces.
Yeah, I've got an important question. If I set the over/under for Scholars Mates by the Marvel Chewy team during the Bughouse World Championship, if I set this at 1.5, are you taking the over or the under? Oh, and Lager's mated without a blocker, but I mean the blocker will come.
Even with a blocker, it doesn't pawn at f2 mate.
Oh, it does.
So you needed a rook. No, that wouldn't have worked. Yeah, that would have worked. The other thing for improvement I forgot to say earlier is like sometimes you can actually just like if you see someone speeding you with a line, just play that line, and that's your new opening repertoire.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did when I started out in Bughouse and in chess. I mean, he just hang a knight for nothing, and then he just didn't take it.
He mouse slipped knight h5.
Yeah, like for sure. If you don't know what to do about a particular line, just play it against your opponents and see what they do.
Oh, overrated? SDX pieces, blah blah blah, overrated, blah. I don't know, I'm feeling pretty overrated right now. I think overall rating isn't too important because you can play so many games that rating just becomes really volatile, so if you're able to...
I would also say rating becomes very volatile depending on the partner.
Yeah, but if you're able to get to a certain rating, then that means you'll be able to get to it again at some point in the future.
Yeah, like when I hit 2200, I'm confident I can get back there. So with enough,
I'd say it depends on the partner.
Anything's possible.
I feel it depends on the partner because I say that if like Chicken was 2200 and if I partnered him, I probably could hit near 2000, and I don't think I'd be able to do that with many other people.
The other thing is you get paired with like people around your level, I think, on average. So if you get to 2000, you get to play 2000 players then. I think that helps a lot more than playing a lot of 1800s.
Yeah, so it's easier said than done, but honestly, like caring about your rating is like horrible for your ability to actually improve at the game. Like,
yeah,
like in an ideal world, if you could just focus on how well you're playing, like as you improve, like the rating will come naturally. But yeah, obviously that's like
hard to agree on that one.
Immense.
As another example of rating volatility, yesterday Return of the Lager was 2000 and now he's 2371, so I don't know if something happened between then and now.
Was he really 2000? What?
Yeah, I think.
And then like 2050.
I mean, I think he said at some point that he was trolling in the random pool, so that might have.
Oh, was he trying challenges?
No, I think it was either tilted or had a bad day in the random pool. Let me check. No, it was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, October 22nd, he was around 2070. Yeah. Ish.
I definitely have my ups and downs as well. So
yeah.
I can empathize.
Oh, I can get that, but 700 points though? That's like a huge dip.
No, I don't think they're saying Bum Rusher. They're saying Return of the Liger. So Return of the Liger is currently 2379. So they're saying he went up by 300 points. And that's certainly reasonable.
If
Bum Rush is
like if Bum Rush like lost 700 points, I'll be like,
no.
What the heck's happening?
Yeah, no. If Bum Rusher reaches 2000, I'm calling the FBI.
Yeah, this is a thing you generally don't see when you play Blitz.
Imagine Hikaru shows up one day. He's like 2300 Blitz. Like, I don't know. I just had an off day.
Well, you actually do see that though, not with their normal accounts, because like streamers are allowed with permission to create what's called a speedrun account. And I've seen Hikaru do that, where he'll be like, okay, I'm going to start off at 800. Let's see how long it takes me to get up to 3,000. But what they do with those speedrun accounts is, like, after the game, chess.com will refund the points to whoever they play. Todd Does MC says Return to the Liger's all-time high was 27.23. I think a bit overrated there, but I could see Return to the Liger at like 2,500 when he's like on his game for sure. But to get up to 27.23, I think probably requires partnering someone who's super underrated.
Or getting a really favorable matchup.
Could you imagine, Chuck, though, playing if you're like 700 rated or so, you're playing, oh, you see another 700 rated bughouse player, and suddenly your secret account to pull a like ridiculous like 2,000 player.
I mean, I've seen that for sure. I see that. I feel like I see that like once a week on my stream. This is a new alt I'll be playing against that is like rated 1,600 and is actually at 2,300.
No, Helm did it one turn the speed run before.
Yeah, Helm's has done a speed run before.
I would love to actually see that event. Like, it would be hard to like actually balance, but like just a bughouse speedrun where you get a lot of strong players to enter the random pool.
Well, I think
like basically straight run you have to random.
We're for sure going to see that at some point, because like what happened 2 weeks ago with the Chess Done Quick Variants Edition, where a bunch of streamers were all given new accounts and were speed running at 3 different variants. So the 3 different variants was an hour of Fog of War, and then an hour of 4-player chess, and then an hour of Chess 960. Like, for sure, at some point, they're going to do the same thing, but they're going to include bughouse. And I don't know when that will be, but at some point, we will see that.
It's difficult. It's like so much easier to like manipulate that kind of game with like bad actors. Like, if I just get like 2 or 3 other people who are functioning on my team to just throw anytime I play against them, and then if I get partnered against them, then I have an advantage because like, I have these strong players on my team.
For sure, there's a way to game the system, but they won't allow that. And PKR
I can see
says
so many alts being used right now because the bughouse tournament's coming up, and they probably don't want to manipulate the rating anymore, especially for like people maybe slightly under the 2,000. They don't want a chance to win it and just go to another rank possibly for some of them.
I hope that's not the case, but it wouldn't surprise me.
I hope not either,
so PKR says, and Crazy House 2, hopefully. Yeah, I think that will happen for Crazy House before Bughouse, but I think both will happen eventually at some point.
Oh, only allowed random partners in this bughouse speedrun. Start at 800. Oh god.
Right. I mean that's probably the way it will work.
It's harder to go from 8,000.
Yeah. Like, in practice, it probably would be easier to police if you allowed teams. Because like, it's hard to game the system as a team than like as an individual. Sorry, as a team, like registering as a team, than as like 2 individuals who are masquerading as a team. There was a coherent sentence in there somewhere. Hopefully someone that's not me can find it.
Yeah, I'm sure there was.
I heard. So I know the words that you said, but what I heard is, "Damn, you're stupid, Snakes." Like, that's what felt like the words that you said. That is what I heard in my ears.
Oh. It sounds a bit different from what I heard, but
why not knight f6 here?
Because he probably wants to play bishop at e6 check, which he doesn't want the king to run to b8, which I mean doesn't end up mattering. But
well, don't you have a queen?
Yeah, knight f6 was fine, Cole. That even played a while ago.
When he didn't have a queen, though, you wouldn't be able to get your knight d7 discovered check, because if you go like knight f6 check, king
yeah,
c8,
he had a queen though while he was still waiting for stuff.
Yeah. Oh.
Shout outs to all the players in this match. Like after 60 games, this is around the time where my eyes start to glaze over, and
Oh my
I'm
god!
no
Yes,
longer aware of
it's been more
anything
than
that's
60 games. The
By the
score
way, this is
the score is 38-30. Oh my
So
god!
this is the 69th game.
Oh,
So how many
nice.
games have you played in a row then?
I mean, I've probably played close to this much before and instantly regretted it. But just my move quality like dips so severely after that. Like I don't think I could be playing at the level these players are playing at for this many games.
One time I made a bad life decision and played like 110. I think that's my longest.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I think it's because I lost like 100 points in the first half and then had to gain them back in the second half or something.
You know what? I understand that feeling.
No. There's not enough points for me to be like, I guess I'll just hate my life for the next 5 hours. Like,
I've definitely gone through periods like that. Like I care much less about my rating than I used to. But
Queen.
But
don't get me wrong. I'll still try to get the points back. Like we can get them, but just not after I've played 60 games already.
No,
like,
but like on when I was on the free internet chess server, there were definitely just rating. There was like a rating floor beyond which I would be like that. This cannot stand. I will not go to sleep until I am not this rating anymore. And I think for years for me that was like 1700 on the free internet chess server. Like where usually I would be around 1900. Sometimes I would dip below 1700, and I'd be like, all right, there's no eating, there's no sleeping, there's no going outside. Like I am not stopping until I am no longer a 1700. Yeah, and I could see that. Like I could see myself doing. I don't think I would do that anymore, honestly. I think I care much less about the rating. But if there were such a rating on chess.com right now for me, that would probably be like 2000. And I think there was a point at which I dipped below 2000 on chess.com. And it was just because when they had like an error in the code where you would like make a move and you would no longer be able to move. Or there were like a bunch of chess.com programming problems for a while. There was one where like a piece would randomly drop on A3 for you instead of where it was supposed to go. And my rating,
I'm such a well-designed site.
my rating legit took some nosedives when those programming bugs existed. And I think at one point my rating dipped below 2000 and everyone was like, how is this guy below 2000? What is going on? But I'm at the point, I was at the point there where I just didn't care.
Yeah, I am not trying to deal with a 2000 rated Chuck in the streets. I would be like, what did I do in my life to deserve this treatment?
I will say there's been hours that I've played just to gain back some rating because I just didn't want to dip below my old score. And I regretted it sometimes just because I'm like, I just spent a whole day playing chess after loss in rating and played another 3 hours afterwards and didn't gain it back at all.
Usually when I play like a billion hours on over again, it's usually I've made the decision that I'm going to play a boatload today and then just not play this game again for the next like 4 weeks.
Amaranth Diaz says, when you're overrated, you find out who your true friends are. So that's one of the interesting things. One of the interesting things about Bughouse is when you're overrated, you become super popular because everyone wants to play against you. And when you're underrated, you become super popular because everyone wants to partner you. Like people will just line up. They'll come out of the woodwork. There'll be like relatives that you haven't heard of for like 20 years. They'll be like, you're 1600? I'm back in the picture. Let's partner.
Have you ever had to like, yo, let's partner, bro? And they're like, oh man, I'd love to. Just I got this thing, but maybe in a couple of days. Yeah, like, I'll hit you up later.
Oh, Chicken's like less than 2,400. Yeah, hey Chicken, how are you doing? We never played with each other.
The best is when friends of yours, and I use that term loosely. Let's use the air quotes. Friends of yours will be like, "Oh, hey, let's play a bunch of games together." When you're like super overrated, and then they'll play with you for like an hour, and then you'll be super underrated. They'll be like, "I don't think I want to play against you anymore. I'm willing to play with you now." let's partner up.
Oh, that's double dipping. That's actually
That is definitely double dipping. There's been so much double dipping I've seen in my lifetime.
That's some Hansel and Gretel level fattening up, or in this case, thinning down.
On it. Oh, I'm surprised not. Okay. I thought there would be Return Lagger would put pawn at f7.
Knight at g6 is really strong for Return of the Lagger.
Oh, that move that I definitely saw. Yeah.
Third is for kh8, and it takes the. However, it doesn't do much after king h7. So.
I mean,
what he took? Oh. No, he just missed that. Okay. This is where the headaches kick in, or the dizziness. You start to make moves that you would never make.
Yeah, so four-player chess is just learning like 20 years later from the bughouse strategies, how to farm at bughouse, and he's going to apply those strategies to four-player chess.
So, I will say, by the way, I would prefer playing a super long series like this to playing a moderately long series of like 10-second bughouse. I don't know about you guys, but my fingers are just in so much pain when I play that fast of a time control. Like it.
Really?
Yeah.
See, the other thing is, I've grown up from like the fixed culture and the bullet culture. Actually, you guys commentate this game for a while. I'm going to look for an article which says the fixed culture about rematches.
Oh, Return of Lagger's in trouble.
Oh no, he's fine. Yeah, okay. So now he's gonna be trying to.
Fine is a little bit ambitious. Like maybe.
I wouldn't say
dead,
fine when they're downtime and double sitting.
I said fine when looking at the position, and I looked at the time afterwards, and they're down 11 seconds, which means they're close to lost. Oh, especially because he didn't take the knight, which Russia needs to cover his king with. This is a mate. Unstoppable. I was going to say, after the pawn was placed on g5, you can start to see the position becomes a bit more shaky.
The pawn, to be honest.
Taking the pawn h6.
The d2 pawn.
Oh, yeah, you could do that. As a possible move.
The less
I might
enemy
be worried
pieces
about
around your king, the better.
Okay, I'm going to link you guys to an essay called "Thanks," and the essay is about the etiquette of thanking people after a game of chess. and the base this was part of the curriculum back in the days of Bullet, and the basic gist was that people who thank are just dirtbags, and you don't want anything to do with those people. But the funny thing about this is that he goes into types of thankers, and then he's like win thankers who's only thank after a game that they win, lose thankers who only thank after a game they lose. There's quit thankers who thank right after they quit.
The victim of thinking is not without recourse. My personally preferred retaliation to a thinker is an immediate message think.
What am I reading?
So yeah, there's a series of these articles.
Wait. let us objectively examine the pros and cons of banking in 1-0 games. Like, what objective metric are you using to evaluate the risk reward of banking versus
This is academic chess, guys.
Oh my gosh, I want this to be in a peer
this
review
article is
journal.
almost as old as I am.
Wait. All right, we as a community have to do everything we can to get this article published as a scientific study. We can make this happen.
Well, you could republish this article on chess.com.
Oh, he missed Marvel missed mate, I think. Okay. It's a separate matter.
Oh, bishop at g2.
How could you possibly be focusing on the game in the face of the greatest thing I've ever written? I'm sorry, second greatest thing I've ever written to Guilty King's Bughouse Guide. I learned so much from that.
I don't think we've even read Guilty King's Bughouse Guide. I'll have to check that out. But so guys, Chess Brainiac is in the chat, is also a streamer. Chess Brainiac was recently partnered with chess.com. And he mostly left Bughouse for chess, but we have pulled him back into Bughouse through this tournament, so he will be playing in the tournament.
Hey, Chess Brainiac, are you playing with someone?
He's playing with Bughouse. He's playing with Bughouse Knight.
Yeah. Oh, I had a question for you, Brainiac. Do you know, is Bughouse Knight under 18 or is he over 18? I was wondering if you guys were going for the under 18 prize.
No, he's over 18.
Oh, he's over 18. Okay.
I mean, I think Chess Brainiac has gotten a huge upgrade in his partner from last year. I really like his chances of winning.
Yeah.
Who was your partner to last year?
Some scrub. I don't remember actually.
Yeah. Some random.
I'm not sure who it was, but I'm confident they were a bad player.
I legit don't know who it was. So
That's fine. Just take a random guess.
Was it Cabbage or?
Was it?
I don't know. Oh, it was. Okay.
So,
Wow.
Well,
all he needed was a clue trash player.
I assumed it was someone in this call, and I, by process of elimination, because I knew it wasn't Scary Snakes.
Wait,
that sounds like you assumed I was an asshole.
That's usually a good assumption.
So Bumrush just needs a knight and he wins, and let's just say he's getting that knight.
Yep.
Great
Knight check, pawn takes, and then your knight in.
You can honestly even play knight at g6 first, because knight checks don't do anything. I keep getting challenges from someone in pool, because I guess there's no one in the pool, so if Brainiac wants to play, there's like a 2800 seeking 1 minute. Name seat 63 AMG.
Our score, by the way, is 43-31. Favoring Chewy and Marvel.
I assume for the players at this point, all numbers have lost their meaning.
Surprising they could even see straight.
Yeah, honestly. It was an 85th game. On GTX
I'm gonna send you guys another article.
Okay. Oh yes.
Unclear whether or not I should thank you for sending us the last article.
These articles.
You can follow the acknowledgement of the previous article.
Yeah,
that's a great example to live by. The acknowledgement section specific.
We have to thank the acknowledgers. Yes, that is true.
I think this is a trap. Like they could be testing us.
Here, I'm going to read from this article for people who don't bother to read the whole thing. I'm going to read from the end. Karpov says, "This is the move that ultimately brought victory to the match. Since at this moment, Anand was psychologically beaten. I could feel his nerves give way. He could not believe that after I'd suffered so many troubles, I would refuse to make a draw." And then the article follows up with, "The pace of internet lightning chess," lightning is the same as bullet, demands more efficient language. Obi-Wan says, "You weren't even close, you fat fuck."
I kind of said it better myself. I mean, we were all thinking it. Someone just put words to our thoughts.
Short and sweet.
Well, I'm going to end on that note because I have work tomorrow.
Okay, thanks for dropping in to co-commentate. Really appreciate it.
No, it's great to see connect with the community a little bit in Bughouse before this tournament starts. Really, it's been a while since I talked to a lot of people and seen a lot of people in Bughouse community. That's for sure, especially your high-rated players.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the tournament.
Yeah, hope you guys have a wonderful night and hope you have a wonderful week. If I don't see you by the end of the week.
Thank you. Same
Yeah,
to you.
take care. Have a good one, man.
Take care, Colt.
High-rated players and snakes, that is. Just kidding, it is.
No,
this-
honestly, after what I said about you, I deserve that. Like, I can't do that.
Marvel
that's
just
mate.
blundered mate.
The bishop covers, so queen at d8 is mate. Why
Plus,
is
he's
he
thinking
not
about
playing
how
it?
to. He's calculating queen at a8.
Oh my god. You didn't play checkmate. I mean, this might still mate with knight takes bishop, queen b7,
Well, I mean,
queen takes
they
knight.
forced rook. So.
Yeah, they force a rook.
Oh,
So
I was gonna say, please play rook at e8.
There's another very common mating pattern where you have the knight supporting the rook and the knight is defending.
Amaranth, the bishop was quite far away.
Yeah. We can't expect the players to see that far after this many games.
Yeah. Their faces are 2 inches from the screen.
So honestly, this is something that I only learned 6 months ago, and you all probably know this, but I was surprised by how many people, instead of playing with a full-size board, like their board, they play with a tiny board because it's easier to move the pieces quicker with a tiny board than a big board. And this is a common thing in puzzles. Like when people do Puzzle Rush, Puzzle Battle, they do puzzles faster. They have a smaller board, and it's a common thing in Bullet. I saw Alexandra Botez do a stream where she was doing a Bullet speed run, and her board was super tiny. Incredible Wonder says I play with a small board. So how many of you guys play with a small board?
I didn't know that this tech existed. The game has been changed. You thought I was a shameless flagger before? Oh, wait till you see me now.
Did I just change your world?
Oh wait. No, I mouse slip a lot. Yeah, I mouse slip a lot, so I use the largest board setting possible. It's my preferred way to play everything. If you have a small board and you shift your mouse 1 pixel to the right, all of a sudden your piece lands on the square next to the one you were.
Yeah, no, you would think so. Yeah, I play with a big board all the time.
That's the risk I'm willing to take for 0.2 seconds per move.
For most people, queen is worth 9 points, but for snakes, it's worth 0.2 seconds.
I mean, so the way I found out about this was Chess Stupus from the chat was trying to tell me how to get faster times at Puzzle Rush, and he was telling me, everyone, all the good players at Puzzle Rush play with tiny boards, and I was like, okay, and I pictured a moderately smaller one, and then he streamed Puzzle Rush at one point, and I looked, and his board was the size of a postage stamp. He was squinting at the board. It was the size of one of the squares of my board. That was his whole chessboard. Ridiculous.
I feel like this is going to wreck my eyesight, but I will do it for a gain of 25 points in strength. This is the life I've chosen to live. Marvel has problems in his life.
He does.
Yeah, the reason Marvel is stuck is because Bummersher's trying to drop a rook on f1, and then after takes, it's mate.
This rook doesn't even do anything yet. We go king f8, and yeah, now you're still sad.
Now he needs a second knight, but he has all 4 knights, so he can't do it. Otherwise, knight at g6 would be a strong idea. Knight at g6, h takes, knight at h7, and then rook at g8.
I can tell you what a dirty person would have done there. And I've seen Chicken do this before. The move there is he should have put a bishop or a pawn on g6, and then bum Russia pre-moves, h takes g6, and then he doesn't. He already has another knight in his hand.
Yes. Yeah.
Shout outs to Marvel for respecting himself enough not to do that.
That's a great suggestion. No, I think that's an excellent book.
It is a terrible suggestion. I would rather lose. I would rather lose than resort to these methods.
It's one of the methods they teach you in the secret bughouse book.
I need to take a shower just being in this voice chat.
Oh no, that's the wrong move. Now he's made. Oh well, but then he took on a G1.
I was thinking I could go like bishop e3 and just lose all my pieces, but run away.
Bishop at e3 wins here. Yeah, you're right.
Oh no, I meant bishop e3 a long time ago instead of rook at f1 and like run to d2 c1.
Wait a second. He could have taken the queen on e3 with his knight.
So, so 4-player chess. If we're talking about dirty anti-pre-move tricks, there's an anti-pre-move trick that was pioneered, I think maybe like 10 years ago by Chicken Cross Road, and this was when people started like pre-moving like more and more in Bughouse and faster. Chicken would start playing as black. He would play pawn at e2 on move 1. So he would just like wait for a pawn as black on move 1, and his opponent would play like probably e4, but sometimes e3, and then he would play pawn at e2, and his opponent would like pre-move like knight c3 or something like that, and then he would play pawn takes queen, promote to queen. And it's just like a dirty trick, like for two reasons. Like number one, like you win a queen, but number two, it just tilts your opponent so much that they stop pre-moving, and it'll slow them down a lot.
Maybe a lesser man than I would stop pre-moving. I will lose every piece.
I know people who like not only like stop moving, but they'll just like quit playing. They'll be like, I'm done for tonight.
When I first got to like over 2400, like I never played any like actual series before. One of the first series I played was against Helmsknight and Chicken, and obviously I was like intimidated. These are the people whose streams I watched to like learn how to improve at this game. Chicken did this to me in one of these games, and I wasn't even mad. I was utterly shocked. Like I was not aware that was legally a thing that you could do. I was like, what happened? Why did he do that to me? I'm a good person. I don't think I deserve to be treated this way.
Amaranthia says it's not about losing, it's about who leaves. Yeah, like that's another way to play Bughouse and just games in general. Is like there's some people who care about rating. There's some people who want to like improve the most. But another way to play is just for maximum tilt. You just want your opponent to hate their lives the most. And yeah, these dirty moves are ways to make your opponents hate their lives the most.
It's like you guys are out here like, how can I break my opponent's spirit? Like I want to rob him of his will to live. Like what just happened on Bum Russia and Marvel's board? Like I don't even know if this was an anti-pre-move or a slip or if it was theory. I literally have no idea what's happening right now.
It's a queen for two pieces. So
well, I mean, a bishop plus knight mates for Marvel, but he's not uptime at this point.
Sort of
and
one of those
he has one back to queen, so not that big a deal.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where your queen's not super important because you get in on f2 early. It requires a lot of coordination, though.
I mean, I feel like at this stage in the match, like cheap tricks are going to have a much higher hit rate because everyone's tired and like not going to be coordinating as well. Queen e4 is nice though with bishop takes f7.
Whoa! Did he really take on f7 there?
This has to be made.
Mistake. King takes f7 was. Yeah. And now he's sitting, which is the other thing you don't want to do. So when you're being attacked, you want to move as fast as possible so that your opponent gets your partner gets a chance to win in case you are mated.
Which he is.
Yep. And now all Marvel has to do is castle and play g6 and he's safe forever.
I don't think there's a move that loses for Marvel.
And the only trick White has is to play queen at h5 and then try to go queen takes h7 with the bishop defending it, which wasn't even attempted. Yeah, this isn't.
Can Shui mate with the pawn here? Yeah, okay, we have knight e6, pawn at f7. So what if he goes king e7? I don't think we can mate up with the pawn if he goes. I'm sorry, if he goes king e8.
King e8, you can go queen
f7.
No, he wants to try to mate with the pawn.
We have to checkmate with the pawn.
Oh,
yeah,
I see.
Queen,
Okay.
It was queen g8 your idea?
And queen j, queen e6, and then pawn f7.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, okay. We've got to the bottom of the important things here.
See, so another variation that I've seen of Bughouse, which would be interesting if chess.com codes it so that you could pick these variations, would be like no drop checks or no drop mates. Like that would be an interesting thing people might choose to play.
I'd actually love to see like how drastically like defense would change if you actually were required to checkmate with the pawn. I feel like there'd be some like really like
over the board
ideas.
Over the board, we've played a bunch of variations of Bughouse. I mean, we've played 960 Bughouse. We played Extinction Bughouse. The way Extinction works is if you lose all of any one piece on one board, then you lose. So if you lose all your queens on one board, you lose. If you lose all your knights on one board, you lose. And you can promote to king in that variation. The other variation that was interesting is we played Bughouse with no queens. And there's two ways to play Bughouse with no queens. So, like, one way is to play is just not to have a queen, and you just have like a blank space there. And it's like a much slower game with no queens. You can't even like promote to a queen. Another way to play it is with two kings. And we would play that you have to take two kings on one of the boards. So like all four players would have two kings. So one of the queens would just like play it as a king. And again, that's a much slower game, and it's just a different game.
I feel like you're making the game like more chess centric. Like I feel like
it's definitely more chessy. Yeah, for sure.
Play chess,
for sure.
I don't think I would enjoy this no queen business. I think king e2 is the king move I want to make here.
Yeah, you definitely want to get your king onto a light square.
Yeah, and king f1 allows knight h2, king g2. I don't know, just like intuitively allowing the double checks seems wrong, but like maybe like knight e3 doesn't actually do anything. You can put your king on h1.
Bishop takes e3.
So now you need to cover the d4 square and the f4 square.
Yep, we definitely have a piece that can do that.
Knight at d4 would have been strong, I think. Okay, now...
Yeah, I mean, this is also, like, crushing.
Now the problem is you can't ever take on g4 because there's queen at f2 check.
Unless it's with check. Oh, that doesn't seem healthy.
Yeah, though in fairness, I don't think there was a move that was good for his health.
I thought he was gonna maybe knight check, then queen takes bishop check, stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah, he was missing a knight. I think he only had one knight to check with, and he used it on h6.
Our score right now is 48-33, favoring the Marvel team.
Yeah, they're now up 50 points, I think. No, they're up 40 points from when they started.
Yeah, at this stage, I don't trust the players to defend accurately, so whoever is sack sitting, I assume is winning.
And the other thing is, White wants a knight to checkmate, and there's a knight on f7 just waiting to be taken. So now we can try to look for anti-pre-move opportunities. Like knight d6 could be interesting if they drop a bishop on if they go queen e7, then there's knight takes h7 and knight at g6.
I refuse to take Marin this out of principle.
This is something you definitely normally tend to think about during whenever you have sits like this, is how most likely to play and how can I take advantage of that. Or you can be really nice like snakes and not do the second part.
If I were Chewy,
how can I take advantage of this?
I might play like queen g2 to thread in knight e6.
Oh, that
queen
is
takes,
yeah, that is
queen
strong
takes g7.
too. Yeah, no, even stronger. Knight takes h7 is also a mate threat with queen takes g7. And then if the king runs to e6, you can move your h7 knight back to g5 as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
wait, how are you?
Oh, queen g2, threatening knight takes h7.
Oh, no, I don't. I forgot how calculation works, so I was wondering how your king was running to e6, because in my mind your knight was still protecting the f7 pawn from the h7 square.
Yeah, so black seeing queen g2, he needs to cover e6 and g7 at once. So what's the best way to do that? Okay, yeah, queen g2.
Well, now they just win the scramble because they're faster. But yeah, queen g2 is a very nice idea, Chuck. Yeah, scramble.
Yeah, I think they'll stop at 100 games, but they might keep going.
For the sake of my OCD, I hope they stop at exactly 100 games.
And maybe it's first to 69.
Wait, he took on f5 and didn't play knight at f6.
Yeah, I was confused.
Yeah, now he should take on f5 to open the queen. And black's still doing white's still doing really well here.
Yeah, I've seen better days. Partner is also like fairly safe.
Yeah, how long has this been going? I think 2 hours-ish. So return the lagger, not knowing what to do, will just simply decide to take all of his opponent's pieces, which is also a decent idea.
Yeah, what's the time like?
They're down 2 seconds.
This mission is getting kind of hard. Like, the material difference is fairly steep, and it's not easy for Chewy to force trades for Marvel to get the initiative.
Yeah, the lagger needs to hold a rook. So
like if Bum Russia ever gets a safe king, like the material advantage is just like deciding the game.
Yeah, it's over if he gets safe. So he needs to figure out how to do things before it reaches that point. And and some miscoordination has happened.
Fortunate, yeah.
So now he has to take rook. He has to take on f1. Oh, we'll do that. Yeah, that works. So now he'll have to. I think this is the wrong order.
Yeah, king c1 and I'm just safe, right? This.
At the worst case, he has knight takes g7. So.
Yeah, I can just take this.
Okay, that's spicy.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, you have a rook in hand. Oh, yeah.
So now white has to go rook at d1, give the queen and drop a blocker on d2, and white is still safe. But at least the queen controls h6, which is the square that white would like to drop a knight on. He's not really dead. Oh, he had to hold queen for partner.
Whoa.
Well, he didn't drop a rook, so now c1 is going to be undefended.
Yeah. Even if it wasn't forced marathon, that was still a really nice sequence from Bomb Russia.
Yeah, luring the queen to e3 is definitely great. This position that Liger is getting, it looks really nice. Because the knight on c6 is out of play, so White's playing essentially with even material.
Yeah, because c3 presents the knight from coming in.
Yeah, here White can even consider bishop e6. Oh, never mind.
He could he play this pawn takes pawn and go all in?
Yeah. He can give the queen. I think it's better to if you react then. Oh well, he took
well, I
an
mean,
f1.
like
Why
Knight was
you take an
mating him.
f1?
So.
Yeah, I don't know why
Oh.
he took an f1.
Oh, he wanted to give rook to partner.
Is there like just bishop at g5? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's like a decision from Paul Russia.
So
This
instead
has to
of
be
knight
mate
takes
for
d5
Marvel.
check, he could drop a bishop on f8 first to try to cut off that square from the king. Oh yeah, this is probably mate too. Pawn h, knight f6 and bishop f8 and rook h7 is mate. Okay, so that means that Lager will have to win in 5 seconds, but he's thinking, so it's over.
Oh,
wait,
no,
he didn't.
He didn't find the mate.
Yeah, bishop at f8. Yeah, that's fair. Now he gets the f6 diagonal, or f6 h8 diagonal for the bishop. Oh, now he gets a knight too. It's over.
This is beyond over.
Or
yeah, knight
is it
f6.
over?
Right.
Nice. Marvel's such a dirty sacker.
It's actually really good to sack, but if you know that the other board's going to be high flow and that you're faster. So
I like to
Bumrusher
see 6
should
here
try.
from Marvel.
So Bumrusher should try to avoid
I guess
bishop takes. Yeah.
I guess like a bishop mates, but assuming that doesn't come, like e6 looks like difficult to defend.
Yeah, so black probably wants to go knight takes e5 or something to cover the f7 square. Because actually, instead of bishop e6, there's also queen moving to f5.
Oh,
so he's already made it. Yeah, he's already made it.
Nice.
Oh, I guess our knight was always hanging with check. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't.
I thought we had to put the knight on the f5 square.
So Trey tries a different opening because he didn't like the position he got out of the last game.
I am amazed that you remember the position he got over the last game. I have no idea.
I don't. Sometimes I say things without thinking. No, last game was e4, e5, and then like got into c3, which was really nice.
A lot of the strong chess players can have this great memorization where they can remember not only the very last game, which I can't even remember, but games from like 3 years ago. They'll be like rattle out a series of moves.
Before, yeah.
When you play an over the board game, you spend a lot more time thinking about each move and the value it brings, and also thinking about the mistakes you made during the game. And if you have particularly strong
that's
feelings
a nice
about a game,
tactic, picking up the knight.
Yeah. You can even take f2 first, so that queen takes f5 comes with check.
I respect Chewy sitting for this knight down. I say. I think King G1 was definitely the play though. Like you're up to 5 million years.
Yeah, you're safer back there for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, one thing when defending, it's really, really important to look at their partner's board to see what's coming next. I don't think, although they're pretty tired, so I doubt they're doing that. Bishop b7 check is strong here. And then if king takes, bishop d4, and then the king can't go backwards. Or bishop e3 actually, and that's just mate. Okay, yeah, so a3, c3, b4, b3. Oh, but he did it this way, so now the king can have access to a3.
He can bring the bishop back to c1 though. So.
Yeah. Oh, they're still up on time. Yeah, why doesn't he do that? That'd be pretty cool. Maybe you want to develop a piece. He wants.
No, he gave him a blocker, but it's still he has the knight now. Pawn check, bishop back, and then knight at c3. Knight at c2.
No, bishop c1, knight b1. You have all the pieces on the back row.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Knight b1.
Oh,
how dare Bum Russia deny us of the checkmate on Lager? Does Chewy have no shame? He's gone for Scottish mate again. This team.
No, this is a strong opening with high flow.
Yeah, no, he's getting good positions out of it too. But
yeah, no, it's a good opening. Why not play it every game?
Oh, what? He should have knight checked and then rook f2.
Yeah.
Yeah, take h8 here. Oh, pawn at d6, very nice one.
What does it accomplish? Oh. I don't think it's that good, actually. Yeah, because now he gets a knight takes e4 and queen g5. Both of them are checked.
Yeah, as I was saying, like pawn at d6 is not a very strong move. It's
surprisingly good. That's what you said. Oh, that's what you said. Yeah.
No, I mean, I like the idea of opening up the c7 square, but yeah, I think I underestimated Black's counterplay here. Yeah, what I meant to say, pawn at d6, very nice idea from White.
Yeah.
Now we have a significant number of life problems. I don't think that king takes d3 solved any of them. Oh, I've been logged off automatically. Chess.com, get your shit together.
I've found that you don't get logged off automatically if you have a premium membership on chess.com.
If only. Maybe I'll win enough prize money in Bughouse World Championship to purchase a premium membership.
I would hope. Chessfree, you still get logged off? Really? I haven't been logged off in years.
You should check chess.com chess. Snakes.
Wait, say what now?
It may actually be a set-in, honestly. I have to look through my settings to see if there's something like don't randomly log me off. But honestly, it might be a set-in.
No, I think it's just like if it determines you're inactive, then it wants to get you off the server because they have server load issues, right?
No, like, I understand that's the thing, but like I legitimately have not been auto logged out since I've had a premium membership. Whereas before that, I used to get logged off all the time.
Oh wow. Oh, never mind then. I don't know anything about that. Instead of bishop takes d2 there's an option of pawn at e3.
Oh, that's interesting tactic, Chewy.
This looks good for white. This looks good for the Lagers.
Yeah. Ooh.
Like a knight is close to mating, and because the king gets access to the f2 square, there's no mate. There's no mate threats from black. A lot of times after the U castle, you want the pawn off of the f2 square, so your king can run there in an emergency situation.
So
one. Oh, maybe not. Never mind.
I was gonna say, I think I might play rook at g6 anyways, and like if knight 7 and you take my rook, then I take with my f pawn and I have a mate threat now because I'm cutting off the f file.
Yeah, rook at g6 would be good. Of course, there is a knight at
interesting.
h6 check.
Chewy is just trying to trade pieces for his partner successfully, I might add.
Yep, that looks like a mate.
Yeah, and Lager's gonna say I can trust this. He has 10 seconds. He has a
Which,
pawn to drop on this.
Chu is great at chess, but I think he'd need to be great at Magic to survive this position.
So he needs a. So he gets a pawn for the E7 square, which I think automatically guarantees him a win, unless he hangs his knight like this.
Where did that bishop come from?
There's a cool mate. If he plays G6 right now, you can go rook at F8, and then you have King G7. There's E8 promote to knight checkmate. So,
that's cute. Oh.
A lot of these players, since they're really fast, they also have fast reaction time. So sometimes they play moves without, or they get anti-pre-move more easily because they're just expecting certain things to happen, which is why their reaction times are so fast. When you're a bit slower, then you start to see more of the different options that the opponent can choose.
Yeah, it's funny. Like when I watch 12-team play, 12-team often does better against not in every circumstance, but when he's trying to like pre-move his way to a win, he'll do better against higher rated players than lower rated players because he's anticipating their moves, and he does better anticipating a higher rated player than a lower rated player.
Yeah, that's that's also something I like to do. Very rarely, like in a certain situation, there might be multiple different options, but then if you're like, I guess, a bit stronger, then you'll see some of these options aren't as good, so you narrow it down to one option, and then me on the other side, if I think that you're going to go play that option, I'll just pre-move the response to it automatically if I'm in a really close time situation and I'm feeling lucky.
Yep. Have a good night, Chess Brainiac. Thanks for stopping by. Let's give him another shout out.
Yes.
So follow Chess Brainiac. I'm sure he will be streaming his Bughouse World Championship games. So be sure to drop him a follow.
I wonder if he'll use voice this time. I think voice is really helpful.
It is for sure. Did you guys not use voice last year?
No. He has a
probably would have done better if he could. Say that again?
He was a little kid. I don't think it would have been good to use voice.
Why would that not have been good?
To talk with
would you trust your son in a voice chat with Cabbage?
I mean, if I guess he didn't stream last year. He's probably streamed less than a year, right? But
yeah,
I mean, if he's streaming all the time anyway, I don't think it's any different to have that person in like a Discord call.
Yeah,
especially if you're streaming that Discord call and everyone can hear.
I mean, if I were a parent, I would say there's a big difference between like the one-way communication of like my son streaming and like him interacting with potentially a bad influence. No, and also just like if I were a parent and I knew he was streaming with Cabbage, so like I feel like this is about the best influence my son could possibly have. And that's all the nice things I'll be saying about Cabbage for the night. I've reached my quota.
Oh,
that is a lot of nice things.
Okay, so Bum Rusher has 2 more moves before he's mated. But he's also down on time now, so it's
he's safe.
he didn't play H5 and G4? He could have played H5. Yeah, he played the wrong sequence. Wow. Oh, he missed the bishop on E7. Yeah, that's unlucky. He had H5 and then G4, the pawn was pinned because the queen's on E3.
Oh, yes, he was not safe.
Queen takes F6 is really strong here. Yeah, okay, and he plays it. Because you lose a queen, but I mean, the other board's so close. Queen can't do much.
Yeah, but nice recognition by Chewy, like understanding that speed is like very important in that position with your king open. That's a position where Lagger would love to have time to get trades to attack Chewy, but
yeah, here a few pawns would be really nice. So I mean, if I were Bum Rusher, I would just pre-move knight takes G2. Just so that Lagger doesn't sit around thinking about doing things. Just losing time. Like your another pawn's really good. So if he went knight takes g2 first, and then g takes f6, you'd have 2 pawns.
I mean, he's got another chance.
And also lose all his play. That's the irrelevant part.
Yeah, but I'm pretty comfortable playing for Lager's board here.
Oh yeah, he has a really nice position because he's not moving his bishops. So his bishops and his pawns on the third and second rank for the giant pawn square.
That wasn't the greatest.
Oh, they're down a lot of time, but I mean, like this isn't like you can play chess here, like for sure.
Really hard to
like,
suggest moves for chess. Yeah. I mean, if he gets a rook, then bishop takes f7 is mating. Oh, Oh, they're down time. That's why.
I think I'll go on pawn d7 as Lager and like force Chua to sit for a blocker to stop the promotion.
Yeah, bishop at d8 here is strong.
This knight f5. Or no, never mind. I'm sorry, that's hanging. What am I saying?
Actually, yeah,
I like bishop h4. But
yeah, I
the
like
exchange
it.
matters a lot in this position.
Yeah, no, push the pawns. Push h6.
Queen e6. Queen e6 is mating too.
Yeah.
Queen e7 here should be mating soon. Yeah, rook takes e6.
That works too. Queen at e7. Knight takes pawn. Or queen takes, depending where he goes. Or no, yeah, knight takes pawn for sure. Never mind.
Yeah, but
so made in 2.
Yep, I assume you mean rook at e8, rook takes e8. Yeah, rook takes d8, made in 2.
No, I actually mean pawn d7, promote to bishop, and then queen c7, queen c8, knight at c7.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Cabbage, you're a man after my own heart. Oh, that was the line.
Oh, no. Knight a5 is a very common idea because the bishop on c4 gets annoying. So you want to try to trade it off. So in exchange for although the knight on c6 wouldn't have been doing much anyways. So in exchange for this, return of the Lager voluntarily weakens his dark squares by moving his rook to e1 and unprotecting the f2 pawn. I have to have, I think, have to hold a rook. Oh, this is looking pretty dire already. Yeah, knights go on light squares.
4Player Chess says stalemate's not possible in bughouse, right? It actually is possible, but it's complicated. I've seen stalemate happen in bughouse, but very, very rare. I've seen draws happen a lot more often than stalemates. But in theory, you could have a situation where like a player can't move on their board, like have no legal moves, and they would have a legal move if they waited for a piece. And you could have
on the board.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying the position on the board got very interesting because Bum Russia had like 3 seconds to try and force a rook, which mates for his partner.
Yeah, and he's going to get it because he can play bishop takes g2 next move and rook at f1. Yeah, stalemate I would say is a win for the side who stalemates because your opponent can't move, so you gain time, and if you're up on time, you can just stop moving the rest of the game.
Yeah, but there's interesting situations which happen very, very rarely where there can be a stalemate on both boards, and in that case, the game should just like it could theoretically end depending like who has more time, and they need to like code for that the right way. And it on the free internet chess server, it took them, I don't know, like 10 years to code that up because it was such a rare event that they finally added that code.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's an interesting concept. Yeah, I think the side with more time should have the win because they took less time to reach the stalemate.
Yeah.
So it's just the same as flagging.
I mean, like in terms of like fairness, I think that's the case. But it's like such a novel concept. I just like the idea of like being able to theoretically reach a stalemate. in bughouse. So like my heart would say like I'm just gonna call this a draw and a stalemate.
Bishop takes h3 is really strong for bum rushers here.
See, there's another situation where I think it would be fun to have this variation on chess.com, a variation of bughouse, which is over the board. People often play, if you checkmate on one board, then the other board gets one move to try to checkmate, so that you don't have these like simultaneous mate situations. Like a simultaneous mate is considered a draw. So if I capture a queen and it mates on the other board, and I'm also mated next move, then that's mate on both boards, and that's a draw.
Have you ever played a clean house on chess.com? I think you mentioned like playing something.
I've played it on Fix. I don't think I've played it. I don't think I've really played it on chess.com. I mean, I haven't played it with all 4 players trying to play it. I've definitely partnered people and been like, okay, we're going to take all the pieces.
Okay, so when we did it, we played with the rule that like checkmating is forbidden. So if you checkmate your opponent, that's actually treated as a loss, which I definitely accidentally won several games, which was accidentally losing them.
Makes sense.
I don't have any experience in any variants. By the way, they are on game number 93. They've played 92 games so far. The score is 39-53. Liver's doing fine. And bum rushers, I think, misplayed a bit because now he's the one being attacked.
Yeah.
And now
Marvel has a very safe king.
Oh, but Chu's just gonna
Queen H8. Oh yeah, they should sit. They should sit. That's neat.
Yeah, there's no blocker, so they could just sit. Game's over.
A no blocker checkmate is a beautiful one. If he did get a blocker though, he could go knight g6 check and then knight at h7 maybe. If he gets another knight. Queen a4 wins a piece for that doesn't. Oh yeah. So there's a common chess tactic where you go queen a4 on Chewy's board and you win the bishop on b4. But you also have to consider what happens after that, which is that your queen's on b4, your king's on e1, and there's no pawn on c2. So if black gets a knight, they can drop it on c2 and fork the queen and king.
Yeah, see, your chess player brain was leading you astray.
Yeah, that's true. Chess hurts your bughouse. You heard it here first.
Definitely does. So yeah, for play chess, there's definitely something to be said for holding events online because it's much easier to arbitrate. We've had a bunch of over the board world championships in bughouse in Berlin, and there's been arguments over games of people say hiding their pieces, or people make a legal move. There's things that just come up which can be solved easier online, but on the other hand, much more fun over the board. Like anyone who's only played bughouse online is missing out. Over the board, like as fun as online is, over the board is like 10 times as fun.
Okay, so here bum rusher made a mistake. He didn't move his rook from f1, so a pair of knights is still really strong. If he went rook g1 instead of bishop at g4, then his king would be able to escape to f1 and he'd just be safe.
Lager is very close to mating here. Like a knight and diag mates for sure.
Yeah, the move seems to be f takes g2 and queen takes g2, and then you need. Yeah.
I think bishop mates, because if we can use a bishop on g2 to protect our f2 pawn, that frees our knight to go to f5 square. Oh, he has a knight. Okay, there's definitely mate now.
Oh, he went for it. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so for play chess, a friend of mine, who I will not call out, has been texting me, griping about us calling this the Bughouse World Championship, because the Bughouse World Championship has existed for like not quite 20 years, but let's say 15 years. At least 15 years, maybe 20. And it's been in Berlin. Every year there's been a Bughouse World Championship, and it's well known around the world to be the World Championship. And this person said, how dare they call this the Bughouse World Championship? That's stealing the name from the actual Bughouse World Championship. I would argue that the Berlin really can't claim the name Bughouse World Championship, especially since a lot of the top players haven't really made it to Berlin. So there's been good players for sure, but like Chicken's never been to Berlin, 12 Teen's never been to Berlin. And these players did play last year and are probably playing this year. So there's been like a stronger pool of players. So claim to the name Bughouse World Championship, I think is you have a better claim to that mantle if there's a stronger player pool, and also if there's more players from all over the world. Whereas the Bughouse World Championship in Berlin, I think we had like I think Creep and Death might have come 1 year, otherwise known as Mugwort. I think Mugwort might have come 1 year. I might be wrong about that. But other than 1 year, I don't think there's been any Australians. There aren't very many Asians except the occasional Russian. So Fumatax came 1 year, and he's from Russia. So I don't think there's been any South Americans who've come to the Berlin tournament. Like it's been there's been some Africans, but not that many. It's been mainly Europeans, with a few Americans sprinkled in, and that's not exactly a world championship. And don't get me wrong, I love Berlin, great tournament, and I really enjoy going to it, and I recommend everyone go to Berlin at some point. But I think what we're having now is a legit world championship. Like the best teams are playing, and there's people from all over the world. This is an interesting life choice. King E2.
Now that he's gained like a net of 3 points over 3 hours, then he feels that he's getting a bit. What's the word?
I think he's playing this move to send a message.
He's feeling good about himself. No, he's not anymore. Meanwhile, on the other board, an early pawn at g4 was played, forcing the knight back to g1, after which black is now doing very well, until he blundered the bishop.
So on the subject of Bughouse World Championship again, like I myself was griping when chess.com was talking about having a Bughouse World Championship and only inviting GMs who never play Bughouse, like Hikaru, etc., not inviting, 12 Teen or Chicken or anyone who plays Bughouse regularly. I was like, how do you call that a world championship if you don't invite any good players? That would be crazy to me. But the fact that this is like an open tournament that anyone can play in, and that legitimately like a lot of the best players are playing, I think you can legitimately call it a world championship.
Shoutouts to Return the Lagger. Instead of sitting for trades like a normal human being, he's chessing his opponent down 2 pieces. And
the F8 rook is kind of out of place, not really in the game. So
Marvel disconnected.
He's making use of his
that's
pieces.
enough justification.
No, Marvel disconnected, so he really should be sitting just to wait for him to get back online.
Oh, you're so close to 100.
54 to 42 at this point.
It's 96 total games.
Who's playing?
Are you on? No, you're not on. Chewy Marvel versus the Lagger team. 54 to 42. Oh no.
And so Joey, it sounds like you just woke up, but to catch you up, this stream did not start with this series. This is like the 5th series that we've watched. This stream started because helmsknight came out of retirement. helmsknight, who hadn't played for 1 year and 2 months, partnered Chicken Cross the Road and played a series. Venomous says, who would be your top 5 over-the-board buggers? So yeah, I mean, I've played with...
I mean, Guilty King won for sure.
I've played with a lot of players from all over the world, and I mean, Chicken is for sure up there. I mean, I've played with Chicken, I've played with 12 Teen, I've played with Faboris. I think they would all be in the top 5. I played with Nils. I think Nils would be up there. So that would probably be like 4 of the top 5. And like, honestly, like it's hard to say it, like if you're talking all around player or just over the board, because Plotkin, for example, I think is better over the board than online. Because like I saw Plotkin playing like last year. Was it last year? Maybe a year and a half ago. We went to a tournament, and it was mostly just me, Chicken, and Plotkin, and there was only the 3 of us. So we took turns simuling, and like I simuled the 2 of them. Obviously, I got crushed. Chicken simuled like me and Plotkin, and that was like a pretty even thing. And then Plotkin would win when he was simuling me and Chicken. So that's like a testament that Plotkin being pretty good at over the board. Nils is super fast. So there's contention about Nils. So Venomous, the reason that Nils seems so overpowered is like he won the Bughouse World Championship in Berlin 5 years in a row with Midnight Fox. And Midnight Fox is like a pretty good player, but not like a top player. So clearly Midnight Fox was not like carrying Nils. Nils was like the top board there. Nils is super fast, but Nils is actually left-handed. And Nils is much faster when the clock is on his left than on his right. So yeah, Midnight Fox is line of so. And Nils is Grand Delicious on chess.com. Who has entered this tournament, by the way. He's partnering Zyzon, or Firefly. Venice, have you joined the tournament, by the way? You should join the Bughouse World Championship. So anyway, basically every one of those 5 years, like the first place team would be Nils and Midnight Fox, and the second place team would be Firefly and someone. Like, it didn't matter who Firefly partnered. He partnered like different people like all those years, and Firefly would always finish second. What we found out after the fact, and I think Midnight Fox, if he's around, maybe he'll watch the VOD. I don't know if he's still around. He could verify. Was that what actually happened? Nils just seemed so overpowered because he would just run through the field. But what actually happened was they figured that their only actual competition was Firefly. So what they actually did was, before the tournament, they studied all of Firefly's openings and just learned how to beat Firefly. And they could just win on like pure skill versus everyone else. And they were super prepped to play against Firefly. so that's how they would win every year. So like Vaboris played against Nils in like a random chess tournament, and he thought that he was like much better than Nils, and like I was just there to witness it. Of course, that's just kind of what Vaboris said, and I kind of trust him at his word. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see him play with more strong players than just Firefly. And not that he's not going to play against Firefly, since he's on a team with Firefly this time. So we'll see how he does versus like other top players. But yeah, Nils is super fast.
I don't have to deal with that team.
Another story I have versus Nils is I had this opening where I would just like trade the whole board, and I'm pretty fast over the board. So so people were making fun of my opening, saying like it wasn't very good, and I was like, you don't understand. Like it takes me 2 seconds to trade the whole board, and then if I get pieces first, I just win like immediately, like every game. And then Niels was like, yeah, but like that assumes that you're pretty fast, and like you're not very fast. And I was like, oh, okay, let's play. So I played against Nils like just this opening, and legitimately, like Nils and I were both playing super fast. So it's sort of like when you see like time scrambles at the end of the game, except this was like an opening scramble, and legitimately like 2 seconds would be off each of our clocks, and we would be 20 moves in. And the whole board traded, and the problem was like the other board had not traded like a single pawn yet. They were on like move 2.
Oh, so you were playing chess.
Yeah, chess versus Nils was not so good. I mean, it was like an even position, but but Nils was trying to show me that it was all speed, and he could catch up with me on speed for sure. Yeah, Pimenir is pretty good too. Our Francisco is pretty good. Ghost Shell is pretty good. I've played with all of them. Our Francisco is super rusty. Our Francisco, he's like a super chill and funny guy. The one of the things I love about our Francisco is he plays this opening where, on the queen side he'll develop his or no, I'm sorry. On the king side, he'll develop his bishop and his knight. He castles king side, plays king h1, rook to g1, queen to f1, and then he'll be like, "I'm safe forever. No one can ever attack my king." And then he'll just sack sit for the rest of the game, and it's super effective. But he does it super fast, and that's like the R Francisco line. Ghost Shell, I don't think Ghost Shell's played in years. If he has like an alt on chess.com, I don't know what it is, but he was a strong player for sure. Ghost Shell he was from Dallas. Like there's a lot of good chess players, a lot of good bughouse players who went to University of Texas at Dallas, because that used to be like a big chess school that would offer chess scholarships. Right.
I hear that Scary Snakes guy attended there. I mean,
he's
pretty good at chess and bughouse.
Did you go to UT Dallas, really? Did you graduate from UT Dallas?
Yes, I did.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, Dallas, born and raised.
Nice. Yeah, Jason Doss, RMG, also went to UTD. Chicken went to RTD. And John Daniel Bryant, hi dude, went to UTD. Caminator.
I feel like I got ripped off. There were 0 bughouse players on the team.
Caminator went to UTD. That place.
I think he's a senior.
Yeah, he's still there. The UTD like mints bughouse players. So when I started out playing bughouse, like the 2 types of players were like sack sitters and like solid players, and I was firmly like a solid player. And there were a lot of dirty sack sitters out there. And then there were these Dallas guys who just came in with a completely different style. And it was Ghost Shell, and it was Rosewood, and like a few other guys back then. Maybe RMG, but not so much than him. But their style was, instead of sack sitting, they would sack move. They would sack, and then instead of waiting for the piece that like crushes and just sit in the whole game, they would just keep moving and keep improving their position. And that was like a whole new style back then. And like now it's just super common among top players, but it was an innovation back then.
No, it's always fun getting the story time and the lore of historical bughouse players from Chuck.
And
guys, I'm gonna head out, but it was really fun commentating with you guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks so much. Have a great night.
Yeah.
Thanks to Scary Snakes.
I think I'll do
And thanks to 1800 Strength, who I think streams. Like, I should probably shout him out. Let me go.
Not really. I'm covering Crazy House World Championship commentary. Some matches. But...
That is streaming. So you should
okay.
you should get more followers for sure. We want to get you to affiliate. So yes, be sure to follow 1800 Strength so you can get this awesome commentary, except in the Crazy House context, because the Crazy House World Championship is going on too, and you're one of the finalists, right? You're one of the candidates.
Oh yeah, there is candidates. I do happen to be playing there. Yes.
There's 10 candidates, and is it 10? Am I right about that, or is it 8?
I think there's 12, and then plus the challenger from last year, or plus the person from the last year's finals who's Opera Wizard. So 13 total. There's 12 rounds. On average, 1 round a week. I think people have been playing matches early.
Yeah, so it's round robin, and it's just like the best score progresses. So yeah, good luck to you on that. And it's been fun to see your streams. It's fun to see all the streams. Like Ganesh has been streaming, and Ganesh is the main one. Yes. Ganesh he's super old school. Like, he quit about when I started. He quit playing Bughouse about when I started.
Oh wow.
And yeah, like, I met him back in 2001 in Vegas. He came to like one gathering in the US, and then right after that he retired, like, forever. So yeah, it's fun seeing him get active again. We always, like, we see people play Bughouse like all the time, and then they'll be like, yeah, I can't play Bughouse anymore because I got to go to university, or because I'm starting this job, and then they'll like disappear. And we like to think that they'll always come back. Like, you can't leave Bughouse. You just, like, you take a break for 2 decades, and then you'll come back eventually. Everyone. Anyway, good talking with you.
Yeah, it was nice to join the call for the first time. This was fun.
And I hope you'll join me with more commentary as we get into more matches when the tournament actually starts.
Yeah, I'll try. I was planning to help commentate stuff.
Cool.
Matches. So
have a great night.
Cool.
Bye.
Yeah, thanks. You too. Bye.
So, and just to finish from that list that Venomous provided, P. Manier is from Philadelphia. I'm from Philadelphia. So we used to have like a monthly Bughouse every single month where all the Philadelphians would meet together and play Bughouse games, and P. Manier was like by far the best person there. So yeah, I've played a ton of games with P. Manier. And I used to get just absolutely smashed every game with P. Manier. Now I can kind of hold my own. Like, he still crushes me, but like, I crush everyone else there. So I'm like the second best person there probably. So at least I don't feel like as much of a scrub as I used to be. But yeah, P. Manier, he hasn't really played Bughouse on chess.com. He just plays chess. But P. Manier also retired like years ago. Like, he used to play a ton of Bughouse on the free internet chess server, and then he decided to get mostly into chess, so he switched to mostly chess. And he switched to USCL, which was like a USCF sanctioned chess server, and they had like all this prize money for variants. And P. Manier would like only play in the prize money tournaments, and he would win like every one. He would win like all the Crazy House tournaments, all the Bughouse tournaments, all of the like 960 tournaments, like everything like that. He would just like take all the money, and then he wouldn't play for like a week until the next tournament. He's just like super good. And like, when you're playing with P. Manier over the board, what you really need to do is just like keep him busy. It's like, because usually, like, to make fair teams, we'll have him partner with like a 1000 type player, and his partner will just be getting absolutely destroyed. But if P. Manier can ever like look over at his board, he'll make like 3 move suggestions, and his partner will be crushing. So you just got to keep him busy. Yeah. So Venomous, the P. Manier unfortunately doesn't venture far away from Philadelphia. If you travel up to Philadelphia for for one of the bughouse nights, then you can play with him. But like when he goes to chess tournaments, he's focused on the chess, and he doesn't really go very far away from Philadelphia for other stuff. But yeah, it'd be great to get him to play more. And we've kind of stopped doing the bughouse because of COVID. I'm hopeful that that'll start up pretty soon, doing that again. Okay, we need to find someone to raid. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know about that. Let's go look in the chess section, see who's streaming right now. Yeah, Venomous. Definitely keep you posted about that, and also, I can just give you Bob Dodge's email, and he can stick you on the email list. If you message me on chess.com, just message me your email address, and I will message that to Bob Dodge and have him put you on the list, and then he'll let you know when that's happening and when Saturday. Oh, Swole with 32 months. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for the subscription. Swole, if you want to start up a stream, let me know. Or if you have any suggestions of who we should raid. Otherwise, I'll probably just raid, I guess Llama Lord would make the most sense. Llama Lord streaming some chess. So, Sammy, the big news, I don't know if you saw near the beginning, the reason I started this stream was helmsknight started playing again. helmsknight did not play Bughouse for 1 year and 2 months. Not just he didn't stream Bughouse, she didn't play Bughouse for 1 year and 2 months. Helms was only streaming Fortnite for 1 year and 2 months. And she partnered Chicken Cross Road and played a series for about, I don't know, like a half hour, an hour. And so we were watching that and commentating on that. And then we just kind of kept going for another bunch of hours after that. But yeah, Helms is back playing Bughouse. I really hope that she'll enter the Bughouse World Championship. Like, it would be great to see Helms and Chicken enter, but I don't know if that's like a thing that's going to happen. So yeah, I guess we should just raid Llama Lord. It's probably the thing to do. Let me just make sure he's not like at the tail end of his stream or something. He seems like he's still going strong. All right, let's raid Llama Lord. Yeah, exactly. Like Michael Jordan coming back to the Bulls. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Thanks to 1800 Strength for joining me in commentary. Scary Snakes for joining me in commentary. Cole for joining me in commentary. It's been a lot of fun. It's always a lot more fun to commentate when it's not just me, when we have a lot of people in the booth. And Bughouse World Championship coming up. The group stage is going to start November 8th. So we are hoping to have a lot more Bughouse streams. I'm going to be streaming as much as possible in the month of November. And I'm going to always be looking for co-commentators. Hey, Metabolic Earth, thanks for watching. We're just wrapping up, but thanks for popping by. Anyway, if you haven't followed yet, I'd appreciate a follow. You get notified of my future streams. Check out the Bughouse World Championship. Deadline for registering is November 5th. And we're going to send you guys to the Llama Lord, who is a chess player. He has partnered me at Bughouse a few times. He also streams some Zelda, some stuff like that. So let him know where he came from. Drop him a follow. Have a good night, everyone.